What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is the fourth part of a story where Issei was betrayed and married Ophis and Gabriel. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version. You may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Issei of course is a male, this time, no changes in the genders. Well, with that out, let's get into part 4. Chapter 10. Journey of a Time Traveler, the team is complete, Part 2. Human World, Kuo, Japan, present era. In a school in this city, 6 children can be seen lying under the shade of a tree. It's currently lunchtime, so they try to relax before going back to their classes. These days have been so boring. I can't stand it anymore. One of them exclaimed out of nowhere, chasing away the silence of the place. This one had blue hair and golden eyes. His name is Kobe Shinji, Irina's boyfriend. I know Shinji, and it doesn't help that Koneko and the others are busy with their things, another boy commented. This was a red-haired boy with green eyes. His name is Sango Hibiki, Koneko's boyfriend. It's true, Asuya has a lot of work at the occult club and we haven't been able to go to any appointments in weeks, said another with a sigh. The boy had light brown hair and blue eyes. His name was Kongo Akira, Asuya's boyfriend. Zenobia will be very busy with the preparations for the school festival that will be in 2 weeks, another boy declared in a faint voice. Blonde hair and black eyes, not to mention his almost expressionless face. This boy was Mishima Ken, Zenobia's boyfriend. Any ideas on how to stop us from dying of boredom? Shinji asked with a pleading look towards his companions. The others remained silent, considering their options. Hey, how about we pay Issei-kun a visit? The youngest of them mentioned with some uncertainty. Black hair and brown eyes, her name was Urara Ken. The rest stared at him flatly for a few seconds, making him more nervous at the thought of how ridiculous his idea was. Ken-chan, that's an excellent idea. How could I not have thought of that before? Said another boy. Black hair and brown eyes too, Ken's older brother, Urara Ryozuki. Nisan, you know I hate it when you call me that, Ken replied with a grimace of disgust before pouting. Anyway, a visit to the music club could result in something interesting, the red-haired boy commented out loud. Hibiki is right, I'm curious about what Hyodo-kun is doing right now, said the brown-haired boy with a hand on his chin. The last time we met with him and Genshiro-san was really fun, Ken added with a light smile. It's decided, we'll visit Hyodo-kun and hang out with the guys from the club, was the decision made by Ryozuki. With that, everyone stood up and shook their clothes, then began walking toward their destination. Since the day of the party, everyone had a good impression of the brunette and the blonde. They couldn't remember how long ago they had such a wild time and, to be honest, they wanted to do it again, so they were thinking of having another party after the school festival. The idea of inviting their girls and the other members of the music club only made them more excited. Music club. All the members were present at the club, except for its president. It's been 3 days since Hyodo hasn't attended, said a certain girl with glasses. She had many doubts about the boy's absence, and was beginning to worry. Well, I guess something important happened and that's why he couldn't come, the blonde commented, feigning ignorance. Saji, Tsubasa and Tomo knew what happened on the boy's first mission and were extremely worried, but they hid it well so as not to worry the brunette. The only thing we can do for now is keep rehearsing, was what Tomo said. I guess I can agree with you, although I feel strange playing only the tracks due to the lack of a vocalist, Aika replied while drinking a soda. They were all sitting on one of the huge sofa-alls that the brown-haired man had prepared for rest and comfort after each rehearsal. The others thought about that and became slightly depressed. An awkward silence reigned in the place, until the doors suddenly opened. Hyodo-kun, we came to visit you. A smiling blue-haired boy exclaimed, entering the place in a very boisterous manner. Saji and the others looked at the newcomers doubtfully. Ohayo Genshiro-kun, the blonde of the group greeted, raising his hand with a poker-like expression. Guys, what are you doing here? The named one asked, getting up from his place to greet them. These days have been really boring, so I thought, why not visit Saji-kun and Issei-kun? After all, the last time we met there was a lot of fun, the older black-haired man replied with a small smile. I see, unfortunately Hyodo is not here at the moment, the blonde replied. This depressed the boys, who were in a depressed mood, muttering something about coming a long way for nothing. If you want, you can stay as long as you want. Maybe you can help us since we are missing a guitarist and a vocalist," the blonde offered with a kind smile. This brought all the boys out of their depression, and they smiled enthusiastically. "Sure, why not?" Hibiki replied. Without further ado, everyone organized themselves to have the opportunity to participate, at least in the case of the newcomers. For her part, Aika watched this with interest. After all, those boys were the boyfriends of the members of the Gremry group, so she didn't know what to expect from this strange relationship between them and the brown-haired boy. "You know, I think this gives me an idea for our event," was Saji's comment with a mysterious smile. The boys, who were already holding an instrument, looked at him doubtfully, while Tomo and Tsubasa raised an eyebrow. They could sense some evil hidden behind that smile. This can't be good, they thought in sync. For her part, Aika had a feeling that whatever the blonde had in mind, it would undoubtedly be very entertaining. Outside the hall, a certain brunette had heard about the absence of the boy she was looking for, so she removed her hand from the door handle. "Hyodo," the girl thought worriedly. Her conversation with Brielle had left her with several doubts, even though it had clarified several things for her, which was why she came to look for the boy, but it seemed that he hadn't come today either, just like the day before. The comment that she was in trouble was still not erased from her mind, and that night she did not bring up the subject with the blonde. "I guess I can summon Brielle-san again to chat again," he thought before leaving the place. Cafe. Certain kings and their queens were having a quiet lunch, or at least two of them. "Sona, I ask you again, are you okay?" Rias asked with concern. The all for honor mentioned just stared absent-mindedly at her bento without having tried any of it. Tsubaki also seemed worried, although she was eating normally. The red-haired girl's voice brought King Citri out of his stupor. No Rias, the truth is that I feel terrible," the black-haired girl answered honestly. His eyes showed a trace of tiredness from not having been able to sleep well the last few days. She had already gotten used to sleeping with Issei, and without him in her bed she couldn't fall asleep. "Could you at least tell us what's going on? Maybe we can help you," Akeno commented this time. Sona sighed again before nodding, earning two expectant glances from Rias and Akeno. "He's my boyfriend," that's what Sona said. This caught both girls off guard, but they quickly got over it, and their expressions darkened. "Tell me, Sona, is that guy cheating on you? Or did he hurt you in some way?" Rias asked with a forced smile. "Do we know him? If you want, we can pay him a visit to Fufu," Akeno commented in a sadistic way. "No, it's not that. What happens is that his mission went wrong and now he's missing," was the girl's response with a surprised expression, before her mood fell again. However, she, like her queen, had only one idea in mind. "Are you serious?" they thought incredulously. After all, the current situation of the girls of the Gremry group with the brunette was something similar to what they were implying when she mentioned her boyfriend. Oh. I'm sorry for jumping to conclusions like that, Sona," the redhead apologized, quite embarrassed. The demi-angel also looked embarrassed by her own deductions. "Don't worry, but seriously, I'm very worried about Spectra," she said while drinking her juice with her head down. This prevented him from seeing Rias and Akeno's dumbfounded expressions as he hinted, or rather, assured, a relationship with that masked man. "Your boyfriend is Spectra," they exclaimed in total shock, standing up, drawing the attention of the other students to their sudden reaction. For her part, Tsubaki watched this with some amusement. Sona had mentioned that she would announce her relationship with the brown-haired boy's alter ego to make the Gremry group uncomfortable, and have fun at Rias and the others' expense, but with what had happened she hadn't been able to do so. His moment of fun died when he saw that his king could not fully enjoy this moment. For their part, both girls realized that they were attracting attention, so they sat back down before showing serious expressions. "Sona, tell me everything," Rias asked, deadly serious. She wanted to know everything about that guy. This also made it clear to him why he hadn't heard from his group lately. Although they haven't met that often, the time they heard from Issei being the only time they have worked together to date. Searching for clues to find the brown-haired boy and not neglecting his current relationship consumed his free time, which is why he had not been able to participate in the patrol groups with the Citri group either. "Well, first you should know that we already knew each other for a long time, but I never knew his name that day. When we arrived at the student council room, he treated me too closely for my taste. But then he took off his mask and I recognized him instantly," the dark-haired girl recounted. Rias and Akeno were surprised that this guy and Sona had known each other for a long time, even if the circumstances were a bit strange. For me, he was a nice guy, so we got along very well, but during this reunion I was able to get to know him better and I must say that he captivated me, Sona said with a soft smile and a special sparkle in her eyes. Even though it was a fictional story, the feelings were genuine and that's why their story was more than convincing to Rias and Akeno. Based on this they could see it clearly Sona Citri was in love with Spectra Phantom. The fact that he beat me at chess was just a plus for me to accept his proposal of a relationship, since I was already interested in him, the black-haired girl concluded with a sweet smile. Tsubaki looked at Rias and Akeno's dumbfounded faces with some amusement, unable to help but surreptitiously take out her phone and take a photo of the moment to show to a certain boy at a later time. You better come back soon, Issei-san, the girl thought, watching as her king's expression faded slightly. Underworld, Dragon Castle. A desert and rocky area could be seen where Valley trained to vent his frustration. He had been inactive for too long without any mission worth his time and it frustrated him. As if that were not enough, his rival had disappeared and the fight with a worthy opponent would have to wait a while longer. TSK. He clicked his tongue as two magic circles appeared in his hands. Flush. Boom. Large rock formations were reduced to nothing by that attack. This special room could change the environment to simulate various locations and test your skills, courtesy of Azazel and Ajuka's joint work. He was just training his normal power without using the divine dividing. Seeing the place in a sorry state, he wiped the sweat from his forehead with his forearm. Then he felt something being placed on his shoulder. He turned around, finding a certain redhead, and then looked at the towel on his shoulder. Thanks, she said as she took it and used it to clean herself. The maid smiled at him in response, causing something to still bother him. Doki doki. His heart was beating fast at the sight of the girl's gesture. The silver-haired man took a deep breath to control his heart rate, before starting to leave the place followed by Maya. Then he stopped. I have some free time. Could you keep me company? He asked without turning to look at her. She was surprised by the boy's question, before getting over her surprise and answering. Sure, if that's what Valley-sama wants, she replied professionally, although a huge blush was visible on her face. He was thankful that the boy hadn't turned around to see his embarrassed face, not knowing that the silver-haired boy had a similar blush. Stupid Azazel and his advice. He thought, embarrassed. Maya's professional response brought back memories of her conversation with Azazel, as well as him communicating with Surzex and discussing the maids in a way that was too graphic for her taste. Imagining the girl in an overly revealing maid outfit ready to please her Goshijin-sama crossed his mind at that moment as a twitch appeared on his eyebrow. Without saying anything else he began to walk again, followed by the maid. I hope to get over this soon, she thought seriously, still blushing. For her part, the maid considered this side of the boy quite cute in her opinion, immediately becoming embarrassed by such thoughts. They both continued on their way to their destination, which was the living room, hoping that at least Kuroka wouldn't make their stay difficult. Then he felt an energy signature appear out of nowhere in the castle, causing him to shiver tremendously. Vie-kun, he heard a voice exclaim. The silver-haired man was paralyzed when he heard that voice, filling the girl next to him with doubts. Valley-sama, is something wrong? The maid asked with concern at the boy's paleness. But there was no response from Valley. Valley-kun, she spoke softly as she brought one of her hands to the boy's cheek, managing to bring him out of his shock. The silver-haired boy looked at her doubtfully for a few seconds before opening his eyes in slight surprise. Feeling the girl's touch was something he didn't expect, so a small blush was visible on his face. This kind of thing was something new for him, especially the expression of sincere concern she had. They grow up so fast. Just yesterday you were an antisocial battle addict and now look at you, you have such close contact with a girl. That's my boy. Albion's comment embarrassed him even more if that was possible. But when he was about to react, something else caught his attention. Aha! So Kuro-chan wasn't lying, a voice in front of them exclaimed. Valley looked at the owner of the voice and began to sweat profusely with a complicated expression on his face. At the end of the hallway you could see a certain girl who was very well known to the silver-haired boy. Blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed in a robe and holding a wand in her hand, which she used to point at him accusingly. The maid looked at her doubtfully for a few moments. Excuse me, who are you? He asked with great respect. This person's aura was powerful, and she was apparently an acquaintance of Kuroka and Valley. My name is Lavinia Rennie. I'm currently on vacation and I came to spend it with Vie-kun. But above all I came to find out if what Kuro-chan told me about Vie-kun having a girlfriend is true, and from what I can see she didn't lie to me," the girl declared. The redhead blinked in confusion at the latter, then realized she still had her hand on Valley's cheek, immediately pulling it away with an embarrassed expression on her face. "Maya-san, I think we need to have a serious talk," he said as he approached the pair. Valley only saw a shadow grow in front of him, terrifying him completely. In the castle's living room were some of Issei's servants, who were doing activities such as reading or simply watching TV, all to take their minds off the boy's current situation. Penemu absent-mindedly changed channels, while stroking the hair of little Lilith, who was sleeping on the same stone for all and using her lap as a pillow. Gabriel was reading a popular fashion magazine, although in his mind he was replaying over and over the conversation with Murayama, the main topic of which was brown hair. Le Fay had gone to visit her parents accompanied by Arthur. Kuroka had gone wandering around with Biko. Rosswise, Neru and Valerie had come to fulfill a contract. Tsukumi drank some tea with great ease. This was a habit she acquired from her mother, and it helped her stay calm in certain situations, such as her current concern about her boyfriend. Griselda was lying on one of the sewn for-alls, staring at the ceiling with a slightly dull expression. They had felt a presence appear in the castle, but they did not react as they did not sense any bad intentions, and they were able to recognize the energy signature, at least those who knew the bearer of the absolute demise. "I miss him," Penemu murmured without thinking. The others felt their mood drop at the comment. The fallen blinked before blushing as she processed what he had said, but said blush disappeared when she noticed the depressing atmosphere that formed after his comment. Only one thought crossed his mind. "Shit," he thought with some guilt. "He wouldn't like to see us like this," a certain Valkyrie suddenly said. This had just emerged from a magic circle. Rosswise-san, Gabriel, Penemu and Griselda said in surprise. Tsukumi just put down his teacup relatively calmly, and elegantly to look at her doubtfully. "I'm worried about him too, but I know he'll be back. For now try to think about what you'll tell him when he comes back," she said before leaving the room and heading to her room. Gabriel, Penemu and Griselda widened their eyes at the Valkyrie's direct comment. Tsukumi just blinked, before her face turned red at all the things she could say to the boy when he returned, things only a good wife would say. Rosswise glanced back at them briefly before disappearing into the halls, noticing that the angelic trio got the message. Maybe now they could sort out their feelings. Although we will have to make the bed bigger if the number of girls keeps increasing, he thought with a drop on the back of his neck. Then his gaze shifted to the sky of the underworld through a small window. "Come back soon," he thought before continuing on his way. Underworld, Gremry Castle. A certain red-haired man was signing some papers at his desk with a tired expression. Her faithful maid was standing by her side. At that moment, two holograms appeared on his desk, showing the Mao Leviathan and Beelzebub. "Still no news, Sir X-chan?" a girl with black hair and pigtails asked. "No, all we can do is wait," the Crimson Satan replied somewhat discouraged. Being lost in the farthest part of the dimensional gap is dangerous, but I think he'll be fine and will return soon. It was the contribution of a young man with green hair. This somewhat eased the concern of those present. Since they were informed of the loss of Issei, the Mao who held the titles Lucifer, Leviathan and Beelzebub were extremely worried. They were the ones who had the best relationship with the boy after all. Graphia also showed some solemnity about the topic. "Remember that your body was made by Great Red, that gives you a greater chance of returning unharmed from that place," said a new voice. From a magic circle emerged the former governor of Grigori. "Azazel," the three Mao said. "Trust that the boy will return soon and tell us a good story about everything he saw in that place," he said with a small smile. This comment instantly reassured the Mao. Ajuka was extremely curious about what the boy would tell them, as well as remembering the components of the new body the boy obtained after dying when Ophis power was stolen. Sirzex seemed calmer, as he considered the brunette part of his family, even though he was no longer engaged to his younger sister. Sarah Fall sighed knowing that her future nephews were safe somewhere. Graphia smiled slightly, remembering that the brunette achieved the impossible. "You still have to try these beauties," he said while showing some orbs in his hands. This filled those present with doubts. Human world, Kyoto, Japan. In the gardens of a castle you can see two figures standing, facing each other. These were two young girls, one being blonde with fox features like ears and a tail, while the other was a black-haired girl with red eyes. The blonde showed an expression of total shock at what she had just heard. "So why you are Ophis Dano?" he asked in total disbelief. The black-haired girl smiled softly before nodding. Yes, thanks to my power I took this appearance, something that I see you also did, the brunette responded. The blonde smiled and then hugged her. Ophis Dano. It's good to see you again, the blonde said quite happily. Same here, Kunu, but in this form my name is Kurumi, said the girl. The kitsune separated from her to look at her questioningly. My being in Spectre's group could cause chaos if it gets out, Kurumi clarified. I understand, I guess Issei doesn't want to attract attention, the blonde commented with her arms crossed. This caught the attention of the queen of the Downfall Dragon group, so she couldn't help but bring up the topic, which had been another reason for staying in Kyoto. Kunu, how do you know Spectre is Issei? He asked seriously. The blonde looked at her somewhat doubtfully at such a question. Then he realized what the brunette was referring to. Well, Okasama was the one who revealed Spectre's true identity now that you mention it. I don't know how she could see through that disguise either, the kitsune explained with a hand on her chin. She could never have guessed that behind Spectre was the boy she wanted, since in her opinion the disguise was perfect in every way. Then the brunette set her sights on one of the walls made of bushes, which adorned the enormous garden of the castle. Ara, as expected from the goddess of infinity, said a certain Kyubi, exposing her presence and coming out from behind the bush. Okasama. The younger kitsune exclaimed in surprise. So will you tell me how you found out? Kurumi asked seriously, this time addressing Yasaka. The yokai queen smiled, before pointing to a bench. Kurumi and Kunu understood and went to the bench, where the three of them sat down to be more comfortable. You know, I remember you as a little more expressionless and bland, no offense, the Kyoto leader commented casually. She watched with curiosity as the girl's serious expression changed to a softer one. Issei has been teaching me about feelings for a long time. Thanks to him I can now express what I feel, in addition to realizing several things and appreciating others that didn't interest me before. The black-haired girl responded with a small, warm smile. Yasaka was surprised by the sparkle in the girl's eyes. It was the same one her daughter had every time she talked about Issei. In response, she smiled softly. I see. Well, regarding your question, let me tell you a very interesting story about a certain hero from my childhood. Yasaka began to speak. Japan, year 1257 ad. A certain masked man was stunned when he saw the child version of the Kyoto leader. This I didn't expect that. The boy thought in total disbelief. He hadn't realized it, but his gaze on the little girl was making her very nervous. Spectre-san, the older yokai said seriously when she saw how the boy seemed absent. This brought him out of his stupor, finally realizing the little girl's condition. Oh, I'm sorry I made you uncomfortable. You just reminded me of someone I know, the boy clarified immediately. The little blonde nodded a little more calmly at the masked man's kind tone. Spectre just let out a sigh. From what you told us, you're heading to Kyoto, right? The black-haired man asked this time. That's right, I need something from that place so I can get back home, he answered honestly. The black-haired man nodded without saying anything else. The rest of the soldiers already had things ready, and they all positioned themselves around the floats for protection. The wounded occupied one of the carriages, while those who fell in combat were transported with a spell to a small dimension to store inanimate things. Silver then mounted a horse, which was handed to him by a soldier. I guess you'll come with us, said the black-haired man. The blonde nodded as he walked over to where he left his own horse and mounted it. When he positioned himself next to Silver, he could notice how the white-haired yokai was riding on what he would describe as a giant chicken. This one was black with some dark blue feathers, with thick legs and a blue bib. Is something wrong? The white-haired yokai asked. This was due to the blonde's fixed gaze on the creature. It's nothing, I've just never seen one of those, the boy replied calmly. I see. Well, this friend is a chocobo kata, which are not common outside our territory. His name is Domas, the yokai clarified. Crew. The named one croaked with a slight flap of his small wings. Nice to meet you, the masked man replied, interpreting that as a greeting. Without further ado, the small caravan continued on its way to the city of Kyoto. During the journey, the two captains had a conversation with the newcomer to get to know him a little better. He answered the questions honestly, although he kept his place of origin secret for security reasons. It didn't take them long to reach a town, where a castle could be seen in the distance which the masked man remembered well. The town was quite large, and they were isolated by a powerful barrier that protected them from everything, including the human population. It was just as I remembered, but not as advanced, technologically speaking. People greeted them as they passed, especially the black-haired man and the white-haired yokai. He could feel a great amount of magical power emanating from each of them, being surprised by the white-haired girl, as she was almost equal to one of the Grigori cadres, although the black-haired boy was not far behind. He also felt his pieces shake when one or the other was near, indicating that both were strong candidates to be part of his group. Yasaka-sama has been chosen as the new leader of the yokai faction, so it was decided that all the kingdoms would unite into a single nation in order to ensure the future of our people, the white-haired girl explained. She inherited the throne from her mother, who is also a Kyuubi, Silver added in a serious tone. The blonde nodded, remembering that Kunu was also born as a Kyuubi, when normally a Kitsune would have to wait 1,000 years to reach that level. The kingdom of Galette was the last to join. As king of that country, my duty is with the safety of my people. That is why I resigned from being its ruler and formally joined the yokai faction, said the yokai seriously. The masked man was surprised by this, then smiled with satisfaction and a touch of admiration. I was an independent magician in my youth. When I had no home or goal in life, I was taken in by Tamamo-sama, so I decided to protect her daughter with my life as payment for everything she did for me, Silver expressed this time. I understand that perfectly, Silver. Leon Michelli-san has also left a good impression on me. She is undoubtedly a true ruler despite no longer having the crown, the blonde explained with a soft smile. Both captains were caught off guard by those words, especially by the sincerity and admiration imprinted in them. The black-haired man smiled with his eyes closed, and the white-haired woman looked away while scratching the back of her neck. So what race inhabited the Galette kingdom, Leon Michelli-san? Spectra asked doubtfully. You can call me Leo. As for your question, our population was mainly made up of Nikomatis and Nekishus, the yokai responded, recovering from the slight embarrassment she felt moments before. Issei was shocked by this revelation. I hope there won't be any problems when she finds out what happened to the Nekishu in the future, if she agrees to join me, he thought with concern. Minutes later they had already arrived at the castle, so the caravan stopped. Little Yasaka stepped out of her carriage to be escorted inside by soldiers. For his part, the blonde was escorted by Silver and Leo. The two captains and their guest arrived at the throne room, where there was a woman who looked very similar to the adult version of Yasaka, although she could be seen to be somewhat weak emotionally. The three of them knelt before her, with Spectra following suit. We're back, Tamamo-sama, Silver said with great respect. The woman smiled at this, though a slight glint of worry graced her green eyes as she saw Silver's wound. Silver-kun, Leo-chan, it's good to see you return safe and sound. I also see that you have a guest with you, he commented upon seeing the masked man. We were attacked on the way here. This man helped us at a crucial moment. That's why we brought him with us, was what Silver said. It was then that Spectra looked up to see the woman. He could see several tails coming out of his back, which moved in an undulating manner while his ears twitched from time to time. The woman's emerald eyes looked at him analytically, giving him the feeling that she could see through his mask, or rather, through his disguise and into his very soul. This made him slightly nervous, especially when she smiled enigmatically. I see, then allow me to extend you an invitation, said the Kyuubi. The masked man appeared doubtful about this with his body language. In 3 weeks the ascension of the new ruler to the throne of Kyoto will be celebrated. I would like you to be present, the yokai explained. He turned slightly towards Silver and Leo, remembering a certain detail from their previous conversation. Yasaka is the new leader, we just need to make it public, the white-haired yokai clarified. The blonde nodded in understanding. It will be a pleasure to be there for you at that time, Tamamo-sama, he replied politely. Someone guide him to one of the guest rooms, the Kyuubi ordered. Instantly a castle servant stood in front of her while bowing, then turned to the blonde. This way, indicated the servant with canine features. The masked man nodded, before bowing to the former leader and following the servant. By the way, you still haven't told me your name, Tamamo suddenly spoke. The masked man paused, before turning around as he brought his right hand to his mask. Excuse my manners, Spectra Phantom at your service, she introduced herself with an elegant bow after removing her mask. Nice to meet you, Spectra-san, the former leader replied with slight surprise. She could swear she was in front of a noble from the aura surrounding the boy. Then he raised his gaze, revealing to those present all his features, especially those eyes of such a penetrating color. Follow me, Spectre-sama, the servant spoke again. He followed him as he put his mask back on. He assumed that this was a good way to gain the trust of the former leader and the captains in case he needed their help, with the revelation of his origin being the last resort in case of any distrust on their part. When he had left, the place fell into a deep silence. However, this was broken by the former leader. A very interesting man they brought, she said with a somewhat mysterious smile. Silver and Leo turned their gazes towards her with marked doubt. Why do you say that? Did you see something? Is it something bad? Silver immediately asked with great concern. The white-haired yokai hardened her eyes significantly. Tamamo had the power to see a person's past or future, although it was not something she could fully control by showing random visions, but still this power had been key to stopping several coups or attacks in the past during her government. The duo became worried that they might have seen something in the masked blonde that could harm them at some point. Then the former yokai leader smiled. No, in fact, he will be of great help in the face of the impending calamity, he replied in a calm tone. This answer caused more doubts in both captains, but they said nothing more. Okasama, little Yusaka exclaimed as she came from a hallway. She arrived with her mother, who hugged her lovingly. My little one, are you okay? He asked in a soft and concerned tone. The little blonde slightly flattened her ears as she trembled slightly. If it weren't for Spectra, although I could have done that too, Silver commented, whispering the last part. I see, although I would have been sad if you had resorted to that, Tamamo replied with a certain melancholic tone in her voice. The black-haired man didn't say anything, while the white-haired woman raised an eyebrow in doubt. Thanks for everything, you can go and rest in Silver, said the yokai in an extremely grateful voice, before addressing the black-haired man. He looked at her expectantly for any order, only to open his eyes as he felt Tamamo's power run through his body and focus on the wound on his head. Be more careful, okay? The kitsune said. If you asked me, Silver said in a grateful voice as he felt his wound healed. After that, both captains prepared to retire to their quarters. Kuna's mother watched them disappear down a hallway with an unreadable expression. Elsewhere in the castle, Spectre was lying on the bed in his room with his arms behind his head. It's been almost 10 months since I've been in this place. I really miss the girls, he muttered while looking at the ceiling of his room. Don't worry, partner, now that you're here things will be a little easier, not to mention you've made good progress in gaining the trust of the old and new Kyoto leader. The dragon encouraged. This reassured the boy, since as Drake said, that was already good progress. Well, I think I'll take a bath, he said before getting out of bed. He left his room looking for a servant, whom he did not take long to find, so he asked for guidance about the bathrooms of the place. Once he arrived at the place he was looking for, he quickly entered and began to remove his clothes as well as his mask. Once naked, he covered the lower half of his body with a towel. When he entered, he noticed that it was a hot spring, so after cleaning his body he entered the warm waters. Ah, that feels so good, he murmured as he felt his muscles relax. Making sure no one was around, the boy dropped his appearance-changing spell. He made a surprised expression when he saw that his hair had grown quite a bit, reaching mid-back or a little further. The brown-haired boy took a lock of hair that partially covered his face and stared at it. It's normal, mate, remember it's been almost a year. Drake commented. I know, it even feels weird to see my current appearance, he said while looking at his reflection in the water. Since he arrived, he had not stopped being Spectre Phantom and therefore the costume held him during all this time. When he was in the Elven Forest, he would bathe in a river with the spell active, since Aline disguised his presence perfectly in that place and could arrive at the least opportune moment. He also slept with the mask on, which kept the spell active while he slept, not to mention keeping Drake alert. At that moment his mind wandered to the people he hasn't seen since he arrived here. The Citri entourage, no doubt Saji, Tsubasa and Toma would be very worried about him. After all, living together for more than a month in practice had made them closer than they already were. His own group. He knew that LeFay and Valerie would be the most affected, especially little Mega. Neru was close to him, but knew it was a servant-lord relationship, though that was changing as she called him by his name a couple of times, indicating the growing trust. In the case of Gabriel, Penemu and Griselda, I wasn't very sure, since despite having a cordial relationship, they weren't as close as the first two named. The change in appearance of the two leaders helped them relate better at certain moments, apparently being teenagers, but since the bathroom incident they had not had any intimate interaction. Although something related to them came to his mind, it was not very clear what it was. On the other hand, Ross-wise, Sona, Kurumi, Kuroka, Tsukiyomi and Kunu would be the most affected by all this. The first 5 because they were his girlfriends and Kunu because she loved him just as much as the others. His expression softened as he thought about the latter. He definitely had to take her into account and appreciate those feelings in a good way. Then he thought about the leaders who had a good relationship with him, the Valley Group and the kids at school. He grimaced slightly as he recalled his last encounter with Matsuda and Motohama. Although he was bothered by that comment they made about Tsukiyomi, he wasn't really angry with them. They had been the first friends he had when he entered Kuo Academy, who shared the same dream as him, so their friendship happened instantly. Although he hadn't been able to spend time with them for several months due to what happened with Rias and the others, since he didn't want them to worry seeing him so lacking in spirit. But then a smile came to his face. "I think I can help you in that regard, although it doesn't necessarily have to be a harem," he muttered with a small laugh. This was because he had imagined what they were doing back home, so the image of them being beaten up by the kendo club came to his mind. That's why he had the idea of helping them get a girlfriend, something difficult but something he would do for his friends no matter the cost. "Those were good times, but now they are better," he muttered without erasing his smile at the memory he shared with them and compared it to his current situation. Then the image of his parents came to his mind, thinking of inviting them to the castle for a family dinner once he returned. To do this, he would have to speak with Ajuka and Serafal to obtain permission, since this way he could take them to the underworld freely. Last time was an exception due to what happened with RageRevan, so they were allowed to stay until things calmed down. Although I doubted they would have any objections. There was definitely a lot to do back home. Without further ado, he made himself comfortable and let the hot water do its thing. In another part of the castle, a certain black-haired man walked through the halls, being accompanied by the white-haired yokai. They both walked in silence, thinking about their new acquaintance. "Silver, what do you think of Spectra?" Leo asked seriously. The All for Honor mention did not stop walking, but he still thought carefully about his answer. Then he stopped, being imitated by the white-haired girl. "He's someone mysterious, especially because of that mask," the man began to speak. But she took it off when she introduced herself to Tamamo-sama. Leo argued a little unsure. The black-haired man nodded. "He did it so that we wouldn't distrust him, at least not that much since we don't know him at all. But after what happened I have few doubts," Silver said, crossing his arms and looking at the ceiling. Leo remained silent thinking about what his fellow captain had said. "For the moment I will trust him as my instincts tell me, but I will not let my guard down," Silver said as he walked again. The girl opened her eyes seeing someone like Silver trust a stranger, when he didn't blindly trust people he had just met. Then the image of the masked man came back to his mind when he sent flying the man who tried to hurt Yusaka. "I guess I'll give him the benefit of the doubt too," Leo said as he resumed his walk. In a dark cave, a large number of hooded figures can be seen, all kneeling in front of a figure sitting on a throne made of stone. Then a hooded man appeared in the middle of everyone, dropping to one knee in front of the figure. "Give me your report," the figure ordered in a distorted voice, but clear enough to be noticed as masculine. "We have failed, my lord," said the hooded man with a certain nervousness in his voice. An intense silence formed after those words. "What did you say?" the figure asked with a sharp edge to his voice. This made everyone tremble instantly, especially because of the pressure that began to be felt in the place. "We were about to take that brat's life, but someone thwarted our clear opportunity," the hooded man quickly explained. This caused the pressure to gradually decrease, allowing them to breathe more easily. Taking the figure's silence as a continue, the hooded man continued with his report. "We overwhelmed them with our numbers and Silver's obsession with not using anything lethal in order to interrogate us, so they didn't use their full power, but at some point the two captains put that idea aside," he explained quickly. Everyone was paying attention to what the guy was saying. But they still let their guard down for a moment, and one of us was able to reach Yusaka, but was intercepted by an unknown subject who neutralized him and forced our men to surrender, said the hooded man with a tense voice at the memory. The figure on the throne was silent for a few moments. Then amber eyes shone in the darkness. "I see, it seems we have another nuisance on our way. Tell me, was it strong?" he asked interested. "Yes, he finished off our man in an overwhelming way. Apparently he was a traveler who was heading towards Kyoto and was inside our barrier at the time of the attack," the subject responded quickly. This left everyone thinking. If I may say so, for a moment I could feel his aura, and I must say, he was on par with Silver, he said with some nervousness in his voice. Everyone opened their eyes at such a piece of information. So now we have 3 threats to our plans, the figure muttered with a dangerous glint in his eyes. He had planned this attack to test the brat's personal guard, though with luck they could finish off Yasaka at some point. As he assumed, Silver would try not to go lethal in order to take prisoners, something he saw as a weakness since only the squad leader was needed for interrogation, the rest were expendable. Leo would listen to Silver's orders without asking as he was his superior. The ability of those two was very annoying, so he thought of a plan to open a gap in Kyoto's power with the death of one of his legion captains, but he didn't count on an unknown subject at a level similar to those two having appeared. This forced him to completely change his plans. He closed his eyes and thought coldly about how they would proceed when the time came. This changes everything. I guess I just have to take a risk, he thought, considering his options. Silver and Leo were the most powerful in the faction, second only to the Kyoto leader, although his insider had informed him that he had been able to weaken her by sabotaging her medicines. Because of this, his power had been greatly reduced, which is why he decided to name his successor, his daughter Yasaka being chosen. If they got rid of her, then he could take power as the supreme ruler and find a way to conquer the other factions. Right now he was thinking about using all his resources for the plan he had in hand. The rest remained silent, waiting for their leader's words. We will continue with our plan, although I will have to make certain adjustments to deal with Silver, the former Lion Knight Queen, and this guy, he said, opening his eyes. The rest nodded. Very soon I will rule as it should have been from the beginning. I will make sure to make it clear that we yokais are the absolute race, he murmured with determination and some resentment. Back at the castle, Issei was still in the baths. He took his time as he had not taken a hot bath in the 10 months he had been in the Elven Forest, and he wanted to enjoy it to the fullest. He kept his eyes closed as he thought about how to get back home. The first option was to look for a time travel spell. The second was to search for a magical artifact to create the same phenomenon that brought him here. Another option was to ask Tamamo if she knew of any method to open a time portal. It must be said that none of those options were easy, but I had faith that I could do it. He muttered when he felt the presence of a certain black-haired man arrive at the bathroom. He quickly used the appearance-changing spell, turning into Spectre again. Then the door opened, revealing Silver with a towel around his waist. "Yo, kid," the man greeted with a jovial smile. Seeing him without the mask made him feel more comfortable with his presence. "Silver," the blonde said, nodding in recognition. The man washed her body before entering the hot water and standing next to her. Silence reigned for several minutes, until the black-haired man spoke. Thanks for saving Yasaka," he said seriously. "Don't worry, I couldn't allow them to harm a little girl. Besides, I could see the evil intentions of those guys," he replied, downplaying it. The black-haired man nodded. "They are currently being interrogated, but they are refusing to talk for the moment," Silver commented. Spectre didn't say anything, but he felt uncomfortable at the thought of the torture these guys were going through. "You know, if you hadn't been there, we probably wouldn't be having this conversation," the wizard blurted out of nowhere. The blonde looked at him with his reddish eyes expressing enormous doubt. "I know a spell that allows me to switch places with another person. I normally use it to fight, but it can be used in many ways," the black-haired man explained with a small smile. Then Spectre opened her eyes in understanding. Silver was going to die instead of Yasaka. This was a huge change in history that he felt should not have happened. Although if things went well, Silver would not influence this timeline by joining his team, since he would return with him to his original timeline. "I see. I think it was good to intervene. I wouldn't like to see the sad face Yasaka-chan would have if you had died," the blonde commented seriously. The brunette looked at him with slight surprise, before smiling languidly. "As long as she was safe, I wouldn't have minded dying, but you're right, she would be very sad if I were to die," he muttered with some regret in his voice. He held her when she was born, he had watched her grow up, and he knew that they had a powerful bond. Silver hoped to see her as an adult and a worthy ruler of Kyoto. "That's why thanks for preventing me from reaching such an extreme," she said while looking at him with a certain intensity. Issei was surprised by this, but getting over the surprise he simply smiled as he placed a hand on the black-haired man's shoulder. Silver saw in the boy's eyes that he was someone trustworthy, as well as someone fair and protective, since it was the same look that his deceased father had. For Silver, the boy was someone trustworthy. After that, the place fell into a comfortable silence for the rest of his bath. A couple of hours later, the masked man is seen wandering around the castle library. He had asked Tamamo's permission to be able to look for some information necessary to return home. Luckily for him, she granted him permission without asking anything, and that was why he was here. Let's see: herbology, star studies, legends of Europe, medicine, barrier spells, onmyagi knowledge, he muttered as he browsed through the sections of the library. He was surprised by the wide variety of topics, but still couldn't find what he was looking for. He continued to walk through the library for several more minutes, until he came to a section that caught his attention. Time displacement theories, he murmured slowly. Good luck, mate, I think you found what you were looking for. It was Drake's comment. I know Drake, he replied with a small smile. He quickly scanned the titles in that section, picking out the books he thought would help him in his search. Once he had them all, he walked over to a table where he began to read them. This would definitely be the hardest and most boring part, but he couldn't afford to complain or waste time. These are interesting topics you've chosen, don't you think? A female voice murmured. Maybe, but I know he's someone trustworthy, a male voice commented. Silver and Leo were on a small balcony on the upper floors that overlooked some hallways in the upper part of the library, from where they could watch the boy already reading his first book. The yokai had some doubts about the masked man, so she decided to keep an eye on him. She didn't show it, but she was surprised by the vote of confidence that Silver had in the boy after just meeting him. Saving Yasaka wasn't enough for her to trust him, especially after what her leader had told them. He knew it was nothing bad, but he couldn't trust it. That same ideology allowed her to protect her kingdom from the power-hungry who wanted to overthrow her in the past, and for that very reason she would not be trusted. Her golden eyes remained on the boy, noticing the movement of his pupils as they ran over the lines of text. Without saying anything else, the duo remained in the same spot during the boy's stay in the library. For 3 hours he searched for the information necessary to be able to return, but at most the books leaned more towards the theory of some spells without explaining the procedures to follow to perform them. He had already read 3 of the nearly 20 books he had chosen, which caused him some mental fatigue, so he got up and, making sure to put them where he could find them easily, returned to his room. Silver and Leo imitated the boy and went to rest. The blonde was in his room, without his mask and with his arms under his head while he stared at the ceiling distractedly. My search has yielded no results, but it's only the first day, he muttered, trying to lessen his frustration. I already knew it wouldn't be easy, but that didn't mean that knowing it made it any easier. The window showed that it was getting dark, so he closed his eyes trying to clear his mind. Arifel, who was leaning against the wall, made her jewel shine slightly while a silver-colored energy came out of the weapon and surrounded the boy. He smiled as he felt it. Thanks for the support, Arifel, he murmured more calmly. The energy that sword had calmed him in some way. It was like when you rested under a tree and a soft breeze caressed your skin, relaxing you instantly. He stayed like that for several minutes, until a sound woke him from his rest. Knock knock. It was heard at the door. Spectra-sama, dinner will be served in an hour. Tamamo-sama will be waiting for you, a female voice said. I understand, thanks for informing me, he replied as he sat up in bed. With your permission, the voice said before footsteps were heard walking away. He was silent for a moment, before standing up, taking his mask and leaving the room. I think I'll get some fresh air, he said to himself as he put on his mask. It was not difficult for him to reach the castle gardens. This had not changed much, as the bushes gave the impression of creating a small labyrinth, although its shape was rather aesthetic. The variety of flowers, as well as several roses, gave a multicolored and cheerful touch to the place. The blonde walked over to a bench and sat down as he watched the sky turn orange and begin to darken. He muttered when he felt a presence in the garden. His gaze scanned the place, until between the spaces between 2 bushes he could see a certain yokai pass by. She felt his gaze as she stopped and turned in his direction. Not knowing how to approach her, the boy simply raised his hand with a small, tense smile. The white-haired girl looked strange and a little hesitant, until she shrugged her shoulders and walked towards him. Spectra, he muttered in a cordial tone. The blonde took a second look, realizing that he wasn't wearing his armor, but some kind of blue uniform. This was a kind of military jacket with a cape, a sarong over a skirt where 2 plates could be seen protecting the hip, and boots. Without saying another word, she sat down next to him. They both fell into a somewhat awkward silence, at least from the masked man's point of view. I haven't thanked you yet for the help you gave us, she said suddenly, breaking the silence that surrounded them. The blonde was surprised, but overcoming his surprise he returned the conversation. It was nothing, although I'm glad I got there on time, the boy replied. This comment was based on what Silver had told him, since he was the one who would die protecting Yasaka. The girl looked at him doubtfully. The masked man denied. It's nothing, the blonde finished. Another stretch of silence formed around them, though this time it wasn't as awkward as it had been at first. Neither of them spoke again, as they both looked at the sky with a few stars appearing. Tell me something about yourself, Spectra. I'm curious about what kind of person you are, the yokai said out of nowhere. The masked man remained silent for several seconds until he spoke. Only if you tell me something about yourself, he replied, looking at her with a small smile. The white-haired girl looked a little surprised, but then laughed lightly. Silver was right, this boy was someone interesting. For more than half an hour they talked about tastes, interests and future plans, trying to get to know each other as people. For Issei this was perfect, since as soon as he had the opportunity he would make the offer to join his group. The trust he built with Leo and Silver from now on would improve his chances of them accepting. On the other hand, Leo did this to get to know the boy, as he was intrigued by what Tamamo said about his help being important at some point. If that was so, then trust and recognition between the two would yield better results in whatever happened in the future. It's almost time for dinner, we have to go to the dining room, Leo said, getting up from the bench. The blonde imitated her. I hadn't realized, he muttered somewhat amused. The girl smiled and they both left the gardens and entered the castle. When they arrived at the dining room, the masked man could see a large table where Tamamo, Yasaka and Silver were already waiting for them. Tamamo-sama, Yasaka-chan, Silver, Spectra greeted. I'm glad you're joining us, Spectra-kun, Tamamo replied with a kind smile. The little QB smiled shyly at him and Silver raised a hand in greeting. Tamamo-sama, Yasaka, Silver, Leo greeted this time. Please sit down, the soon-to-be ex-leader of Kyoto requested. They both did so and at that moment several servants entered with trays containing various dishes. Dinner progressed quietly, no one spoke while they enjoyed the food, causing a deep silence. At least until someone broke it. Spectra, where are you from? Yasaka asked with slight discomfort. The mask Spectra was wearing made her nervous, as it hid what was commonly known as the window to the soul, so without being able to look him in the eyes she didn't know what kind of person the blonde was. He noticed this, so he brought his hand to his face, and slowly removed it. He had to suppress a small laugh at the curious, anxious expression on the little yokai's face. She looked with fascination at the fiery red color of his eyes, which looked at her in a soft and kind way. She could even feel the warmth they gave off. This made her feel instantly safe. Leo noticed this too and became even more interested in the boy. Silver just smiled amused as he noticed his fellow captain's growing interest, though he didn't blame her since the boy was quite interesting. Well, Yasaka-chan, I live in a peaceful city far away from here, although I must say that from time to time problems arise. That's why I am in charge of protecting it along with 2 other people. Anyway, my team and I went on a mission, but due to a small event I ended up alone in this place and now I'm looking for a way to return, was his calm response. Those present took note of this, while the little girl lowered her ears slightly upon hearing the last thing. Do you miss home? She asked hesitantly, not knowing if it was a good idea to ask that. The blonde showed a slightly dull smile. Yes, I miss my home, but I know I'll be able to return soon, he said while smiling more openly at the last part. This encouraged Yasaka a little more. Tell me, Spectra, do you have someone special waiting for you? Silver asked with an amused smile. The name blushed slightly at the question, before bringing a hand to his neck. The image of 5 girls immediately came to his mind. Then he smiled. Yes, there is someone waiting for me, he replied without giving many details. This slightly surprised the black-haired man, but he quickly got over it. Oh, I really envy you, boy, he said with a small, wan smile. Don't feel bad, a pretty blonde will come along just for you, Leo commented with a certain malice. The black-haired boy blushed before giving her a dirty look. Spectra looked at them doubtfully at this. Silver-kun has a certain liking for blonde girls, Tamamo commented this time with an amused smile, which she hid with the sleeve of her kimono. Tamamo-sama. Silver exclaimed with an expression of total betrayal. Yofufu, I heard that he promised my little Yasaka that when she grew up he would marry her, said the leader with an I know everything look. She was only 3 years old, and she was playing, he exclaimed in self-defense. He thought it was funny at the time, so he said yes, knowing she was just a little girl overthinking. The I don't believe a word you say look on Tamamo's face completely disarmed him. The poor man was redder than before as he shrank into his seat. Leo and Tamamo laughed at this. Spectre drew an amused smile, while the image of the Isaka he knew came to his mind. She wondered what face the black-haired man would make when he saw her. Although I also hoped he wouldn't try anything when I saw Tsukumi, Neru, Valerie, Gabriel and Griselda. The blonde blinked doubtfully at the last 4 names that came to mind. It seems that he is beginning to notice them, thought a certain sealed dragon. For her part, the little blonde just blinked in confusion without understanding anything. So the dinner ended without further ado, and everyone retired to rest. The blonde was in his bed, while thinking about the problems that were approaching. I hope everything goes well, he thought before letting himself fall asleep. As a precautionary method, he had kept the mask on to sustain the appearance-changing spell just in case. Original timeline, Kuo City. A certain brown-haired teenager was in her room with a paper in her hand. He was thankful that his parents weren't home, so he could summon a certain blonde without any worries. I need to talk to you, Brielle-san, the girl said. With that said, on the floor of his room a glowing circle appeared. She waited anxiously for the blonde to appear, but she didn't expect her to be accompanied by 2 other girls. Brielle-san, he muttered doubtfully upon seeing her appear. Kaori-chan, I hope you don't mind that I brought 2 of my fellow noblesse members, the girl said with an apologetic smile. Huh. Don't worry, I was just surprised, he responded quickly. Then she scanned the 2 unknown girls with her gaze. One of them was a girl with purple hair, red eyes and a figure similar to Brielle's, while the other was a blonde girl who appeared to be 23 years old with a fairly developed body and a kind look. My name is Musa, nice to meet you, the purple-haired girl introduced herself. My name is Griselda, the blonde introduced herself with a kind smile. Nice to meet you, I'm Murayama Kaori, the brunette returned the greeting. Then she looked doubtfully at Brielle. They came with me because like you we have confusing feelings towards Issei. That's why I want to make sure that what we feel is love or something else. The seraph spoke seriously. The 3 remaining girls blushed upon hearing those words. Although 2 of them were surprised by the girl's seriousness, until the Fallen and the Exorcist opened their eyes when they understood the reason for her attitude. I see, so you're taking into account the situation he had with the Gremory group, Musa mentioned seriously. The blonde nodded, her gaze hardening slightly. For its part, this caused many doubts in the brown-haired. The Exorcist noticed this, so she decided to clarify the point. Issei-sen was in a romantic relationship with Rias Gremory, Himejima Akeno, Asia Argento, Tujo Koneko, Zenobia Quarta, Shido Arena and to a lesser extent with Ravel Phoenix. Griselda began to explain with a slight grimace as she named her protege and Michael's ace. The brunette opened her eyes in stupefaction upon hearing this. Despite knowing that the demons were polygamous, hearing that long list of girls was somewhat shocking, although another important point was finding out that all of them belonged to the supernatural world. On the other hand, she couldn't imagine all those girls sharing the same guy. Many things happened because of which they fell in love with him. Even Issei risked his life many times to protect them from all danger. But as you should know, currently they all have a relationship with several boys from Kuo Academy, Brielle said this time. Kaori nodded awkwardly, since she already knew this. They didn't take his feelings into account, and just pushed him aside without any explanation. That's why we're going to have this conversation, to determine if we truly love him and are starting to feel love for him, and thus not make the same mistake they did, Musa declared this time. The brunette looked at them a little surprised, as she could see the seriousness that this talk would have. If what they said was true, that meant that an insecure or unfounded love could cause a lot of harm to the boy's heart. I understand, taking into account what I've heard so far I think I'll have to save my important questions for him, at least if I come to a resolution, was Murayama's comment. From what he could deduce, what happened with the brown-haired boy and the girls mentioned was something that could not be taken lightly, or at least that was what the body language of his 3 servants indicated. He obviously started to worry, but he left those thoughts for later. No doubt he had many questions for Issei, which he would ask at the time. Well then, who starts? The brunette asked doubtfully. The 4 of them looked at each other with doubt and indecision, before Gabriel took the initiative and spoke, earning astonished glances from his companions at this. I will do it, he declared with decision and seriousness. The others just stared at her intently, making her slightly nervous. You should know that I had not been interested in anyone romantically. Being an angel, I only knew brotherly love or the love for what was created by Father. The girl began to speak. Murayama widened his eyes at the latter, knowing well who she was referring to when she said Father. On the other hand, the other two already knew this beforehand. This has changed in these last few days ever since a small incident in the castle bathroom. My way of seeing Issei is different from any other person or being I have ever met before. This was generated mostly by seeing the kind of boy he is and how he has handled his situation until now, the Archangel said. Griselda and Penemy blushed at the mention of the incident, while the brunette raised an eyebrow at this, but decided not to investigate it for the moment. He has kept his heart free of hatred against those who have hurt him, something that has caused a great impact not only on me, but on all of us who follow him. In short, I must say that I have started to fall in love with Hyodo Issei, she finished saying with that realization. This left the other three girls speechless, but Griselda and Penemy more so. Gabriel was blushing quite a bit when those words came out of her mouth, but being honest with herself, she had to surrender to the truth. She was beginning to feel something deep for the man the brunette was becoming. A deep silence reigned for the next few minutes, before another of the girls decided to speak. I guess I'm also interested in him in that way. Since Brielle already said the qualities that Issei has highlighted in recent days, I don't have much to add. I'll just say that I've seen facets of him that make him attractive to me, Musa said with a small smile adorned with a blush. The days when the boy would stop by Grigori to visit Lilith came to his mind, sharing fun moments between the three of them as she was the one in charge of taking care of the small copy of Ophis. She could see a certain gloomy, sad tint in his eyes, but it disappeared during their time together, only to return the moment he left. This made her slightly worried about him, until that day when she escaped from her responsibilities to take a break from so much work and saw him walking next to Seraphine. It was then that he found out why there was that dull glow in her eyes. The situation in the bathroom, the ritual, and knowing what he experienced to free himself from his curse and the theft of his first kiss only added fuel to the fire that was beginning to burn inside his heart. Another silence formed after that, to be broken by a certain exorcist. It seems that Issei-san has made quite an impression on us with the past events, Griselda began to speak. She smiled with her eyes closed and a certain resignation could be heard in her voice. It's totally foreign to me to talk about my feelings, especially because it's the first time I've noticed a boy, but despite that, I feel that I should listen to my heart and accept that I'm falling in love with him, said the blonde. She opened her eyes and looked at her fellow nobles, as well as at the surprised brunette. I'm sure it can be a bit confusing since none of us have been interested in anyone or had any kind of romantic relationship depending on the reasons each one has, she said, referring to Gabriel, Penemy, and herself. Then his gaze turned soft. But I'm glad that he's the one who awakens these feelings within my chest, since he has proven to be someone worthy of my feelings, she declared, bringing one of her hands to her chest and blushing at her own words. The other three girls also blushed at this. The angelic trio felt a weight lifted from their shoulders after admitting that they were beginning to feel something more than friendship, respect, or admiration for the boy. For her part, Murayama was quite indecisive, not knowing what to say or think in this situation, so taking a deep breath she decided to calm down and think things through. The change in Issei was quite drastic, to the point of thinking that he had only recently acquired these new qualities, but that was not the case. Brielle clarified that he had always been like that, but his perversion was too great to the point of completely eclipsing his strengths. He also mentioned that as a dragon he attracted power, in addition to gaining female interest due to his aura, but this only happened with girls who were interested in him. This ruled out the possibility that he was under her influence, at least in some way. The idea of sharing it was unacceptable to him, at least as far as morality was concerned. On the other hand, she had been able to see the real Hyodo Issei, or at least the Issei beyond his perverted side, and being honest with herself, she liked what she saw. It might be superficial and a little unfounded, but I knew what I was feeling was real at some point. She bit her lip at what it meant to admit that she liked the brunette, but she couldn't deny it anymore, especially since what had happened that night. "Ah, stupid Hyodo and his dragon aura," was what he said with an exasperated and somewhat amused smile. They all looked at each other, then smiled and laughed lightly. "Yes, I'm interested in him too, but I won't rush things and I'll let time tell me if it's love or just a superficial fixation on his new self. For the moment I'll just relate to him as friends," she said seriously this time. The three girls nodded, understanding that she still had a lot to think about, but at least she had already accepted that she was interested in the boy. Another period of silence fell over the place, though this time it was more comfortable. "So girl talk?" the brunette proposed hesitantly. The other three girls smiled before nodding. The rest of the night passed in laughter until the early hours of the morning, before the brunette was overcome by sleep and the angelic trio returned to the castle. Japan, year 1257 AD. A certain masked man was walking through the castle gardens one morning. It had been a week since he arrived in Kyoto, time in which he had gotten to know Silver and Leo quite well as fostering some trust with them. Casual conversations with Tamamo also happened often, though the mischievous glint in her eyes made him quite uncomfortable. It was as if she knew where he was seeing from, but she knew that was impossible. He also spoke to a shy Yasaka, which forced him to remove his mask to reassure the little yokai and future leader of Kyoto. On the other hand, his search for information still bore no fruit, but he did not give up. He snapped out of his thoughts as he sat down on a bench to admire the cloudless sky above his head. "This is somewhat relaxing," he murmured as he felt the breeze caress the part of his face that the mask did not cover. He closed his eyes as the electronic irises of the mask disappeared, mirroring the same action beneath it. He focused on his aura, as he molded it into an object. He opened his eyes and in front of him floated a guitar made of energy, which made him sigh with tiredness. He sought to be able to create the instrument out of nothing to relax in his free time, but he was still unable to create complex objects with his aura's creation. He internally cursed not having bought an acoustic guitar to keep her in her personal dimension as Ascalon. At least then he wouldn't get bored. He sighed again in resignation and relaxed his aura until it disappeared. Perhaps next time he could do it. Then his mind wandered to Silver and Leo. The abilities he was able to find out about them were extremely surprising. Silver specialized in Zokiai no Mahu, creation magic, specifically Kori's Zokiai no Mahu, ice creation magic. This magic allowed him to shape ice into either inanimate things or dynamic formations like animals. His hand-to-hand combat was exceptional, especially when creating ice weapons in the middle of combat to form many fighting styles depending on the weapon used. On the other hand, Leo possessed a high level of fire magic, in addition to possessing two sacred weapons that were the treasure of his country. The battle axe, Grand Vert, and the holy sword, Ex Machina. The first was an axe that could destroy anything, while the second was a ring that could create a wide variety of weapons, as well as giving her a boost of magical power, although she didn't need it with her enormous reserves. Until now, that was all he could learn about them after his conversations and observing some of their training sessions. "Spectre-sama, breakfast is ready," a maid announced, approaching him and bringing him out of his thoughts. "Thanks, I'll be right there," the masked man replied in a soft tone. The maid bowed somewhat tensely before quickly leaving. The masked man kept a serious expression as he watched the girl walk away with shaky legs and sweating profusely after being in his presence. He had noticed that several of the castle's servants became nervous, tense, or breathed heavily when in front of him. He stood up from his seat and headed to the castle's dining room while thinking about this. Drake had explained to her that this was a side effect of assimilating and controlling a little more of Kurumi's power inside her, which had made her dragon aura denser to the point that it became suffocating if one did not have a certain level of power. No one knew he was a dragon, as no yokai had ever been in the presence of one, therefore they only knew that he was not human. For this reason he reduced his power within the castle or when he was with Yasaka so as not to bother her. This time, the girl arrived at a time when she was experimenting with her power and was therefore extremely affected. Although everyone knew that despite his appearance and power he was quite kind, that is why they did not run away from him on those occasions. He put those thoughts aside when he reached the castle's dining room, where Tamamo, Yasaka, Silver and Leo were already sitting at the table. The current Kyoto leader, the next Kyoto leader, and the two Kyoto Legion captains shared the table. Practically the most important people in the country, not counting the council. "Take a seat, Spectre-kun," Tamamo invited in an elegant tone. The all for honor mentioned bowed, before removing the mask from his face and taking a seat in front of Silver. Breakfast was like every other day, with some brief conversations that livened up the atmosphere. "I wonder how Aline and Elsha are doing," he thought as he brought a piece of bread to his mouth. Ancient Elven Forest. Aline and Elsha had just finished their morning warm-up, before starting their training. "Well, it's time to see what you can do with that," said the elf with a serious look. The blonde sharpened her gaze as she summoned a gauntlet on her left arm. It was red on the outside, while its interior and palm were black. The fingers were bare from knuckles to fingertips, while a green jewel was on the back. This had been revealed the day before when the training ended, surprising both women. The little I could find out is that it is not the boosted gear, nor the twice critical. But don't be overconfident, Kyokin. Something could happen if we are not careful, the blonde warned. The elf nodded before launching herself at her student. At that instant the clearing was filled with the sounds of battle. This event would certainly surprise Issei quite a bit when he returned. Kyoto, Japan. The blonde had the impulse to smile crazily, but he restrained himself since Yasaka was present, and he didn't want to scare her. Something told him he would have excellent news in the near future. Then his gaze fell on little Yasaka, who for the umpteenth time was telling her mother how the blonde had finished off the guy who tried to kill her, and how this caused the other renegades to surrender. It was something amazing, said the kitsune, referring to the technique. Yofufu, I think I'll have to see that for myself at some point, the leader commented with a laugh. After this comment, Silver and Leo looked meaningfully at the blonde, something that caused a drop to fall on his neck at the clear message of "do it" that was printed in that intense look. No doubt they conceded several things to their leader. Then he sighed. If you want, I can show you some of my skills, Tamamo-sama, Spectra commented casually before drinking from her wine glass. This earned an interested look from Tamamo, an instantly satisfied one from Silver and Leo, as well as an excited one from Yasaka. Really? Yasaka asked excitedly. I have no problem with that, the blonde replied with a small smile as he put his glass back on the table. Thanks for taking the trouble, Spectra-kun, the eldest kitsune thanked. The blonde nodded before returning to his breakfast. 20 minutes later, both kitsune, Silver and Leo, as well as several elderly generals and high-ranking soldiers were in one of the troop training camps. Issei didn't say anything about the extra guests out of respect for Tamamo. Well, I guess I'll show you this attack first, but since I can't ask for any volunteers, I'll do it this way, he said while a normal-sized statue appeared in a magic circle. The masked man approached her to grab her by the head. Everyone held their breath upon seeing this, especially when a dark aura surrounded him, making everyone present shudder at the power of his aura as well as the trace of aggression present in it. Garuda flap. A ray of light rose into the sky at an impressive speed, before disappearing from sight in the firmament. Then the masked man drew a mark on the ground with his foot. In 3 seconds the statue will fall in this place, he announced seriously. Everyone looked at the sky expectantly. The atmosphere became tense from one moment to the next. Everyone gulped, only to finally see a dark spot fall on the previously marked spot. Boom! A small rumble and a jolt shook the place as a thick cloud of dust rose, clouding the view. When the cloud of dust dispersed, everyone noticed the statue completely broken into pieces inside a small crater. As you can see, the strong point of this technique is the launch, resulting in a deadly fall from an enormous height, Spectra said. This brought them out of their shock, as everyone looked at him in amazement. Next would be this one, he said as a small magic circle glowed in his palm. From this emerged a large number of small butterflies of energy that dispersed through the air. Immediately afterwards, a strange artifact appeared on his waist that no one had seen before. Spectra drew the gun from his waist and took aim. Enemy chaser. As he pulled the trigger, a beam of light shot out from the barrel of his gun, destroying one of the butterflies. The others instantly stirred and moved randomly, making it impossible to target any of them properly. Still, the blonde activated his weapon several times, generating several rays that chased his targets, leaving them no chance to escape. Tamamo and Yasaka watched in wonder as the light show unfolded before their eyes. Silver and Leo wondered what kind of weapon that was, and the other spectators gulped at the boy's display of skills. Once all the butterflies were eliminated, the masked man put away his weapon so that it would disappear into glowing particles. Then they saw him take an attacking stance, as if he was going to throw a punch. Lightning voltage. Letting go of his fist, it generated a powerful lightning bolt that pierced through the training ground. He then puffed out his chest, as everyone felt a rise in his aura. Fire annihilation. A decent-sized wall of fire came out of his mouth as he regulated the power to the minimum so as not to cause any trouble. This did cause quite a surprise among everyone present, as it resembled the fiery breath of a dragon. On the other hand, Leo looked at this with enthusiasm and a certain competitive instinct, which required him to measure his skills with this boy. "Any silver," he said while watching the boy unsheath a rifle. "Tell me, Leo," The named one answered while observing the masked man's movements with great interest. Do you remember the event with the biggest reward that was held in Galette? The girl asked in a calm voice. Too calm. The black-haired man raised an eyebrow without taking his eyes off the display of katas that the boy was performing. The event with the highest reward in his former kingdom. If I remember correctly, it was the battle for his hand. Silver's eyes widened before turning to his fellow captain, only to see that gleam in her eyes and that predatory smile. You don't think? Silver said with shock. The white-haired girl smiled wider, before she glowed and used a spell to change her clothes into her battle suit, and then leaped into the air towards the training ground. This caught the attention of Tamamo and some of the elders present instantly. Don't get me wrong, I'm just curious about what the outcome would have been in that case, and what better way to find out than by facing him, he said while summoning a bow. She aimed and an arrow appeared in the gun, before releasing the projectile towards its target. Spectra opened his eyes under his mask as he felt the battle aura erupt behind him, as well as foreseeing an attack coming towards him. He quickly pinned Arifel to the ground, making his jewels shine as a wind shield appeared and protected him from the attack, easily destroying the arrow. Flush. The wind swirled around him in a defensive gesture. He then turned towards his attacker with Arifel back in his hand, only to be surprised by the sight of a fist straight to his face, which he barely managed to dodge. In a quick movement, he distanced himself from his opponent to assess the situation and create a strategy accordingly. Living with Sona and Ross Wise had greatly influenced him in this regard, something he was mentally grateful for. What does this mean, Leo-san? He asked with utmost seriousness as he slowly lowered Arifel's blade upon seeing who his attacker was. The unyielding and discontented tone was noted by everyone, who worried about what might happen. Despite this, the all for honor mentioned was not affected by the dangerous tone that the boy used with her. He even smiled with marked emotion. Face me, only then will I get these doubts out of my mind, said the yokai while summoning a battle axe and a shield. Issei blinked doubtfully at what the girl said. It seems that she wants to test you, and remember that there are people who understand each other through fists. Maybe she is that kind of person, don't you think? The dragon contributed, sensing the insecurity of his host. I think I understand. Besides, I wanted to face one of them in battle and confirm their skills. He answered in his mind while a smile worthy of Valley made its way across his face. This small hunger for battle arose after increasing his mastery of the power of Kurumi and Great Red within him. Drake smiled at this characteristic that dragons had and that its bearer recently adopted. I see, then I accept your challenge, he said before taking Arifel and pointing at her with the blade. They both looked at each other for a second, before charging towards their opponent. Clang! The clash of metal between the two weapons echoed throughout the place, as well as a small shockwave that shook the place. Tamamo and Silver watched this seriously as they both wanted to see how strong Spectra was. Yasaka looked at this with excitement. The elders and soldiers present felt a pressure in the environment that kept them tense. As both combatants applied force to overpower the other with their weapon, Leo smiled as a small magic seal appeared on the back of his hand before pointing his palm at him, from which a burst of raw power emerged. Boom! Spectra managed to put his left arm forward to protect himself, but was still thrown back several meters. His smoking body spun a couple of times before falling into a crouch. That was dangerous, the blonde thought, looking seriously at his opponent. Without further ado, he moved at great speed, before dropping the blade of his sword on Leo, who stopped the attack with his axe, which broke under Arifel's power. Spectra threw a punch towards the girl's stomach, which was blocked by her shield. Leo then summoned a Naginata and attacked deftly, but was repelled by Spectra, albeit with some difficulty. He is very skilled with weapons, he thought as he dodged the blade of the weapon, which was heading for his right shoulder. His skill with this weapon undoubtedly surpassed that seen in Sona's Queen Tsubaki. Following the encounter and on a small opportunity, the masked man extended his arm to be able to hold the Naginata, and then pulled it, trying to get as close to Leo as possible. The yokai dropped the weapon upon noticing this, then summoned a sword and attacked. Spectra simply placed the spear to protect himself, since this movement on the part of the white-haired girl took him by surprise. Slash. This one was easily split by Leo, but at least it gave him time to retreat and get out of the girl's range while he regained his stance. This allowed him to take a couple of steps away, before facing his opponent. You are certainly skilled, I didn't think you could recover like that, the girl commented with a smile. As the only response, Spectra smiled widely before it happened. In a second he was already in front of Leo, who opened her eyes before positioning her shield to block the masked man's sword. With a little time to react, that was the only thing he could do to defend himself. Flush. Her shield split in two as she stepped back, watching Erfel's blade pass close to her chest. Then a blue aura surrounded her as it pierced the boy's defense, who only managed to see golden eyes before it happened. Quick counter. Spectra opened his eyes before feeling the powerful impact on his stomach. Bam. He flew out again, spitting out a bit of blood and saliva from the impact. He managed to recompose himself in the air, falling on one knee with his left hand on the ground for better support. "Are you okay, partner?" Drake asked with slight concern. "Yes, I just didn't expect that blow," the boy replied, looking up. He could see Leo holding his fist out in front of him, which was smoking slightly. Her reaction speed is equal to Siegfried's and her strength is almost on par with Aline. He thought, remembering the wandering demon he faced a couple of weeks ago and the elf's fighting style. "You are very strong. Almost no one manages to emerge unscathed from my counterattack, although I only limited myself to hitting you and not using my weapon," the girl declared, retracting her fist. It was at that moment that Leo's gaze sharpened. "But now that I've checked your level, I can start to stop holding back," he said with absolute seriousness. The girl then raised her sword to the sky as a huge seal appeared behind Leo, and his aura soared to alarming levels. Spectra's eyes widened beneath his mask at the sheer amount of energy. "You have got to be kidding," she thought in shock. The spectators were surprised at the level shown in those few movements, since despite receiving 2 direct attacks from the former Lion Knight Queen, the masked man did not show any significant damage. But now was when things would get heated. "Silver, put up a barrier," Tamamo exclaimed worriedly. The attack that the white-haired yokai was preparing was one of the most powerful in her arsenal. She knew that Spectra would emerge unscathed from the attack, but still, using him in this place was dangerous for the other inhabitants of the castle. She wouldn't see any problems if she was in her prime, but her illness prevented her from using her full power, and therefore in her current state she couldn't contain all that destructive power. For his part, Silver quickly created ice barriers that surrounded the area to protect them and the surroundings from what was coming. "Leo, you got too confident because I'm here. Damn, you really are incorrigible," Silver thought with a tense smile. On the other hand, the blonde could see the dense amount of power and the data thrown on the electronic visor of his mask, and this was extremely worrying. "I didn't think he would go to this extreme to test me, but I still won't back down," Issei thought seriously. Instantly, a magic circle appeared beneath him as he sucked in a large amount of air and began to mold a large amount of power into his lungs. Then a dark violet aura surrounded him, which was almost on par with that of the former ruler. Leo smiled, noticing this as he lowered his weapon and a magic circle appeared beneath it. "Survive this Shoshiroyu and Jin Dai Bakuhatsu. Great explosion of the Lion King's circle of fire," he exclaimed as his aura exploded. Columns of fire began to emerge from the ground, before a fiery shockwave swept away everything in its path towards Issei. For his part, he saw the attack coming towards him before unleashing his own attack. Mega Flare. A blue-violet fiery projectile came out of his mouth at that moment. Spectators watched as the 2 flames collided inside the eye structure. Boom! A huge explosion shook the place, while a 2-colored tower of fire rose into the sky. The tremor alarmed several people in the castle, who thought it was a terrorist attack or something like that. Tamamo and the others noticed how the ice barriers began to disappear after fulfilling their function, while a wave of heat reached them, suffocating several of those present. Smoke covered the place, preventing them from seeing the result of the collision of powers. Then they could notice a silhouette in the smoke. "If it weren't for my great affinity, I would have been seriously damaged by the fire," said the silhouette, which the smoke stopped covering. This turned out to be Leo, who was surrounded by a greenish aura that protected her from the flames. In front of her she could see a spherical shape in the smoke, which kept her alert. "That was dangerous. If it weren't for the fact that I trained hard, I wouldn't have been able to contain your attack," a male voice responded. When the smoke cleared completely, a black sphere could be seen, which had some small scales as decoration. Then the sphere opened like a flower, revealing that it was actually 3 pairs of wings that had emerged from the boy's back. These were black and had a dark blue, threadbare membrane that gave them a spectral touch. The most surprising thing was that they had protected the masked blonde, who appeared completely unharmed. "It seems we are both resistant to fire," Spectra said while calmly putting away his wings. Because of that, a deep silence reigned for several seconds, before a minute passed and no one said anything at all due to the commotion. Until the yokai in front of him spoke. "What kind of wings are those?" "No, the question here would be, what are you, Spectra?" the girl asked seriously. Everyone turned their gaze to the masked man, who had an amused smile on his face. "That, my dear Leo, you'll have to find out," he replied as he got into an attack position. The All for Honor mentioned frown, before shaking her head with a small smile and adopting a fighting stance. This boy had certainly caught her attention. On the other hand, the spectators remained silent, until an old general spoke. "Tamamo-sama, those wings were," he muttered in a tense voice. "Yes, it is certainly a relief to have him on our side," the yokai said to the air. Some did not understand what he meant, except for a few. This limited group of no more than 5 people were the only ones to have been face to face with the dragon. This was due to some meetings with Sun Wukong attended by Yulong, one of the 6 dragon kings. For his part, Silver looked doubtfully at his leader, but seeing that she remained calm, he shrugged. "I had already dealt with Spectra alone and knew he wasn't a bad person, so I had no reason to doubt him." On the battlefield, the fight resumed, only this time it was limited to hand-to-hand combat. From one of the castle towers, a pair of eyes watched the meeting, but especially the masked blonde. "Adele-sama must know this," he muttered in a serious and tense tone. The encounter continued for another 20 minutes before both decided it had been enough. "Let's end this once and for all with one last blow, what do you think?" Leo asked with a lopsided smile. "This has gone on for quite a while, so I'll take you up on the offer," the boy replied with a similar smile. With that response, both opponents prepared for the final blow. Spectra retracted his right fist towards his hip as a blue-green aura surrounded said fist. Leo created a large axe, which was surrounded by energy. They both looked at each other for a few seconds, before pouncing on each other. Magen Seppuden. Demon God's Wind Slash. It was Leo's attack. A green crescent-shaped wave of energy emerged from the weapon and advanced towards Spectra. Great Mountain Smasher. Issei opted for a purely physical attack. With his glowing fist, the masked man pierced the yokai's attack and attacked. Flash. Everyone watched as both opponents stood with their backs to each other a couple of meters away, while maintaining the position of their last attack. Leo with his axe down, and Spectra with his glowing fist forward. "It was a great fight. I must say that you are the strongest opponent I have faced, not counting Silver, but thanks to this encounter I have understood many things about you," Leo declared, smiling with his eyes closed. "Same here, you really are an amazing and admirable person," the masked man responded with a similar smile. The spectators felt more at ease after hearing Leo's words, especially those who still did not trust the masked man. On the other hand, Silver and Tamamo smiled amusedly at this, while Yasaka exclaimed that it was an amazing fight. Both fighters turned around to look at each other. So, crack. Leo's armor began to fall apart, the protections on his legs, his arms, the plates that protected his hip as well as his axe were destroyed. "Wow, I didn't expect this," he muttered, looking in surprise at his unprotected hand. However, it didn't end there. Ras. His cloak and jacket turned into pieces of cloth. Huh. She was taken by surprise by this. Ras. But what? The blonde exclaimed this time. Spectra watched in surprise as his trench coat and white gloves were also torn apart, leaving him in only a sleeveless black shirt adorned with several straps in his pants, plus arafo around his waist. Silence filled the place as the boy looked up, then away at Leo's outfit. Her white blouse left her shoulders and generous cleavage exposed, as well as her flat stomach. Her tiny shorts below her hips allowed her but to be free from the garment at the back, but also showed hints of her underwear. In his opinion, she was extremely pretty and sexy. Damn, I knew she was beautiful, but this is on another level. He thought with a blush that his mask hid very well. It seemed like Shikigami wouldn't allow him to live a life free of ichi moments even after losing his perversion. Not that he was complaining, since at least now he wasn't accused of being a pervert at times like this. Looks like you have pervert luck, buddy, the dragon said with mockery in his voice. You're not helping at all, he replied in his mind. He then noticed how the yokai was heading towards Tamamo and the others, so he also walked towards them. Going behind the white-haired girl allowed him to see the girl's graceful sway of hips that briefly mesmerized him, before she shook her head and resumed her serious air. It was a great fight, Spectra-kun. With you here I feel a little calmer, Tamamo mentioned with a smile. You have the power to be the 3rd Legion captain if you wanted to, especially since Tamamo-sama approves of you, Silver explained while putting an arm over the boy's shoulder. I guess so, he replied with an awkward laugh. Sugged. You are very strong, Spectra, Yasaka said with stars in her eyes. The masked man gently stroked her head, earning giggles from the little yokai at the gesture. That's it, you may leave, Tamamo ordered the others. With that said, all the spectators left the place with several questions and doubts in their heads. I'm going to retire to rest, with your permission, Tamamo-sama, Spectra said while bowing. Then he walked away from the place. Leo seriously watched the boy's back as he walked away, until he lost sight of him completely. The leader and her 2 captains fell silent after that. I probably would have lost if the fight had gone on any longer, Leo suddenly commented. This earned surprised looks from Tamamo, Silver, and Yasaka. They may not have fought with all their power, but she could sense the enormous level Spectra held, but she had also sensed the boy's nature. For a moment I felt it, a gentle power that makes you feel safe and protected, but at the same time wild and overwhelming, which will not hesitate to tear apart its enemies or anyone who touches something it loves, he expressed with an intense glow in his eyes. This certainly left his listeners speechless. It's almost like he continued. A dragon protecting his most precious treasure, Tamamo interrupted with a small smile. Silver, Leo and Yasaka looked at her with surprise marked on their faces at that comparison. The image of the named one came to their minds from behind and seeing them over his shoulder while he was surrounded by his aura, while in the background a black dragon could be seen representing his power. Think about it, it's a good comparison, don't you think? He said as he lifted Yasaka into his arms and began to leave. Silver and Leo stood there for a little longer, before looking at each other and smiling. Yes, it is certainly an excellent comparison, Silver said as he began to leave. Leo just looked up at the sky, before following his companion back to the castle. Spectra, he thought with an enigmatic smile. 4 days later. It was late at night and Leo was walking through the halls of the castle in a specific direction, Spectra's room. 4 days had passed since their fight, which several servants of the castle found out about, as well as the townspeople. They felt secure knowing that their power was at their leader's disposal for any eventuality. That would be very helpful in strengthening security on the day the new leader takes power. The days had passed normally, although her instincts told her that something serious would happen very soon, and that kept her restless. She was going to see the masked man right now to talk a little, since she wanted to find out what kind of creature Spectra was. He still couldn't get the wings the boy had shown off that time out of his mind. When he reached his door, he noticed that it was ajar, as the boy's power could be felt emerging from the room. Seized by curiosity, he erased his presence and looked through the opening. The blonde was sitting on his bed with his arms crossed, while a blue aura surrounded him completely. In front of him, the aura swirled as it began to take shape, while sweat ran down the boy's face, who was without the mask but with his eyes closed and an expression of extreme concentration. He then saw the aura take on a strange shape, which began to show a more solid form as the brightness increased. That's when there was a powerful flash, and then a strange artifact was seen floating in front of the boy. He opened his eyes as he wiped the sweat with his forearm. Wow, it was worth all the effort, he murmured, looking at his creation with excited eyes. After several attempts, he had finally been able to create a more complex object with his aura. Satisfied with his progress, he took the artifact into his hands, which was a copy of the guitar that Ken had lent him at school. He tried playing a few notes, which sounded perfect to his satisfaction as he did not have to tune the instrument. Leo opened her eyes upon hearing the sound, surprised by the unfamiliar musical instrument. Ah, I can finally entertain myself in my free time, he murmured with a small smile. Then he put his hand in his pants pocket, from which he took out a small pocket notebook, which he began to leaf through calmly. I knew it was a good idea to write down the lyrics and chords of some songs to practice them at some point, the boy said again. Leo watched this with curiosity and some expectation in his chest. The blonde then nodded at the selected song, so he studied the lyrics and chords while remembering the original song. Leo watched as the boy made himself comfortable before he began to play the instrument. The rhythm was pleasing to the ear, which is why Leo moved his head slightly without realizing it. Then the blonde began to play an arpeggio accompanied by a little strumming, which sounded very good. This time she had the decency to blush, since that sentence was very direct in meaning and intention. The arpeggio gave way to a strum indicating the change of rhythm. She controlled her blush and went over the chorus in her mind, coming to the conclusion that it was like a farewell. That was not surprising since Spectra was looking for information on how to return home. Then the strumming ended, giving way to the arpeggio again. The boy's image improved and caused a great impact on the captain without her realizing it, which was evidenced in the soft look directed at him. She closed her eyes, letting herself be carried away by the boy's voice. She understood that it was difficult for him to be away from home, not to mention that it would also be difficult when he left. At this point, the boy performed a great interpretation of the electric guitar sound with his acoustic guitar, to the delight of his furtive spectator. As fate would have it, the door opened at that moment, catching Spectra's attention and causing Leo to open his eyes. Gold and scarlet red collided at that moment. They both looked at each other for a few seconds without knowing what to say. Leo felt her cheeks burn and her heart race at the intensity of those eyes on her. For his part, Spectra remained silent, feeling embarrassed at being sneakily seen in this situation. Silence reigned for several more minutes, until Leo opened his mouth with the intention of saying something. But before he did, Spectra's eyes opened and he quickly left the guitar on the bed as he grabbed his mask from the table next to his bed and hurried towards his balcony. This reaction immediately dispelled the awkward atmosphere. "Spectra, what's wrong?" Leo questioned when he saw the boy's serious expression. He looked at the castle garden, which was completely dark because it was nighttime, but for his improved vision it was nothing. Still, he couldn't see anything suspicious, but it didn't take away the feeling that something bad was happening. "Mate, I recommend you use your eyes. Remember that you are a dragon, so your eyes have certain special abilities unique to us." It was the contribution of a serious drake. The blonde opened his eyes slightly upon hearing that, so he decided to concentrate and send a bit of his aura into them. These turned gold with the pupils slit in white, but this same thing allowed him to see everything in green and blue. "What is this, Drake?" the boy asked, slightly overwhelmed. "Heat vision. You can see the heat of things even if the target becomes invisible or their scent disappears. They will not be able to evade this ability," the dragon declared with pride in his voice. It was then that his gaze noticed how a silhouette of red, orange, and yellow colors moved without making noise or revealing its presence among the vegetation, not to mention that it was carrying a bundle in its arms. "Leo, alert everyone, someone infiltrated the castle and has Yasaka as a hostage," he said with total seriousness and a sharp gaze. This caused the All for Honor mention to open her eyes and look outside in the direction where Spectra was looking. His eyes widened at what Spectra said, so he looked outside, but he didn't notice anything. He turned his gaze to Spectra, only to see the change in her eyes and understand it. "Those are the eyes of a reptile, so it can see body heat," the yokai thought in realization. "I'll leave it to you," Spectra said before putting on his mask and jumping off the balcony to the outside. This brought her out of her thoughts, so Leo increased his aura before launching himself after him. The surge of energy alerted everyone in the castle, including the figure, who quickened her pace towards the outside of the castle, especially when she felt a certain aura behind her. She was erratic and hostile. "Damn, I was hoping for more time," he muttered in an alarmed tone. As soon as he managed to get out of the walls, he left his subtle movements behind and began to run at enormous speed towards the town. Spectra crossed the walls through the same place where the figure had emerged, a small gap hidden between some trees in the garden. He could see how the figure disappeared into a dark street at great speed, and he quickly followed it. He ran at a good speed, but still had a hard time getting close to the figure, which had a great advantage over him as he headed towards the forest. "If I got there, following her would be quite complicated, especially because after the small forest were the mountains. Damn, I have to stop them and buy time for reinforcements to arrive," he muttered as he unholstered his pistol and aimed, regretting it later since the chase prevented him from aiming properly. He didn't want to put Yasaka at risk because of some recklessness caused by a bad decision. "Spectra," a voice said next to her. He turned to his right, finding Leo with a serious look on his face. "What are you doing here?" "I thought I told you to raise the alarm," the masked man replied in a serious voice. This comment annoyed Leo, but when he noticed the nervousness and concern in the boy's tone, he calmed down. "I already gave the warning. The soldiers should be on their way right now," but the girl replied. "I know, most likely they won't arrive in time and the guy will escape with Yasaka," Spectra completed. They both continued running in silence, feeling the kidnapper's presence getting further and further away. They ran across the rooftops, while a figure moved along the street, almost out of sight. Leo bit his lips in slight helplessness, as he was failing in his duty. Then an idea came to his mind. She looked seriously at the ring on her hand, before taking it in one motion and removing it from her finger. For his part, Spectra was thinking about using his new balance breaker to intercept his target, until the white-haired girl's voice brought him out of his thoughts. "Spectra, use Ex Machina and save Yasaka," she said, handing him the ring. Something told her he could put it to better use than she could herself. For his part, the masked man was surprised by the request, but thinking about it better he realized that Leo was putting his hopes in him by giving him one of his country's treasures. He could reject the offer because he had better options, but that would be dismissing the yokai's help and possibly humiliating her. Spectra could see in her eyes that she was swallowing her pride with that action. Although the reality was different, and when he found out he would be in for a huge surprise. Then his surprised expression turned to a determined one, which left the girl speechless. "I understand, I promise to put it to good use," he replied as he took the ring and placed it on his left hand. Leo watched this with anxiety and a small blush. Realizing this, she shook her head. It was not time to think about the implications of such an act, but to save her future leader. "Visualize in your mind what you want to create and give it shape," the girl indicated seriously. Spectra nodded, so without stopping running he closed his eyes and tried to visualize something that would help him in this situation. "What can I use to save Yasaka? A weapon? No, I could hurt her," he thought carefully. Even without the ring I had already thought that before, discarding the idea immediately. "I need speed. That's it. I just hope it works," he thought seriously. In his mind he visualized what would help him move faster, and it would have to be something he could control in tight spaces like these streets, or the forest in front of them. "I remember it was more or less like this," he thought before opening his eyes and jumping into the void. Before Leo's eyes, the ring that Spectra now wore shone brightly before an aura of fire began to cover it. She watched anxiously as a fireball fell to the ground like a meteorite. "Ryuin!" A strange roar came from nowhere. Then she saw him and was speechless with shock. His eyes focused on the line of fire the boy left behind him before exiting his range of vision. For his part, the kidnapper reached the end of the town, where he only had to cross a clearing to enter the forest where he could lose his pursuers. "Ryuin!" A strange sound was heard near her. "You will not pass this point," said a voice behind him. By inertia the figure turned around, only to see fire and a soul heading towards his face. Bam! Gi. He was barely able to put his forearm out to protect himself from the impact, before being sent flying several meters. She bounced back into the air, spinning around a couple of times before landing in a crouch. Then she raised her gaze to focus on her attacker, feeling her throat go dry immediately. Spectra was in front of the subject, preventing him from escaping. However, what caught his attention was the device he was riding. This was a very strange and certainly chilling kind of steel horse. What the figure didn't know was that the strange horse was a motorcycle. Not just any motorcycle, though. This was a chrome-colored chopper style, with a dragon's skull as a headlight, and the part that held the front wheel looked like a chain with a spike at the end. Although the most striking thing was that the skull and both wheels were emitting fire. The image of Spectra riding that vehicle sent chills down his spine. The noise of the engine scared away the silence of the place, until he noticed that the masked man was holding a bundle under his arm. Reflexively he checked himself, only to realize that his hands were empty. "You will pay dearly for your audacity," he declared while the eyes of his mask shone brightly and a dark aura emerged from his body. Chapter 11. Journey of a Time Traveler. The team is completed. Final part. Leo followed the trail of fire that Spectra had left when he summoned that strange transport, being quite convenient since it was night since he could easily follow it. The streets of Kyoto looked dark and deserted as he continued to run towards the outskirts of the town. However, thanks to her sensory abilities she was able to feel how the masked man cut off the stranger's path, thus preventing him from escaping. This made her feel a little calmer. Although he couldn't help but feel a slight chill when he felt the boy's aura, which gave off a certain thirst for blood. "I wouldn't want to be in that person's place right now," he thought with a tense expression as he continued running. At the speed he was going it would take him a couple of minutes to reach Spectra and give him support. In another place, the wind that blew felt extremely cold, while the nearby animals moved away from the place in the presence of a dangerous predator. In this clearing a hooded figure watched as the few trees in the place moved slightly, playing with the shadows that the full moon created when its light was obstructed by them, creating shapes with a sinister touch. Around it were a few trees that denoted the beginning of the forest, as well as several large rocks. His eyes looked with some anxiety at the forest outside the village that stretched towards the mountains. Only 100 meters separated him from his escape route, but unfortunately he couldn't just leave like that, at least not without fulfilling his self-imposed mission. There was also another determining factor why he could not escape. Then his gaze fell on said factor, who was the person obstructing his escape route, in addition to having his main target in his possession. A drop of sweat ran down his cheek, which was the only thing his robe allowed to be seen on that cold, dark night. This was because of the masked man in front of him, whose presence was brutally overwhelming. This was demonstrated by the violet aura that surrounded him and made it a little difficult for him to breathe. Spectre slowly descended from his vehicle, which disappeared in a flame, all without ceasing to emit his aura at any time. The electronic eyes on his mask shifted to the lump in his arms, mimicking the movement of his eyes beneath it. Yasaka was deeply asleep surrounded by a blanket. Then his gaze fell again on the mysterious hooded man. "Tell me who you are, so I can at least know who I'm going to kill for such audacity," he said in a cold tone. The hooded man felt a chill run down his spine and involuntarily took a step back. That sounded great, the blonde thought with an internal smile. The dragon felt a drop on his neck at the thought of his host. Then the hooded man relaxed, before bringing his hands to the collar of his robe, removing it in a single movement. "I didn't think I would be discovered so quickly. Without a doubt you are someone extremely dangerous for our cause," declared the person in front of the masked man. Long silver hair tied in a ponytail, slanted blue eyes, and canine ears. He wore a light combat suit consisting of light sandals, black pants with leather straps on his legs, a black shirt that left his shoulders bare, with a metal breastplate covering his broad chest and metal protectors on his arms. A pair of swords on his back and some bags on his waist. Finally, a silver tail swung behind her. "I think I remember you. If I remember correctly, you are one of those in charge of Tamamo-sama's care. I think your name was Lena," the masked man said seriously. He remembered running into her a couple of times in the castle, as well as being one of the few people who wasn't affected by his power leaks, to which Leo had told him it was due to her ancestry as a werewolf and former soldier of an affiliated kingdom. With such a description, he knew this was not going to be easy. "Your presence has forced me to act prematurely," said the identified Lena while a slight silver glow surrounded her. The masked man recognized that energy as Tuki. Spectre watched as she crouched slightly as her tail twitched, causing an alarm to go off in her head. Instinctively he looked up at the full moon, which loomed large in the night sky. When he looked back at his opponent, he could see that she was already barely 2 meters away from him with her claw pointing towards the sleeping Yasaka in her arms. Straining his muscles to the max, he managed to spin and evade the silver flash that passed inches away from him. The Leakin continued on her way, before changing direction and beginning to circle around Spectra with her great speed as she leapt from branch to branch of the trees around the clearing. "Congratulations, you managed to dodge my first attack, but that was just a greeting. Now is when I get serious, so be careful," the werewolf declared calmly. In response, the masked man summoned his magic gun and began shooting at the woman. Bang! Bang! The sounds of gunfire echoed through the night as splinters and blades scattered through the air, causing Spectre to grit his teeth in frustration that he couldn't land any hits on his opponent. "TSK, it's useless," he muttered as the gun disappeared from his hand. Then his instincts sharpened, noticing how the Leakin slowly increased her speed and threat of an imminent attack. "Damn, this could get dangerous, if it isn't already," he thought with a drop of sweat running down his temple. He no longer expelled his aura as the situation had completely changed. Now he extended all his senses awaiting the imminent attack, while protectively hugging Yasaka so that nothing would happen to her. At that moment his body reacted, and using one of his feet as an axis he turned his body to the right, feeling a sharp pain in his back while out of the corner of his eye he saw the silver flash that was his enemy. This scene was repeated several times, while wounds appeared on Spectre's body. For his part, his attacker noticed that the masked man was not defending himself and was simply covering Yasaka with his body, so he narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Then he remembered that he was not coming alone. "I see, try to buy time until Leo arrives. I have to finish this quickly or things will get more complicated," he thought seriously. Without slowing down, the Leakin unsheathed one of her swords while her free hand showed claws imbued with blue fire. Pushing himself up from a tree branch, he lunged at his opponent's back. Spectra sensed the impending danger, so he quickly created a magic circle behind his back. He thanked Rosswise for instructing him in the basics of defensive spells when he felt the impact. Clang. Flush. Lena was surprised to have been anticipated by her opponent, whose defensive circle had repelled her sword just in time, so using her Tuki-covered claw she gave a powerful slap towards Spectra. Crash. His defense was overcome when his defensive circle gave way easily, but that gave him enough time to shelter Yasaka behind his back before turning with puffed cheeks towards his opponent. In that brief moment both opponents looked into each other's eyes. Great Fire Annihilation. Tenryuken, Heavenly Wolf Strike. Spectra took Lena's attack straight in the chest, while a sea of blue fire emerged from her mouth at point-blank range over the Leaken. Boom! Spectra was sent flying due to the powerful blow, while a fiery cloud completely covered his opponent. The masked man quickly grabbed the Kitsune yokai from his back before slamming hard into a tree. Gug! He moaned at the impact. A little sore, he looked at the sea of fire in front of him, while a certain conversation with the dragon sealed in his sacred gear came to his mind. Flashback. A certain blonde could be seen surrounded by a dark aura, who was beginning to inflate his chest. Great Fire Annihilation. Raising his head, he let out an insane amount of fire from his mouth into the sky, covering it completely. Something that had long caught his attention was that its color was blue with violet touches, different from the one used in Tannen's training. Hey Drake, I asked you a while ago why my fire changed color. Could you explain to me the reason? Spectra suddenly said. There was a period of silence surrounding the boy as he waited for Drake's response, until he heard him sigh. Well, that's because of your current condition, the dragon replied in a solemn tone. This caught the boy's attention instantly. The fall of the dragon is just the tip of the iceberg, as there is something I haven't told you about what really almost happened, Drake said. The blonde remained expectant for what his companion would tell him, realizing that it was truly something very important due to the enormous seriousness that his voice conveyed. First, you must know the reasons why a dragon becomes evil. Well, that is because its essence is corrupted by falling into one of the 7 deadly sins: greed, envy, lust, pride, wrath, gluttony and sloth respectively. The dragon explained. The blonde listened attentively to his companion's words in total silence, and with an extremely serious expression. A clear example is Grendel, who would go into ecstasy in the middle of combat to the point of losing himself in the fight, thus representing lust, as Dahaka represented greed and envy by desiring so much knowledge, but by using it for his own benefit he also fell into gluttony. These were the words of the Welsh dragon. This was something the boy had never expected. They took their worldly desires to such an extreme that they became evil. In your case, you would have fallen into wrath, but the ritual stopped the process, leaving small after effects, such as your aggressive aura or the evil fire, Drake said. The blonde stood frozen in place upon hearing that, his breathing quickening. You mean that if I continued with those feelings, I would have become an evil dragon? The blonde concluded, totally shocked. That's how it is, Drake replied. Spectra brought his hands to his face, not knowing what to think about it, as the idea of becoming a monster like Grendel filled him with terror. The physical reactions that hurt you were due to the reversal of your power, which gradually became negative, which is why you suffered those attacks, he added in a playful tone. Issei felt quite overwhelmed by what his companion was saying, since he didn't expect everything to have that background. The feelings you had for Rias Gremory and the others would have killed the Hyodo Issei who is here. If the ritual had not been done, you would now be a heartless being, with a soul full of hatred and thirst for destruction, Drake explained in a serious and grave tone. Then a question came to his mind at that moment. Wait, if that's so, why didn't this happen to me before when I was a pervert, and why didn't Odin say anything about it back then? Spectra asked with marked doubt. Despite being a pervert, you always looked after the well-being of your girls. In short, the love you felt for them was stronger than simple lust or sex, Drake said in an amused tone. Despite saying he wanted a harem with girls to do ichi stuff, his partner would always put those girls' feelings first, like a true dragon would. As for the other thing, this is not something that anyone outside of the high-ranking dragons knows, since this information being revealed would mean putting us in the crosshairs of the factions, and that would be annoying in many ways. Drake finished in a cutting tone. The boy understood this, as it meant constant surveillance over them, not to mention a possible genocide like what happened with the Nekashu. At least for dragons below the title of Dragon King and their offspring. There is no point in thinking about it anymore. Remember that everything is behind us. Now your life has taken a different path and things are getting better day by day even though we are currently in a bit of a bind. It was Drake's words that brought him back to reality, so he couldn't help but smile. You're right, my friend. Now the important thing is to return to my loved ones, but first, I must become stronger to protect them, especially those who have saved me from falling into darkness, he said with great determination. To give weight to his words, the boy clenched his fist as his aura flared violently, causing a powerful wind wave that even dissipated the rain clouds in the sky. Downfall Dragon Balance Breaker. His new armor covered his body, and with a flap of his wings he propelled himself hundreds of meters into the air. Both swords, Arifel and Ascalon, appeared in his hands, and then he began to make quick cuts combined with acrobatics simulating an aerial battle. Drake smiled at this. That was the Hyodo Issei who came out on top of every situation he found himself in, to the point of being the strangest Sekiryute in history, but at the same time the most powerful of them. Flashback end. The masked man briefly looked at the little Yasaka in his arms, before returning his gaze to the large fire cloud, managing to notice a certain presence within it. It wasn't bad, but you'll need something better than that to penetrate my defense, said the Leakin emerging from the sea of flames surrounded by a silver glow. The blonde smiled with some exasperation. His defense is at Serorg's level. He thought a little frustrated. Without further ado, he took Arifel by the waist, placing the blade in front of him defensively. The silver-haired girl took this action as a statement of "I'm waiting for you" or "do your best," so she increased her Tuki and propelled herself towards her opponent at high speed. This action created a great pressure that extinguished the fire of the previous attack, while Issei summoned his own Tuki, which did not compare to his opponent's, but at least increased his own defense. Clang! Arifel held back the Leakin's right claw, as several magic circles surrounded her threateningly. Basic spells charged to full mana to increase damage. Boom! From these, elemental attacks of lightning and fire had come out, which hit their target due to the short distance, which gave Spectre time to step back and concentrate his aura on Arifel. Magen Sepudin. Demon God's Wind Slash, he exclaimed, waving his one-handed sword and unleashing a horizontal slash. A crescent-shaped attack came out of his sword, this being an improvisation of the attack that Leo used in their brief encounter. Precisely, the All for Honor mentioned arrived at that moment, being surprised to see her own movement in the hands of the masked blonde, although her version was violet and also with less power than hers. Flush. The attack advanced by cutting some nearby trees directly towards the cloud of smoke from the previous attack, from which an object emerged from the top, dodging the cut. You're really causing me trouble, Lena said from the air as she narrowed her gaze. He glanced at the newcomer out of the corner of his eye, causing her to click her tongue in dissatisfaction. The Leakin landed several meters away from where Spectre was, while looking at him seriously. Leo was about to join the fight, but the sound of footsteps caught his attention. At that moment a small regiment of soldiers arrived, accompanied by Silver, who had a cold look on his face. You're coming at a good time, Spectre managed to stop her, Leo commented seriously. This place is protected by a barrier. The teleportation by magic circle left us 200 meters from this place, Silver said, watching both opponents stare at each other. Both generals could notice the wounds on their blonde friend's body, although upon noticing a sleeping Yasaka in his arms they deduced that his combat capacity was limited by keeping her out of enemy reach. Lena didn't bother to turn to look at them, as her biggest obstacle and also her most viable option was right in front of her. She knew that Spectre would try to hand Leo and Silver over to Yasaka, a moment she planned to take advantage of to claim her prize. His hypothesis was confirmed when Spectre's electronic eyes focused on the All for Honor mentioned pair. The silver-haired girl smiled before it passed. His body began to change, especially when he became covered in silver fur and became visibly larger. Issei watched with concern at his opponent's change, remembering that Rugal also changed for battle, although in this transformation it could be seen that as a female, the woman in front of him showed softer features in her Leakin physical constitution. I am one of the generals serving Adelsama and one of the few in his army with the power to confront those two. Prepare yourself, because if you make even a small mistake your life will end, she declared, pointing at the two captains while a silver aura surrounded her and a great pressure could be felt in the place. He instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. Leo and Silver opened their eyes in shock at the terrifying speed that woman had. Spectre tensed, before turning and facing Arifel, stopping a claw inches from his chest, but he didn't see the blade going for his neck coming. Issei's pupils dilated at that moment, as he was in serious trouble. Damn, she's as fast as Valley. The boy thought, alarmed. His thoughts were running a mile a minute, until he remembered something that he had recently at his disposal and that would get him out of trouble if he used it correctly. Thanks, Leo, I'll make it up to you later, she thought as a small smile appeared on her face. Before Lena could land her killing blow, a shield materialized in front of Spectra, who sheathed Airful and prepared his next attack. He placed his right fist at waist level, while a faint blue aura surrounded him and concentrated on his fist. Clang! Lena's sword collided with the shield, which miraculously withstood her powerful blow, giving him the opportunity he needed. Great Mountain Smasher! Spectra exclaimed, connecting a powerful right hook to the Leakin's stomach. She felt the air in her lungs leave her at the same time as a wave of pain ran through her body. Gah! A little blood came out of his snout. The Leakin was thrown by the powerful impact, crashing into a nearby rock. Crash! Leo and Silver, as well as the soldiers present, were speechless from the shock of such a powerful blow, although Silver set his sights on the shield at Spectra's feet, which disappeared into bright particles. His gaze then turned to Spectra's left hand, noticing a certain ring on her ring finger that he recognized perfectly. Leo, did you? He muttered in a low voice. This murmur caught the attention of the former queen, who raised an eyebrow at Silver's surprised expression without understanding the reason for this. Shrugging, he returned his gaze to the battle. It was then that he saw Spectra take a step towards them, before jumping back. Crash! An object had powerfully impacted between them and Spectra, causing a loud bang. The cloud of smoke prevented them from seeing the blonde, while a great thirst for blood was felt, paralyzing the soldiers and putting Leo and Silver on alert. When the cloud of smoke cleared, the Leakin could be seen surrounded by a powerful reddish aura evidencing her enormous thirst for blood, staring darkly at the masked man, who stared at her with a drop of sweat running down his cheek. His defense is just as powerful as Siegfried's. That blow caused less damage than expected, he thought with concern. At first glance, the werewolf only had small spots on her fur, but he knew that he had at least caused her a couple of minor bruises. Magen Sepudin. Demon God's Wind Slash, Leo exclaimed with his battle axe in hand. Ice Make. Saucer. Silver exclaimed, creating a spinning saw between his hands. The blade shot out of Silver's hands as the crescent that was Leo's attack joined it, creating a single attack. Spectra leapt out of range, only he didn't wait for what came next. Crash. It had vanished when it reached its target, causing no damage despite receiving the attack from behind, surprising those present. Giving a boost, Lena was already in the air in front of Spectra. Damn it! He cursed internally as he was defenseless against the attack. Bam! A powerful bang resounded as the blonde was thrown to the ground. He had been able to interpose his left forearm, lessening the overall damage. Then, showing off his experience, he made an impossible move, getting back up in the air before grabbing Isaka and throwing her towards Leo. This is my chance, Lena exclaimed upon seeing this, throwing herself at the bundle of blankets that was supposed to be Isaka. Silver and Leo cursed Spectra's decision, as such a careless action had put the Kitsune in true danger. The distance separating them from Isaka was still considerable, so either of them would reach her before the Leakin. But Issei smiled as he saw how his plan was working out. Crash. This one had created a small crater when he landed, avoiding further damage by controlling his fall after the previous blow, which had left a sharp pain in his right forearm. Ignoring the pain and without wasting time, he summoned his weapon and aimed it at his opponent, who was a couple of meters away from the lump. Enemy chaser. Bang. Bang. Golden rays of light came out of the barrel of the gun, heading towards the Leakin, who took the bundle and then noticed the masked man's attack and quickly got out of range. However, she quickly noticed how those rays changed direction to head towards her again and forcing her to run away from them. TSK, this is a nuisance, he muttered, stopping seconds later as he raised his right hand. Boom. The attack was contained due to the Tuki still surrounding her. She then turned her gaze to the bundle in her left hand, instantly noticing that it was only the sheets she had originally wrapped the little girl in. Then a shadow caught his attention, so he looked up. Thanks to the moonlight, she was able to see how little Yasaka flew a few meters high straight into Leo's arms, only to realize that she had been vilely deceived. Damn you! She exclaimed, ready to recover her hostage. But a voice behind her froze her. Getting distracted like that in a battle is very risky, the voice declared in a playful tone. Spectra had managed to get behind her while pointing at her with the index finger of his left hand, which was covered by his sacred gear, while a faint scarlet glow appeared around his body. The Leakin tried to turn, but it was too late for Lena to react or defend herself. "Scarlet Needle," the masked man said in a calm voice. Instantly, all the aura surrounding him was directed to his index finger, creating a powerful laser that hit his opponent at point-blank range, projecting it against several trees in its path. Flush. Crash. The laser shot was lost among the trees, dragging its victim with it, before the surprised gaze of Silver and the soldiers, because at that moment Leo received a sleeping Yasaka in his arms. This attack had been developed in the Elven Forest. Issei was inspired by the manga he sometimes read and from where he got several attacks that he added to his repertoire, but unlike the original version he couldn't hit the body's nervous system, so the bleeding out effect while losing your senses wasn't applicable. Instead, this was a piercing type attack similar to a harpoon, but if they had a high defense the opponent was dragged by the attack a great distance. Due to the color of the energy used and for convenience I had kept the original name of the attack. Leo checked Yasaka under Silver's watchful eye, noting that she was in perfect condition. "Take good care of her and don't get distracted, the enemy is very skilled," Spectra said as he turned his gaze toward where his opponent had been projected. A small sound of something cutting through the air was heard, giving way to a small dagger that flashed in the moonlight, heading straight for Yasaka. Clang! Leo put his left hand in front of her, and the armor protected her from the impact, which was extremely harmless to her, although she did get a scratch on her ring finger, which was bleeding slightly. A silhouette emerged from among the fallen trees, displaying bright blue eyes that sent shivers down the spines of the soldiers accompanying the two generals. They conveyed immeasurable fury. "You've really made me go through some unpleasant moments," said the Leakin, already visible to everyone. His armor was completely useless, as it was falling apart after that attack. "Did you notice, mate?" the dragon inquired in a serious tone. "Yes, I must admit that I thought he was someone on Serorg's level in terms of offensive and defensive power when using Tuki, but that is not the case, it is only the way of using it that causes that effect," was his response. "Also remember that in your current state you are not up to par with that occasion, not to mention that you kept her at bay with your own abilities without resorting to my other form." A pleased Drake commented. This was true, after all, his reaction speed had improved quite a bit, not to mention that the Tuki he could use was a poor imitation that he obtained after adding Kuroka to his peerage. Thanks to that trait of his, opportunity piece, he obtained a portion of his servant's abilities, such as Kuroka's Tuki and Senjutsu, Gabriel, Griselda and Penemu's holy power as well as Valerie's dark magic. At least those were the skills he could currently use, which was independent of the improvement in his analytical and learning ability that he assimilated from his servants. On the other hand, he still didn't know what he had gained from reincarnating Rosswise, Tsukumi, Kunu, Lefei, Neru, Elsha, or Aline, but that was something he could find out once he returned home. He could have addressed that topic when he trained in the Elven Forest, but he limited himself to mastering the skills he already had knowledge of. With these few skills he had dealt with his opponent without resorting to the boosted gear, ability or balance breaker. It also didn't require the use of his alternate forms abilities. Returning to the present moment, Spectra sharpened his gaze under the mask, noticing that the damage caused was superficial, or at least less than expected after his opponent received two of his most impactful attacks. "I see, that's how it works," Spectra said without taking his eyes off the Leakin as his sacred gear disappeared. This comment caught the attention of everyone present. "Suffering little damage after receiving two of my best attacks, I even thought it was thanks to your large amount of Tuki, but it's not like that," he said while relaxing his posture. The Leakin narrowed her eyes at this comment, but she didn't stop watching her opponent. Despite relaxing her stance, this did not leave enough opening to receive direct attacks, but rather forced her to open an opening in order to do so, something that would no longer be so easy for her when he no longer had something to protect and limit his movements. Without further ado, she pushed herself up and began to circle around him, although her attention also remained on Silver, since he could intervene at any moment, causing her more problems. For his part, the masked man surrounded himself with a golden aura, different from his usual dark aura. This was because he was using the sacred aura obtained from Gabriel. When you are attacked, you concentrate all your Tuki on the affected area, reducing the damage to almost zero, something a friend easily achieves just by summoning his Tuki. Spectra spoke again. When she received her scarlet needle, she could notice Tuki's enormous concentration right at the place where her blow hit. Sarord wouldn't have done that, because his Tuki alone raised his defense terrifyingly. Just remembering it gave him chills and a strange anxiety to face it again. Putting that aside, he focused on the current fight. You are interesting, not many notice my ability in such a short time, but knowing it will not help you at all, Lena said, trying an attack from her left side. The blonde summoned a shield on his left arm to defend himself, while he unsheathed Arifel. Unfortunately for him, the girl disappeared from his sight, and then he felt a draft on the back of his neck, so he placed Arifel on his back. Clang! It echoed in the darkness of the night. The masked man, somewhat staggered, took a step forward after the powerful blow he had managed to block. You also used it offensively using the same trick, he commented, putting himself on guard again. It reminded him of when he used the combination of his promotion to knight to gain speed and then switch to rook before impact when he was still Rias's pawn. The best attack is defense, or at least it is for me, was his response as he stopped on a tree branch. Both opponents faced each other. No matter what kind of technique you try, I will cut through it and take your head with me, he declared as all his aura gathered in his claws. I see, she'll come from the front, he thought with some uncertainty. She doesn't want to lose power by looking for an opening, she plans to use all her offensive, defensive power in a single attack. Drake commented. Then it's time to use that technique. He finished, increasing his aura. Lena had a light silver coating surrounding her, while her claws shone brightly, indicating that almost all of her power was concentrated in that part of her body. Spectra was surrounded by a golden aura, which drew faint lightning bolts around him. Silver and Leo, as well as the soldiers present, who had positioned themselves defensively in front of the generals in Yasaka, could feel the tension rising, as well as the great power of both opponents. They realized that this was the end of the meeting. Die! Lena exclaimed, launching herself from the tree and diving towards her opponent with her claws facing forward. Faced with this, the masked man simply raised his right fist slowly without taking his eyes off his opponent. A powerful lightning bolt that turns into light, a flash of light that strikes with the power of lightning, he thought, pointing his fist towards his opponent. Lena's claws were getting closer to Spectra's neck, who was pointing at her with a fist surrounded by small lightning bolts. Listen to the dragon's roar. Lightning plasma, Issei exclaimed, releasing his attack. This scene and the masked man's scream were etched in the minds of the spectators, while Drake cried with emotion at how epic that phrase sounded. No matter what kind of attack it is, it won't stop me, the Leakin exclaimed as she saw the golden flash emerge from Spectra's fist. She was sure she could get through whatever the boy tried with her powerful claws. It was then that she noticed how several rays of light began to fill her field of vision, emerging from different angles. What is that? She thought as she saw how they began to close the distance against her. She froze as she noticed that even though she could see them, she couldn't do anything to avoid them as they far exceeded her defensive reaction speed with her Tuki. There he realized that it was a light-based attack, so he deduced that it was an attack at the speed of light, or at least close to it. Gah! She let out a scream of pain when the first ray of light hit her. First it was one blow, then another and another and another, until finally thousands of rays of light hit her body without her being able to do anything to defend herself. Silver and Leo watched as Lena received a flurry of merciless attacks without being able to do anything. So, after several seconds that felt like an eternity, the blonde lowered his fist and shook his arm, canceling his attack. Bam! The Leakin's bleeding body fell to the ground as she returned to normal. For the yokai soldiers, it was just a flash that lasted no more than 5 seconds. Obviously, the generals were the exception, as shown by the expression of shock on their faces and the drop of sweat running down their temples. On the other hand, despite maintaining a cool pose, Spectra was breathing with some difficulty after that attack. The level of concentration and energy used is still the problem, not to mention that my arm still goes numb after using it, he thought with slight spasms in his right arm. However, a small smile made its way across her face. But at least I was able to perfectly recreate this movement. It even reached the speed of light, he thought excitedly. Ha ha ha, I expected nothing less from you, partner. Despite not having talent in the use of magic, you can perfectly manipulate your power and shape it. That is something that dragons can do, and that is why we are feared. Drake celebrated with joy. Its bearer was certainly beginning to earn respect. Thanks, Drake. It wasn't easy, but little by little I'm getting stronger, he thought as he watched the fist he used in his attack as he opened and closed it. He had finished off someone with the same speed that Valley had the first time they fought, as well as having a power level similar to what Kokabeel showed that time. Although he was aware that he was overconfident when he faced them and did not show his full power, until Valley easily reduced him. All without resorting to his sacred gear, and using a portion of his original dragon power just for the visual effect of the Scarlet Needle. Snapping out of his thoughts, he turned his gaze to his fallen opponent, before approaching her. Gah! He was breathing raggedly with blood coming out of his mouth. This attack far exceeded your defense. You could never block millions of hits at the speed of light, Spectra said in a solemn tone. The silver-haired girl looked at him with difficulty, as she felt her life slowly fading away. She could see how two dragons were visible behind the blonde. A red dragon with green eyes and a dark violet dragon with blue eyes, both surrounded by a powerful aura. She opened her eyes at this sight, understanding why she lost. Ofufu, maybe you could beat me, but at least I'll get a prize of consolation, he said with a smile as the light in his eyes disappeared completely. The blonde raised an eyebrow at this, but let it pass. He then turned to Silver and Leo, who had come out of shock at the deadly attack and were now approaching him while smiling at the boy. We really owe you a lot, thanks for rescuing her, the black-haired man said, extending his hand. Don't worry, as a guest it was the least I could do and as a friend it was my duty to help, he replied while reciprocating the man's gesture. The white-haired girl with Yasaka in her arms smiled at this, also grateful to the boy, but later she would talk to him alone and tell him without hesitation. The soldiers took Lena's body into their custody, and so the group began the journey back to the castle. The return was silent, as Spectra tried to decipher Lena's last words. I mustn't let my guard down, something tells me the problems are just beginning, he thought, glancing at the clearing destroyed after his fight. Unknown location. In the darkness of a place you can see several shadows kneeling in front of a throne. Those present could barely be seen due to the few torches illuminating the site, but the rock walls indicated that it was some kind of cave. On the throne a silhouette could be seen, which opened its eyes, showing them to be slanted and golden in color. Lena was defeated, he muttered in a calm voice. This made several of those present tense. The silhouette raised its hand, which held a wooden figurine in the shape of a wolf's head, which suddenly darkened, turning into charcoal. Has she been discovered? A shadow asked doubtfully. His voice was clearly male. This one was next to three more shadows, which were different from the rest by being calmer and standing, in addition to being the closest to the throne. I don't think so, she was the best agent when it came to infiltration. Being discovered is not something that happened. Or at least that's what I think, the silhouette on the throne responded. If that's not the case, then something forced her to act in an obvious way, said another of the shadows. This one had a female voice. The place fell into a deep silence after that comment. Then a snake emerged from the back of the throne, climbing up onto it, and running along the arm of the silhouette that was still holding the statuette. When he was face to face with the silhouette, it opened its mouth from which a small scroll emerged. The silhouette took it in stride, as the snake dissolved into black smoke. When the silhouette opened it and read it, he let out a small laugh that caught the attention of everyone present. I see, he muttered, clenching the scroll in his hand as it burst into flames. Is something wrong, Adele-sama? The female voice shadow asked. Spectra Phantom, was the only thing the one called Adele said. This being rested his elbow on the forearm of his throne and his cheek on his hand, while a thin smile made its way onto his face, one of his fangs shining in the darkness. That's the name of the person involved in our previous reconnaissance operation, the silhouette replied. Everyone looked at him with curiosity and some fear, as a thin layer of power surrounded him, making the atmosphere heavy. That was Lena's last report, detailing that this guy's power is on par with Leo's. Plus she would try to bring Yasaka before us, and if she failed, Spectra Phantom would be considered a serious threat, she recited as her aura grew heavier. Silence reigned in the place after those words, knowing now why one of the strongest members of their cause had been defeated. So what are we going to do about him? The third shadow asked, his voice being male. I'll take care of him. Originally I was only going to take care of Silver and a weakened Tamamo while you fought Leo and the other generals, but the entrance of this individual forces me to change my plans, he said while his aura calmed down little by little. Ripples began to be visible behind him. I will have to make a small sacrifice, but with it I will ensure the total victory of our plan, the silhouette finished saying. When the scroll burned, it had received the memories of the fight up to the last clash between Lena and Spectra, taking into account that finishing move by the masked man. He knew the characteristics of their attacks, their reaction speed as well as the level of their defense and attack, so all that was left was to create a strategy to suppress their greatest obstacle. Well done, Lena, at least you managed to get Leo out of the game, the silhouette thought. Things may have gotten complicated, but with the sacrifice of his believer he had the information necessary to ensure his success. Spectra Phantom, if I want to crush you I'll have to use that, he thought with utmost seriousness. Thanks to the report of his downed asset, he knew more or less the level of threat that the masked man represented. Kyoto ruler's castle. Tamamo waited at the doors of her home for the return of Yasaka, who had been kidnapped without anyone noticing, except for a certain masked man, who came to her rescue without wasting a single second. Leo had followed him instantly. Silver mobilized his soldiers in the shortest time possible, so that he could teleport to where he felt the presence of his fellow captain. The two generals closest to the ruler, also being the legion captains of the entire army due to their power and experience, would make the person in charge regret his audacity. Then out of nowhere they felt a hostile, aggressive, wild and violent presence, which made their skin crawl. They had felt it faintly when the boy left the castle, but nothing like that. However, all that aggression was not directed at them, so Tamamo widened her eyes as she deduced who this overwhelming aura belonged to. Spectra, he murmured as he brought his hands to his chest. The hope of getting Yasaka back increased with him in the equation. The yokais who guarded her were shocked to learn that the masked man was the owner of that terrifying presence and bloodlust. But just as it came, it went, and calm returned once again. So the minutes passed, causing more tension with each moment. Until almost 40 minutes later they could see the group of soldiers commanded by Silver return, as well as the all for honor mentioned one along with the former Queen Knight, who was carrying a safe and sound Yasaka in her arms. Tears came to her eyes as she saw her little girl peacefully sleeping in the white-haired girl's arms. The villagers moved out of the way before the procession, having woken up and left their homes when Spectra released his aura, alarming them greatly. The masked man walked behind both captains, lost in his own thoughts. Tamamo quickly greeted them, while taking little Yasaka in her arms. "Thanks very much, Leo Silver, but especially to you Spectra," said an affected Tamamo with tears in her eyes. This brought the blonde out of his thoughts, who shook his head with a small smile. "You have nothing to thank me for, I did what was right," the boy replied. "Anyway, if you need or want something, tell me, I will gladly grant it to you no matter what it is," the kitsune declared decisively. The masked man approached her and caressed the sleeping Yasaka with a small smile. "She reminds me of someone I know and love quite a bit. As long as she's safe, that's more than enough for me," was his comment. The gesture and the words moved several of those present, while some of the townsgirls sighed with slight blushes and some old generals put aside their distrust of the boy. He had been quite convincing with his comment since he had told a half-truth, and that was why no one refuted his words. "At least go get those wounds treated," Leo said as he noticed the claw marks on the boy's clothes. Blood was coming out of these, not abundantly but clearly. The masked man looked at himself, then at her and nodded. "You guys, take Spectra-sama to our best doctors," a general ordered a couple of soldiers. "Hi," they responded instantly. Spectra gave a slight bow to Tamamo before entering the castle guided by the soldiers. "Leo Silver, you may leave," Tamamo said with a calmer expression. She noticed how both captains looked towards where the blonde had gone, so she deduced that they wanted to make sure he didn't have any serious injuries. As he had guessed, the all for honor mentioned men quickly followed the masked man. Tamamo smiled at the friendship that had developed between them, which would help them cope with the events that would occur in just over a week. Inside the castle, Spectra was guided through the hallways, coming to a door. "Your wounds will be treated here, Spectra-sama," said one of the soldiers. "Thanks for guiding me here, guys," the blonde thanked with a slight smile. They smiled before leaving the place. Without further ado, he entered the room. Original timeline, Kuo City, Japan. A certain brunette was waiting for one of the girls she had requested for her contract. This week Murayama had formed a strong friendship with Brielle, Griselda and Musa, so almost every night he called them to talk and pass the time. His parents were still out of town, so he often got bored. That's why he preferred to talk to the three of them, in order to learn a little more about the supernatural world or find out about the brown-haired boy's exploits. It must be said that she was surprised to hear that he had a relationship with several deities from different mythologies, as well as being present at several historical moments for them. They had not told her about the dangers that threatened the world so as not to upset her, and simply told her about some minor problems. Murayama was now aware that the brown-haired boy was someone who could influence the supernatural world by being the bearer of one of the two celestial dragons. For a moment she was worried when Musa told her about the Hakuryuko and the Sekiryute, but she was reassured knowing that such a fight to the death would not happen with the current wielders as they were comrades in arms. His train of thought stopped as he noticed the glowing circle on his bedroom floor. The first thing he saw was a blonde hair, so he thought that Brielle or Griselda was the one summoned. "I have answered your call. Tell me what is offered to you and for the right price I will grant it to you," said the newly summoned one. Murayama realized that the person summoned was not any of her friends, so she was nervous under the intense gaze of the green eyes of the girl in front of her. Hello?" he said hesitantly. The newly summoned only raised an eyebrow upon seeing her. 15 minutes later. "So you are Murayama," said the blonde girl in front of her. It must be said that they were the same height, although the brunette seemed to be more physically developed. "Yes, it's a pleasure to meet another of Hyodo's classmates," the brunette said, a little uncomfortable. She didn't expect to meet another of her servants so soon. "I'm Neru. I hope we get along, Kaori," the blonde answered with her arms crossed, but with a small smile. "Wow, she sure is quite beautiful," Murayama thought as he saw Neru. She was wearing jeans worn to the knees and brown boots. She was wearing a red top under a white dress shirt, which was open but tied under her breasts, revealing her shapely waist. If he compared his physique with someone he knew, it's like a more confident and aggressive Asya, the brunette thought. The girl's physique was the same as the blonde from the Gremry group, although it was evident that Neru was more athletic than the blonde, as her firm flat stomach evidenced it. "So, what do you want?" Neru asked, uncrossing her arms and placing them on her hips. The brunette put a hand to the back of her neck. "Well, I was thinking about summoning Brielle-san, Musa-san or Griselda-san to talk about girl stuff, you know, like a sleepover," the girl said, somewhat unsure. She didn't know how Neru would take this, but to his surprise she put on an expression of understanding. "I see, I guess they are a better option for it," the blonde said, slightly frustrated. She didn't have a normal life as a girl and currently considered herself her master's faithful knight, so she had no idea how to have girl talk. "I already knew her fellow noblesse members, but not this girl. Possibly Valerie or Lefay are also good options," he thought out loud. Murayama raised an eyebrow at the names, a doubt assailing his mind at that moment. "Neru-san, could you tell me about your classmates?" the girl asked kindly. The blonde looked at her doubtfully, before shrugging. "I guess it's okay," he said simply. "I also want you to clarify for me about the noble title of a demon. Hyodo told me about it, but he didn't go into detail on the subject," he said as he sat on his bed. The blonde imitated her before starting to speak. The awkwardness of the first meeting gradually faded as the two girls grew more comfortable. The following night, once again Issei was making her invocation. Now he had 4 options regarding the girls he knew. The night before, Neru had told him about each member of the boys' peerage and what piece each one held, since this system was based on chess. The queen was called Tokisaki Kurumi and she was a dragon, although she was now in Kyoto and would stay there until she received news from the brown-haired boy. The first bishop was Rosswise, the teacher in charge of the music club, a Valkyrie, and one of the boys' girlfriends. For Murayama it was a surprise to learn this information, since he knew the All for Honor mentioned and did not think that she was a supernatural being. The second bishop, Valerie Teeps. She was a half-vampire girl, which meant she didn't have a weakness to sunlight. One of the rooks was Brielle, whom I already knew. The second rook was Kuroka, Tujo Koneko's older sister, as well as being a nekishu, which was a type of Nikomata. She was also Issei's girlfriend. The first knight was Neru while the second was Griselda. Then came the pawns. Musa was one of them. Then there was the girl who was known at Kuo Academy as Hyodo Issei's wife, Tsukiomi. She was a type of warrior fairy, as well as being another of the boys' girlfriends. Then there was Lefay, who was a magician. Lastly was Yukike's, who was a kitsune yokai. With them he had 11 pieces, so he still had 4 empty spots left. She also learned that Issei had a relationship with Sona Citri, something she never saw coming, although she was also surprised that she is a devil and that Shitori is just a screen name in the human world. "Ah, really knowing this doesn't make it any easier," he said with resignation. The thought that possibly all the girls in his noble title could end up having feelings for him really bothered him, especially if she were to end up having a relationship with the boy. Competing with 16 girls including Sona didn't sound pretty. It was something I imagined since all of his servants were women, and I doubted that would change at this point. He pushed his thoughts aside as the circle on his bedroom floor glowed brightly. When the glow faded, Murayama encountered something he had not expected. I think I might have said too much," said a certain exorcist with a nervous smile. In Koori, Murayama's room was almost all of Hyodo Issei's peerage, including Sona. "I think this is a good opportunity for us to get to know each other, Murayama-san," Rosswise said with a small smile. "How did we get to this?" Griselda asked herself with a drop on the back of her neck. 10 minutes before, a certain angelic trio was preparing to go to the Murayama residence. In the last few days they had been requested for other contracts, and therefore could not respond to their call, something they planned to correct tonight. They intended to ask the others to take over any contracts that arose for them or to postpone them for this time. However, they did not expect that today they would all be present and apparently unoccupied. "Is something wrong? You girls are very anxious, I see," Rosswise asked, raising an eyebrow. She was sitting on a couch with Neru, Kuroka, and Valerie, the four of them reading some magazines. Lefei was having some cereal for dinner with little Lilith, while Tsukumi was drinking some tea and some sweets, both at the small bar. For her part, Sona was reviewing some documents piled on the coffee table while sitting on another Son for all. It's nothing, just that today we're going to Murayama-san's to talk about some things," Brielle replied with a smile. They all turned their gaze to the trio, who felt nervous for some reason. "Isn't that the name of the girl who kissed Issei that time?" Sona asked, looking up from the paper in her hand. A great silence fell over the place after the Citri heiress said those words. Tsukumi stood up instantly, but couldn't say anything else. "We should talk to her, after all she has shown interest in Issei," Rosswise said suddenly. The Sekirei closed her mouth at what the Valkyrie said. The girls had come to a mutual agreement that Rosswise would be the one to take the reins of the boys' harem, with Kurumi as second in command since they were the ones with him from the beginning. "That sounds interesting," Sona said, leaving the paper she was reviewing in a pile of these. Kuroka smiled amusedly, while Tsukumi crossed her arms with a frown. The idea that the boy's number of partners would increase did not please him, but he understood that he could not deny this girl his love. For the Sekirei, that feeling was the most important thing. For their part, the others looked doubtful, since they didn't have much to do with it. "I don't think it's a good idea. After all, she won't try anything until she gets to know Issei better," Griselda said before covering her mouth. She could see a certain sparkle in the brown-haired boys' couple's eyes when she said that, so she cursed herself for having accidentally spilled that information. Uncomfortable days were certainly coming for the girl. At the moment, Murayama looked nervous and intimidated, especially since Rosswise, Tsukumi, Kuroka and Sona were leading the group. "So you are Murayama-chin Naya," Kuroka said with a mischievous smile. The named one nodded with some nervousness, something that was noticed by everyone in the room. "Calm down, you have nothing to worry about, we just want to talk to you to get to know you," Sona said while cleaning her glasses with a handkerchief. It must be said that this action made the girl even more nervous, if that were possible. "Wow, you certainly created quite a reputation at school, Sonichi Naya," Kuroka commented upon seeing the girl's reaction. The all-for-honor mention put on her glasses, to fix her eyes on the girl and sigh when she saw that she looked like a deer in the headlights. Murayama was startled when Sona took her hand and led her to the bed, where they both sat down. Kuroka, Rosswise and Tsukumi imitated her, this last one with crossed arms and a frown. The others sat on the floor of the room contemplating the upcoming scenario, while a certain trio gulped at the thought that perhaps not too soon they would be in the same situation. "So, can you tell us how you became interested in Issei?" Rosswise asked in a friendly tone. The brunette flinched at the question, but then noticed the kind glances of the Valkyrie, the former student council president, and the Nekashu. This made her feel more secure. Even Tsukumi softened her gaze as she waited for him to start speaking. "Well, this is something I didn't think was going to happen in this life. After all, we're talking about Hyodo," he said with a small ironic smile. Sona nodded in agreement, as she was in the same situation. This was noticed by the brunette, so the little insecurity she still felt completely dissipated and she felt confident. "But I guess you can't judge a book by its cover. That was proven to me that night, where I realized what kind of man Issei is," the girl continued speaking, this time calling him by his name. Then he told them in great detail how it all began. His first time summoning a demon, his surprise at seeing his companion emerge from a magic circle, learning that he is the bearer of the spirit of a dragon, and then making his request. When he picked her up on time, and how good he looked in a formal suit. You have Sonachi to thank for that, Naya, Kuroka commented with an amused smile. The others present blushed slightly as they remembered how the boy looked in a suit, mentally thanking the all for honor mentioned for that moment. She then recounted how the boy moved around without any problems in that elegant environment, leaving a good impression on her father's partners. You can say that Venelana-sama did a good job with Issei, Sona commented with a small smile. This caught the brown head's attention. Who is Venelana? The girl asked curiously. Venelana Gremery-sama, Rias Gremery's mother, and who is going to be Issei's mother-in-law, Ross Wise answered seriously. This surprised the girl again. The others only made slight faces upon hearing the redhead's name. Although the brown-haired boy told them not to hate them, just hearing the name of one of those responsible for their king suffering that made them feel disgusted. Kaori noticed the sudden change in atmosphere, but to her relief it didn't last more than a couple of seconds. Well, where did I leave off? Oh yeah? Ignoring this, he continued with his story. She reserved personal questions for the boy in question, so she didn't comment on the matter. After resuming his story, he detailed the impression and his thoughts of that night, to her surprise. She didn't think she could freely discuss this with the boy's girlfriends, since if it were any other situation a catfight might break out. The story ended with his final action after walking back home under the cover of the cool night sky. Silence reigned for a few moments, which brought back the girl's nervousness. Sona, Rosswise, Kuroka, and Tsukiyomi remained silent with unreadable expressions on their faces. The others were surprised by Kuroka, who was always playful and flirtatious, so this side of her was a great revelation. This was added to the shy side of a few weeks ago, which she showed after opening her heart to the brown-haired boy. Then the Valkyrie was the first to break the silence. So, have you made any decision? The white-haired girl asked in a soft tone. Murayama widened her eyes at the question, expecting something along the lines of how do you feel after that? Or so you're in love with Issei. But no, she asked him about a decision, already assuming that he knew what kind of feelings she had developed for the boy after seeing his true self. That's when he realized. Remembering her racing heart that night, and how happy she was when he mentioned that her wish was fulfilled by sharing a bond and not a contract. Although they weren't exactly friends, he knew how to see through her, and that's why he made that gesture. That night he realized there was much more than met the eye. For this reason she wanted to get to know the boy better, spend time with him, and create valuable memories. Without knowing it, he had already trapped me. He thought with a slight smile. So you already knew? Brielle asked suddenly. This brought the pigtailed brunette out of her thoughts, who looked at the girl who spoke, realizing that the others were looking at her with surprise and discomfort. It's not that hard to figure out, the little Anata mentioned was enough to deduce it, Tsukiyomi said with a sigh. The look of realization on her face when she realized it herself was epic. Naya, Kuroka said with amusement. Those feelings may just be emerging, but it has been confirmed that there is a great attraction. It was Sona's turn. Now there are only 3 more people missing, Ross Wise added while looking at a certain trio. Murayama was completely lost in the conversation, but upon hearing the albino's comment she became worried about her friends. Normally we wouldn't push the issue, but I have a feeling that when Issei returns he'll need our support, and with more partners his void will be filled, Sona explained with utmost seriousness. Kuroka, Rosswise, and Tsukiyomi nodded, the latter reluctantly. For their part, the angelic trio seemed surprised to be the next target in the sights of the boys' official partners and the reason for it, but they quickly calmed down and then looked at each other for a few moments, reaching a non-vocal agreement. I guess we're in the same boat as Kaori, the exorcist said with a sigh of resignation. All his achievements, his actions and qualities make him someone incredible and worthy. It was Brielle's turn. That has become very clear to us, and we cannot deny that we are romantically interested in him, Musa finished saying. Sona smiled ironically at the brunette's achievement, as he had managed to enter the hearts of 2 unattainable women like Gabriel and Penemu, not to mention someone as dedicated to her work as Griselda. I guess we just have to wait for him to return, Rosswise said with some calm. She could see that the trio had thought a lot about this, especially with the situation regarding what happened with the Gremery group. For the Valkyrie, they were approved as future partners for her boyfriend. Issei's girlfriends had also noticed that Neru, Valerie, and Lefei were awakening feelings for him, but they also noticed that there was still a long way to go to be genuine interest as a couple, especially Lefei. And now? Tsukiomi asked, slightly uncomfortable. She still hadn't gotten used to the idea of her husband having a harem, much less a large one where she wasn't the main one. I guess a girls' night would be nice. I propose a game, Kuroka said instantly. The outburst surprised most, but they quickly realized that this would help distract them from thinking about their current problems regarding their missing king. That sounds good to me, Sona said, adjusting her glasses. I'll prepare some snacks, Kaori said as she headed towards the exit of her room. I'll help you, Lefei said, following her. The brunette smiled gratefully at her, and the magician started a conversation with the girl as they went down the stairs straight to the kitchen. The rest sat in comfortable silence as they waited for the hostess. Hyodo Residence, Kuo City. A certain pair of parents were having a quiet dinner in the dining room of their house. The other residents were outside while taking care of a wandering demon on the Mao's orders. What's wrong, Ka-chan? The man asked when he saw his wife. She had a slight melancholic tint in her gaze, not to mention that she hadn't touched a bite of her plate. It's Issei, he hasn't called for over 2 weeks. I'm worried, Matriarch Hyodo replied with a sigh. Issei's father closed his eyes for a moment, seriously thinking about what his wife said. They had tried to call, but the call did not come through and they only heard the voicemail. At first they thought he was busy, but after the 5th attempt to contact him in the week they began to worry. Although the father of the family tried to hide it. Don't worry, he'll probably be on an important mission. When he returns I'll talk to him so we can have dinner at his house with him and his girlfriend, the man assured with a carefree smile. This instantly cheered the female up. Oh, I would like that very much, he said with a big smile. The brown-haired man sighed internally at having managed to distract his wife. I hope you're okay, son, come back soon and don't worry your mother anymore, he thought, returning to his dinner. Kyoto, Japan, year 1257 ad. 3 days had passed since the attack on Yasaka. It was late at night, and right now, Issei was in his room reviewing some notes he took from various books while trying to find a way to return to his original time. Sitting on his bed, the blonde tried to make sense of the little useful data he had gathered in the short time he had been in Kyoto. It was the sound at his door. Go ahead, he said as he looked up from his notebook. With permission granted, the visitor entered the room. Leo, is something wrong? The blonde asked when he saw the white-haired yokai. She didn't respond, but rather squirmed a little in her spot right in the doorway. Spectra raised an eyebrow at this unusual behavior, then smiled slightly as she sensed what was happening. Controlling the soft laugh that threatened to escape his throat, the blonde patted the spot next to him on the bed. The white-haired girl hesitated for a moment, but seeing the gentle glow in the blonde's eyes when he wasn't wearing his mask, she decided to take the offer. Now more comfortable, Leo remained silent as she clenched her fists tightly. It didn't help that she had noticed Spectra was wearing Ex Machina on her left ring finger, which made her even more nervous than she already was. So the boy decided to speak first. You've come to thank me for saving Yasaka, haven't you? The boy said in a calm tone. Leo opened her eyes in surprise, to look up and see the blonde's scarlet eyes looking at her warmly, and with some amusement. How? He asked without being able to avoid it. Silver mentioned that you would sometimes quietly mutter different ways of thanking me before shaking your head and starting to mutter again, and that you're the only one who's avoided me since I healed my wounds that night, was Spectra's response. Leo opened his mouth, before blushing and growling something unintelligible under his breath. Then he let out a sigh, then smiled somewhat ironically. I guess there's no point in thinking about it too much, so Spectra thanks for helping Yasaka, he said while smiling softly at her. This time sincerely. The blonde was taken by surprise by the spontaneity of the gesture, remaining for a moment enraptured by the beauty of the yokai. Now, there's something else I want to talk to you about, he said as he returned to his usual demeanor. The blonde came out of his stupor upon hearing her say this, so he adopted a serious expression as he looked at her with interest. At this, the white-haired girl hesitated for a moment, but she pulled herself together and looked at him with the utmost seriousness, although a slight pink appeared on her cheeks. It's about the ring I gave you. Maybe it was impulsive in a way, but I feel like it was the right thing to do, Leo began to say. Issei looked at her waiting for her to continue, but suddenly he noticed that she was beginning to breathe with some difficulty, not to mention that her face was covered in sweat and her cheeks looked quite red. As Leo was about to open his mouth to continue, she felt the world moving and felt disoriented. Spectra opened her eyes as she saw Leo almost fall face first to the ground, but he quickly held her up, preventing her from doing so. "Leo!" he exclaimed, alarmed. He soon realized that something was wrong, as the yokai's body temperature was very high. He then noticed a purple stain appearing on his left hand before quickly spreading across his skin. Seeing this, he had a very bad feeling, so he took the girl in his arms and kicked the door of her room, violently tearing it off in the process, before going out in search of help. "Someone, call a doctor," was the powerful cry that echoed through the halls of the castle. 20 minutes later, the captains and the ruler of Kyoto were currently around a bed, where a certain ex-queen was resting. A yokai Tengu was checking her out under the worried gaze of Spectra, Silver, and Tamamo. The other captains also showed expressions of anguish at what they saw. Then the Tengu finished checking her, then looked at those present, and shook his head sadly. "She was poisoned with a compound I have never seen before. Finding a cure will take time, which unfortunately we do not have. It was the diagnosis of the best doctor in the country." This was a hard blow for everyone, as Silver and Tamamo looked down in regret. "How did this happen?" Tamamo murmured with a slightly cracked voice. Then the black-haired man opened his eyes in realization. It was at that moment, "Damn!" Silver exclaimed as he remembered a certain detail and related it to what the blonde had explained to them. Spectra had also come to the same conclusion. "Lena's dagger," Spectra said, her eyes wide in shock. "Ofufu, maybe you could beat me, but at least I'll get a prize of Kanso Latayan." She remembered his last words, the place where Leo had been slightly injured and where those marks on her skin had originated. Everything fit. "So this is what you meant," he muttered while clenching his fists tightly. He should never have let his guard down like that. The rest looked at him for a moment, noticing how his eyes reflected helplessness and self-reproach. This poison feeds on the power of its victim. When enough incubation time passes, it attacks the vital organs suddenly, and without giving time to create a cure, the doctor reported what he could discover about the poison. A deep silence reigned in the place. Then, the yokai tried to get up again, but her body was too weak and she fell back onto the bed again. Leo-sama," they exclaimed upon seeing the girl's attempt. She was sweating profusely while her left arm was dark violet, and spots of the same color covered a part of her cheek and chest visible from the cleavage. She focused her eyes on Silver, smiling briefly at him. They always had a very good relationship, considering each other equals and sharing their dedication to Tamamo and Yasaka. He then looked at Tamamo, conveying his feelings through his gaze, and then smiled. Silver felt their brotherly bond and Tamamo felt the yokai's unconditional love as well as a silent apology. He then looked at Spectra, before opening his mouth. "Spectra, what we talked about, that ring," the yokai began to say. The doctor and the other captains present were about to speak at that moment to tell him not to overexert himself, but Tamamo raised her hand, stopping them in their tracks. They looked at her with doubt, but one look was enough for them to understand. This was important to her, and she didn't want to be interrupted. Silver remained silent, knowing this beforehand. Leo looked gratefully at the pair, then continued. "Ex Machina can only be used by the ruler of Galette. As a woman and ruler, there was only one way for a foreigner to obtain it from me, and that was by marrying me after defeating me in combat," Leo said slowly. Spectra remained silent as he listened intently. Leo raised his hand, which was taken by the blonde, getting a tired smile from the white-haired yokai. "I know that perhaps our tradition sounds archaic and unfair. That is why the woman decides who is worthy of challenging us to claim our hand in marriage," he clarified when he saw how Spectra frowned. This was not entirely a lie, as the event where the suitors fought against her with marriage as their prize were people she knew very well, so she knew that the admiration and affection professed by the suitors was real. The Galette kingdom was extremely peaceful and its nobles were humble, therefore they automatically qualified to participate in such an event, and she really wouldn't complain if any of them won. Something that no one has achieved to date. On the other hand, B's words reassured the boy, since from what he understood, the rulers were not forced into loveless marriages in order to obtain a king. "When I challenged you, I had this in mind because something about you caught my attention, something strange because I was never interested in any man before. That's why I gave you the ring, because I knew from our confrontation that you were stronger than me and the person destined to wear it," the girl revealed. Issei widened his eyes at Leo's words, completely shocked. But then his eyes darkened slightly with chaos in his heart as he didn't know how to respond, but a gentle squeeze on his hand brought him back to reality. only to see the sincere glow in Leo's blue eyes. I was hoping to learn more about you, to be able to fight together and forge a powerful bond before formalizing a relationship. But it seems it's just a distant dream, he said with great sadness. Tamamo was already shedding tears at this point, as was Silver. However, Spectra had her eyes covered by shadows. Leo noticed this and wondered what was going through the boy's mind. His way of being, his power, and the way he uses it to protect made her interested in him, being reinforced by her Nikomata instincts. Tonight I would explain the ring to him as a starting point. Of course, nothing was planned, since when facing him I only wanted to know what kind of person he was, and I would only find that out by exchanging fists with him. The ring thing was more of a gamble in the hopes that Spectra could find a way to rescue Yusaka. Although she noticed that he was already planning to do something at that moment, he took the opportunity that she provided him masterfully by creating that vehicle that he used to stop the kidnapper's advance. She had thought about it these past 2 days. That was the real reason she was avoiding him, because she still wasn't sure if it was the right thing to do, and that was why today she decided to ignore reason and speak from the heart. So when she stood face to face with him, she knew. In Leo's eyes, Spectra was someone worthy of his hand and heart. I don't accept it, the blonde muttered loud enough for everyone to hear. Everyone looked at him as a reflex. I won't let you leave my side, he murmured again audibly to everyone. Everyone present felt an enormous weight behind those words. What? Leo whispered softly without understanding. I'm not going to let you go, Leo. There are many things I don't know about you and others I want to tell you about myself. Many places to visit and people I want you to meet, said the blonde as his eyes became visible again. Leo looked in shock at the intensity that Spectra's eyes conveyed, to the point of shining slightly and causing a pleasant warmth to run through her body upon hearing him say that. For Issei, this was the same situation that happened that time with Asuya. They had known each other for a short time, but he already considered her someone important in his life. Unlike the previous time with the nun, this time he had no problem relating to this girl more freely, so he tried hard to forge a good relationship of camaraderie between them. This would also help when asking to join your peerage title. However, there was another crucial difference in the occasion with Asuya. That was because he was no longer weak and had the means to prevent everything from happening again, so he would not sit idly by. Plus, I didn't want to bring her back from the dead. Elsha's situation was more than enough. With this in mind, the boy took Leo's hand in his hands as he approached her face, staring his scarlet eyes into the yokai's golden ones. Tell me, Leo, would you stay with me? He asked without taking his gaze off the yokai, transmitting his unbreakable will. She shed tears at the boy's words, knowing in advance that anything would be useless as the doctor said, so she simply nodded, expressing her impossible wish from the depths of her soul. The rest of my life, he answered as clearly as he could. That was all I needed to hear. Drake, he said in his mind. The dragon had remained silent all this time, as he listened to what was happening in the room. The days that the white-haired girl avoided her host seemed funny to her, especially because of the all for honor mention's bewildered expression every time the girl changed her course when they crossed paths inside the castle. The combination of the girl's instincts, her host's dragon power, and the resonance of the pawn piece told him that she was a potential match. But now everything took a big turn. The dragon was aware of his companion's thoughts, so he knew what the unasked question was. So he responded without wasting any time. The power of the piece can stop and even reverse the effects upon reincarnation. But this situation would only return to square one unless you use your power to contain the poison using the master-servant bond long enough to find a cure. Drake informed his bearer seriously. Due to the blonde's silence while talking to his intern, the doctor spoke again. That's enough, Spectra-sama. The only person capable of creating a cure in such a short time is the legendary medical elf, Aline. But she disappeared from the world 300 years ago, not to mention that there is no time left, the doctor explained regretfully. Then the blonde put a hand in his pocket, taking out a certain case which he opened without hesitation. Inside were 2 pawn pieces, one of which was shining brightly, releasing a surge of energy. Everyone present could feel the enormous power contained in that small piece. Silver was drawn to one of them, which sent out a slight current of cold air that resonated with his own aura. However, the most surprised was Tamamo. She could feel the enormous power that those little chess pieces contained, as well as being directly connected to the blonde in a deep and personal way. It was as if they were a piece of his soul. For their part, the others looked at Spectra's movements with doubt, wondering what he was planning. It's a promise, after this there's no turning back, he said as he placed the piece in Leo's hand. She could feel how the piece in her hand radiated a great power, which began to saturate her body, and a bond with the blonde began to form. He could almost feel Spectra's heartbeat synchronizing with his own. Everyone took cover as a glow erupted from the pawn piece, momentarily blinding those present. Leonicelli Galette de Royce, under the name of Hyodo Issei of the House of Dragons, I ask you to serve me from now on as my servant and family. From this moment you are my pawn, he muttered under his breath, taking advantage of the moment. When the glow ceased, everyone turned their gaze to Leo, noticing how his condition had improved to the point that the marks on his skin had retracted towards his wrist, and his expression was more peaceful. Spectra, a surprised Silver murmured. The All for Honor mentioned lifted Leo into his arms, while looking at the rest with renewed hope in his eyes. I will explain everything when I get back, he said simply before closing his eyes. He then focused on a certain summoning circle left in Aline's hands, and then teleported to that place. The rest watched him disappear, unable to believe what had happened. What does this mean? Tamamo wondered as she noticed the powerful bond that had formed between them. It was like a symbiotic relationship, as he felt Spectra's power flow towards Leo, managing to push back the poison using that small piece as a core, which had fused into the girl's body. Leo will be saved, I'm sure, Silver commented with a convinced tone. How do you know, Silver? An elderly captain asked. The black-haired man smiled with amusement. Because I saw it in his eyes, he won't allow it, and that's why I feel calmer, he replied, shrugging his shoulders. The confidence in the boy's gaze took a huge weight off her shoulders. The rest didn't know how to respond to that. Elven Forest. Elsha and Aline had just finished dinner and were currently sitting on the roof of the elf's hut looking at the night sky. It's been 2 weeks since Spectra left, Elsha said suddenly. This was a recurring theme when no one knew what to talk about. I wonder if he found a way to get back home, the blonde spoke again. Aline simply remained silent, but in his mind he had the same question. Then a glow emerged from her top, since that was where she kept the paper the boy had left her. This caught the attention of the two women, so the elf pulled it out from between her breasts, watching as the magic circle glowed brightly. From one moment to the next, it projected itself forward, increasing in size, giving way to a familiar figure. Aline, I need your help, he exclaimed without wasting any time. Elsha was going to greet him, but the desperate tone in the girl in the blonde's arms stopped her immediately. The elf briefly glanced at the girl, noticing that she was a yokai, narrowing her gaze briefly as she noticed a certain sickly stain on her left hand. I understand, follow me, he said seriously as he dropped from the roof. Spectra followed her with Elsha behind him, all of them entering the small cabin. Then the blonde carefully placed her on the bed, feeling a sense of déjà vu when he looked at Elsha, remembering that something similar happened to her. Spectra, Leo murmured, opening his eyes slightly. Sure, don't strain yourself, Issei whispered as he caressed her cheek. She then noticed that she was in a small house, although she didn't know where since she didn't feel the presence of Tamamo or Silver anywhere nearby. It was then that her gaze fell upon a certain elf, who approached her while her hands glowed with green energy, then began to slowly travel over her body. It is a poison of heavy metals, animal toxin and negative mana. It destroys the cells of the organs by feeding on the victim's power, but it does so in an extreme way and apparently, it has already passed the critical point. How could it survive? The elf detailed, to finish with the question. This surprised the blonde and the yokai, since his diagnosis was more elaborate than the royal family's doctor. Leaving his shocked state, Spectra showed him his case in response, the inside of which was almost empty except for a lone pawn. Aline and Elsha understood that she was the new member of the boy's peerage title and therefore, a new companion. Reincarnation reversed his state, and I am using my power through the connection to keep the effect and advance of the poison at bay, the blonde responded immediately. It was then that Elsha could notice how Spectra's face showed some tiredness. For her part, the elf nodded at the explanation, then took some herbs from a table along with the stone where she usually grinds them. I can create the antidote, but I'll need at least 2 hours, he commented while taking off his cloak and beret. Really? You're awesome, Aline, was the boy's exclamation. Aline coughed lightly as she covered the slight pink on her cheeks at the flattery, then she sat down on the floor and arranged her utensils and ingredients. Stay like that and don't let the poison advance. I'll try to do it in less time, he said as he began to grind several medicinal herbs. The blonde nodded, then sat on the bed and brushed some hair from Leo's forehead, which was covered in sweat. I'll get some fresh water and some towels, Elsa said as she walked away. She didn't want to sit around doing nothing and feel useless. Thanks, Elsa, that will be a great help, the blonde replied, totally grateful. Elsa gave him a trust me look before leaving the house. For her part, Leo remained awake, listening to the entire conversation. It seems it's not my time yet and I owe it all to you, Spectra, she thought while a small smile adorned her face. She didn't fully understand what the blonde did to save her, but when she slightly opened her eyes and saw the blonde's tired complexion, she swore that she would keep her promise to be with him. Although something else came to his mind. Aline, where have I heard that name before? He thought before closing his eyes and slowly losing consciousness. For his part, Issei felt calmer when he saw the peaceful expression on Leo's face, then turned his gaze towards the elf. Then he blinked a couple of times when he noticed it. Aline, is that perhaps you? He said in surprise. Yes, it happened a couple of minutes after you left. I just thought about it, and the pawn piece entered my chest, freeing me from the curse in the process, the elf replied as she stopped grinding and looked at him. Then she smiled naturally, leaving the boy speechless because of the beauty she reflected, so he looked away with a slight blush. What's with that kind of gesture? First Leo and now Aline, he thought, slightly disturbed. Then he shook his head and looked at the elf, who was returning to her task. Without further ado, he closed his eyes to clear his mind and relax a little. An hour and a half later, Aline held a tray with 4 small glasses in his hands. It was a bit difficult, but each of these medicinal compounds will remove one active ingredient of the poison, the elf announced with a serious expression. Spectra smiled in relief at the news. Elsa once again changed the towel on Leo's forehead as she had been doing for over an hour, so he let out a sigh upon hearing what his teacher said. Aline placed the tray on a small table beside the bed and sat down next to his patient. She took one of the glasses as a green aura surrounded her. The healing power is absorbed by the antidote to enhance all its effects, including the regenerative one that will heal the damage that reincarnation could not restore, the elf explained. Then Elsa helped the yokai sit on the bed, so that Aline could bring the preparation to the lips of the girl, who opened her eyes slightly disoriented. Here, drink, the elf asked in a kind tone. Leo did not hesitate and drank the liquid in one gulp, although he had to endure the bitter taste. Okay, now next, Aline said as he took the second glass. The process was repeated 2 more times, while Spectra watched in silence. When she was done, the former secretary laid Leo back down to rest, which was quick as he immediately fell asleep with a relaxed expression. Issei then opened his eyes as the stain on Leo's left hand slowly disappeared without a trace. Feeling completely relieved, he dropped into a chair, breathing somewhat heavily and sweating visibly. She is cured, but it will take at least a month and a half to fully recover, the elf announced, looking at the boy with slight concern. It was a bit difficult for Issei to maintain the constant flow of power, as he was not used to such an act, therefore he was quite exhausted and with his energy reserves at low levels. Thanks, Aline, he replied with a grateful smile. Now, could you explain to us what happened? He asked with his arms crossed and a raised eyebrow. Elsa stood beside her master with one hand on her waist, as she was also interested in what her king had to say. Well, what happens is, the boy began to tell. This is how he recounted his arrival in Japan, his subsequent encounter with a caravan under attack, and how he met Leo and Silver. He also told them about the succession process that would happen in 2 weeks and the problems they faced recently, resulting in the attempted kidnapping of Yasaka. When he finished, both girls fell silent. No doubt a lot had happened during his stay in Kyoto. Then Aline was the first to speak. And what do you plan to do? He asked without abandoning his serious expression. Spectra turned his gaze to a sleeping Leo, then looked back at the 2 blondes in front of him. You should know by now, I won't allow them to lay a finger on Tamamo or Yasaka, he stated with a sharp look. Aline held her gaze, while Elsa felt a chill run down her spine. Then the elf closed her eyes. I see, he simply replied. Therefore, Aline, Elsa, I ask you to lend me your strength, he asked as his gaze softened. The elf opened her eyes again at the request, watching those scarlet eyes convey her plea. At this, she couldn't help but draw a small smile. Since you ask it like that, I can't refuse, so count on me, Elsa declared with a wild smile while giving him a thumbs up. I agree, in fact I would have hit you if you hadn't asked for our help, the elf declared, smiling pleased. This took the blonde by surprise, as he had not expected such a forceful response from Aline. "Don't be so surprised. Now that I am your servant, my power is yours. After all, you gave me freedom, and in the time you were here you drove away the loneliness that plagued me. You are one of the people I can call family. That's why I accepted your offer without thinking much about it," the elf explained with a light blush on her cheeks. Spectra's expression didn't help, as I saw her with her mouth slightly open. But after a few seconds, the boy shook his head and looked at her with a warm expression that left the elf stunned. "Thanks, Aline, your words make me very happy," were the blonde's words. Elsha watched in amusement at the interaction between Spectra and Aline, which was noticed by the latter and made her feel embarrassed. "So, are we leaving?" the blonde asked, changing the subject. "Cough cough, I don't recommend it. It would be better to wait until dawn. You need to rest a little," Aline replied as the color returned to her cheeks. Spectra thought about it and had to agree with him. "I understand," the blonde replied. The elf searched a small closet, then handed him the futon that Issei usually used when sleeping here. The blonde took it, then laid it on the floor. He laid down after removing his boots and closing his eyes. "Family, huh?" He thought about Aline's words. This reminded him of what Rias used to say about her peerage, who saw them as family. A nostalgic smile appeared on her lips. He sensed that he would soon confront the redhead and show her the consequences of her mistakes, so he needed to create an insurance policy to prevent the group from collapsing. After all, he still cared about them, and he didn't want to be ungrateful to the Gremory clan, who were very kind to him. Yawning, he felt his dreams claiming him, so he quickly gave in. For her part, Aline took a small wooden handle on the wall, then pulled it to reveal a second bed, which was joined together with the one Leo occupied. This was a modification that was made several years ago, when Elsha was still living with Aline. The elf took off her boots, gloves and top, leaving her in her underwear made of leaves. Elsha was wearing a light white dress and simple sandals, which was comfortable for sleeping. They both sat on the bed, watching the blonde breathing slowly, making it clear that he had already fallen asleep. "Wow, he's already asleep," Elsha said with both eyebrows raised. The elf didn't say anything, she just stared at Spectra's face with an unreadable look, before smiling and settling down to sleep. Elsha imitated her, and soon they were both lying down with their eyes closed. "I wonder, would you have that same expression if it had been me?" "Probably yes," the elf thought at that moment, remembering the boy's panicked expression when she arrived. Coming to that conclusion made him feel a great warmth in his chest, finding it a little strange but not unpleasant. Without further ado, he let himself be carried away into dreamland. Kyoto, Japan. Several hours later. Silver, Tamamo, the generals and the castle doctor headed to a certain yokai's room. It had already been dawn for an hour, but at this moment they had felt a certain energy signature appear in the castle, specifically in Leo's room. When Silver opened the door, there in the center of the room and with his hands in his pockets was Spectra waiting for them. He had announced his arrival with his energy at a high level so that everyone could feel it. His gaze was indecipherable when he wore his mask. "How are you?" Tamamo asked without wasting any time. The masked man smiled, and then a teleportation circle shone on the floor of the room. 3 figures emerged from this. Although they focused more on a blonde girl, or rather a certain yokai who was leaning on her shoulder to stand. Leo-sama," those present exclaimed upon seeing her in better condition. She smiled softly at them, to make up for having worried them. When the white-haired girl got into bed, the doctor gave her a quick checkup just to be safe. "There is no trace of poison," he said in amazement. Despite feeling enormous happiness, they couldn't look at the masked man for answers. "Well, I guess there's no point in delaying the matter any longer. What happens is," the blonde began to say. But at that moment a castle maid with Nikomata features had entered, startled at noticing so many people in the room, but especially at seeing the yokai safe and interrupting the masked man. "Leo-sama," she exclaimed with relief. Most hadn't noticed, but the masked man and the elf did. A hint of disbelief and alarm flashed through their eyes for a moment, and they stared at each other briefly as Spectra mouthed words and Aline nodded at the boy's words. "I'm sorry to have bothered you, I'll be leaving now," said the maid as she quickly headed to the door. Once the maid left the room, the attention of those present focused again on the masked man. But he started walking towards the door without paying any attention to them. The serious aura surrounding him left those present significantly stunned, and when Silver was about to ask him what was happening, Aline created a small magic circle, gaining everyone's attention. Outside the room, the maid hurried towards a deserted hallway, being careful that no one followed her at any time. When she felt completely alone and safe, she pulled out of her dress a small piece of paper with a magic circle drawn on it, which glowed when she added energy to it. "Loom-sama, I have important news," the girl said in a hurried tone. "Give me your report, Shira." A raspy voice was heard emerging from the small circle. "Leo-sama has died," were the words transmitted. At this moment, the maid's pupils were dilated and her body was paralyzed with terror as a cold sweat began to cover her skin, which was becoming paler by the moment. "That's excellent news. It happened faster than we thought. That special poison was worth every penny on the black market," the one called Loom was heard saying with satisfaction in his voice. "What's the next step, Naya? Or should I abandon my post?" she asked her mysterious master. "No, I need you there so I can bypass security and get our agents in. I will contact you the day before the event so you can receive your instructions," Loom ordered with authority. "Hi, Loom-sama, anything for Adele-sama's wish," he said with passion in his voice. "Little one, Adele-sama is happy to hear that," Loom replied in a calm tone. "Ah, that's wonderful, Naya," the female voice purred with a long smile on her face. "Keep up the good work and Adele-sama will reward you, Shira, don't fail me," he said before cutting off the connection. A gloved hand took the paper from the Nikomata's hand, whose mouth was covered by the missing pair of paper. Spectra smiled crazily as he looked at the paper in his hand, before the terrified gaze of Shira, who moments before had been taken by surprise, immobilized and silenced by the masked man. "Who would have thought that there was still a mole inside the castle, little Shira Naya," said the masked man with the girl's voice. He had suppressed his presence and followed her, catching her just as she was communicating with someone outside. He used a function of his electronic mask to imitate the girl's voice, in addition to copying Kuroka's way of speaking, which helped him go unnoticed. During this time, he had discovered a voice modulator included in his artificial, sacred gear, which obviously helped him on this occasion. He had also taken the opportunity to deactivate the function that revealed women's measurements a couple of months after reaching this time. "They have heard the situation over there," he spoke now using his normal voice. A small magic circle glowed near his ear, indicating a transmission. In Leo's room, a deathly silence reigned after listening to the entire conversation through the communication circle invoked by Aline. It was shocking to everyone how the masked man had somehow realized that Shira was a spy, including exposing it to them as conclusive evidence. Because of this, they could not believe that they had been infiltrated by the enemy. Tamamo had her gaze downcast, while an enormous sadness pierced her chest, because she still found it hard to believe that this person held such a grudge against her. The captains looked at their leader with expressions of sorrow, sensing the pain he must be going through. "We'll talk about that later. First, there's something I must reveal to you," Spectra declared, entering the room again. On his shoulder he carried an unconscious Shira, tied hand and foot. This brought the ruler of Kyoto out of her trance, and she nodded, a little more recovered from the lapse. The masked man leaned his prisoner against one of the walls, then took a talisman from his clothes and stuck it on the Nikomata's forehead. The yokais present recognized that talisman as an onmaiji art, which had the function of sealing the movements of the prisoners. "With this, he won't be able to escape or attempt to take his life, should he try to do so," he said in a serious tone of voice. Then the blonde sat on the bed at Leo's feet, while Elsha and Aline stood next to him. It was when they first spoke in detail in their presence, earning scrutinizing glances from the elders. Tamamo felt a little nervous at the steely gaze that the light blonde-haired elf had, which contrasted with the curious and cautious gaze of the other golden-haired girl. On the other hand, Silver widened his eyes slightly at the sight of Elsha, feeling his face suddenly heat up. Aline was wearing her usual clothes, but Elsha was wearing an outfit created by Spectra's magic. Since he saved her, her hair had grown quite a bit, reaching down to her lower back as opposed to before, when it reached a little further below her neck. She wore a kind of leather corset with a front closure that left her cleavage and shoulders exposed, with a brown strap around her neck and securing the cover of her breasts. Pants made of the same material as the corset that showed off her sensual curves and black high-heeled tactical boots with several clasps. A thick metallic belt with a red buckle and a black image of a dragon's head, carrying a holstered pistol on his right side. Around his right leg, he wore a brown belt with cased bullets as ammunition, and over his shoulders a leather jacket with metal plates on his shoulders and silver-colored sleeve ends. The overall outfit was dark blue with a slight violet tint to his pants. Silver couldn't take his eyes off that girl, until he heard his friend's voice again. "Well then, Tamamo-sama, What do you want to know first? Spectra asked as he removed his mask. At the question, everyone present turned their gaze to their leader, who stared at the boy, implying that he was choosing his next words. What was that object you used on Leo? The power it radiated was enormous, not to mention that it is linked to you, the kitsune asked seriously. The blonde nodded, then showed his case with a pawn piece inside. This is called Opportunity Piece. With it I can turn any living being into my servant, Issei explained briefly. This made everyone's eyes open at the implication of those words. In my home, the high-class nobles possess these pieces, but my set is a variation of the original object, since its true function is to reincarnate any being into another specific one, he added without hesitation. Something like that shouldn't be possible, a captain debated instantly. It's true, Leo-sama is still a yokai, another one explained in a serious tone. The blonde simply smiled. As I told you, that would be its true function, but the pieces I received allow whoever receives it to retain their race, Spectra clarified. A deep silence reigned at that moment. The captain showed expressions of disbelief and skepticism as they looked at him. On the other hand, Tamamo, Silver and Leo knew that the boy was not lying just by looking into his eyes. I believe you, that means Leo is now your servant, Tamamo spoke seriously. The blonde nodded. The power of reincarnation was able to reverse the effects of the poison on his body, while the connection with me would allow me to keep its effects at bay while the cure was found, Spectra explained. But since they did it in such a short time, it would have taken even me at least a week, the doctor explained curiously. Not to brag, but he was the best doctor in Japan. Then the blonde smiled. I owe that to my pawn, the boy replied. This answer confused everyone present, except the all for honor mentioned and Elsha. Spectra let out a sigh as she saw the bewildered looks on everyone's faces. The system that is used in my home is based on chess, therefore I was given a total of 15 pieces, which would be 8 pawns, 2 rooks, 2 knights, 2 bishops and 1 queen, not counting the king, which is me, he explained in more detail. It was then that everyone understood the opportunity piece system. So I'm one of your pawns, right? Leo said in a soft tone. The boy turned to her and nodded. That's why I asked you if you wanted to stay with me, the boy said with a smile. The yokai blushed slightly, remembering her answer, and Spectra's words were engraved in her heart. So, those girls, one of the old captains said. My name is Elsha, I am a pawn, Elsha introduced herself by raising her hand in a friendly manner. It must be said that the name echoed in Silver's mind. Elsha, he whispered without stopping looking at her. I am Aline, I am also a pawn, it was the elf's turn. The doctor opened his eyes as his jaw dropped to the floor upon hearing that name. Is something wrong, Sakaki-san? Tamamo asked upon seeing the doctor's reaction. Is that possible? Are you really Aline, the elf doctor? She said shakily. The old captains widened their eyes as they listened to the old doctor's babbling, for even they had heard about that legendary person. It's been a long time since anyone called me that. My title of Sentukyukin Aline was better known from what I've heard, the elf replied with a gleam of interest in her blue eyes. The captains dropped their jaws upon hearing Aline's response. Leo looked at the elf in shock, for her legend was well known in his former kingdom precisely with the titles she mentioned. To think she was part of his group. Just thinking about the opportunity to fight alongside her filled her with excitement. Tamamo and Silver looked at the elf with respect, especially the former as she could see the vast experience in Aline's eyes. But then a doubt surfaced in his mind. Spectra, does that mean you have more servants? Tamamo asked seriously. That the all for honor mentioned was a noble was something he already knew from the moment he met him, since the aura surrounding him was that of a noble. The blonde nodded at the kitsune's question. Unfortunately, I was separated from my group, as I had not yet completed my team. I still had with me 4 unused pawns, of which I now only have 1 left, he answered sincerely. The old captains had already managed to assimilate what Spectra had told them, so they looked at him with respect for having someone like Aline in their group. Plus, they could see the genuine respect she conveyed in her gaze every time she saw him. Now, regarding the current situation, I need to know what is happening in order to help, were the boy's words. At the change of subject, Tamamo let out a sigh. She was grateful for the boy's help on the 2 occasions Yasaka was in danger, adding the thing about Leo by the way. But she did not want to involve him in the problems that the country was going through. He already had a lot of problems looking for a way to return home. However, thanks to him and his timely intervention, they could anticipate the enemy's next movements, something that involved him to the point of asking directly and not ignoring him as he did when he arrived at the castle. Spectra noticed how the yokai faction leader was hesitant to share the information with him. "I've been thinking about everything that's happened since I got here. Tamamo-sama's health, the attacks against Yasaka-chan, a couple of infiltrators in the castle, one of them having direct access to the leader when she was taking care of him." He began to speak again. His scarlet eyes looked into Tamamo's golden ones, noticing the shock in them. "That is why I have come to the conclusion that there is a faction that does not accept your ideas. That is why they weakened you to the point that you must pass your government to a successor. The fact that he is quite young encourages them to take away his right without anyone being able to do anything about it." The boy continued speaking. The captains without exception looked at him in amazement, because he had unraveled their situation just by analyzing everything that had happened since he arrived. Tamamo felt exposed, so she looked away in embarrassment from the boy's eyes. Possibly the one pulling the strings in the shadows is a yokai with enormous influence and power, someone who feels he has the right to rule and cannot stand being belittled. "Yes, that Adele guy is someone close to you, isn't that right?" the blonde concluded, raising an eyebrow. Those present outside of Aline and Elsha were completely petrified by Spectra's deduction, looking at him with a mixture of fear and respect. Elsha noticed this and smiled amusedly. "You really are a monster, Nichan," the blonde murmured. Aline just smiled with an expression of "nothing can be done, you exposed them mercilessly." This comment brought everyone out of their shock. "How?" Tamamo stammered, still unable to believe it. The blonde shrugged. "I have seen too many cases in my home," he answered frankly. He naturally talked about his favorite light novels and eroges with that kind of theme, not to mention some situations of discontent between the demons and the fallen that involved him before the alliance was formed. The old captains came out of their shock and looked at him doubtfully. The kitsune just let out a sigh, then began to speak. "It's about my older brother. Tusan gave the government to me thinking about the future, because my brother had ideas of conquering other factions, which would cause our extinction," Tamamo explained while her ears fell in an expression of sadness. Spectra nodded in understanding. "I understand. A kitsune yokai who is a kyubi with a power greater than yours now that you are weakened, with elite soldiers at the level of Leo and Silver among its ranks waiting for the moment to attack. We already know what the day of the attack will be, plus we have the advantage of being able to guide them to prevent civilian losses," he summarized as best he could. I hope that what I had deduced about Tamamo's older brother was wrong. But her look of astonishment made him groan in frustration inside. "A kyubi, I see," he murmured, bringing his hand to his face. "Sakaki-san, how long will it take for Lia-sama to recover?" one of the captains asked. The All for Honor mention looked at the elf in a questioning manner, something that she noticed, so she closed her eyes calmly before giving her answer. "In a month and a half," Aline replied. The captains felt overwhelmed by the situation that was upon them. "Your body must recover from the damage inflicted on your cells, since your reincarnation could not completely reverse the effects of that powerful poison," he spoke again while crossing his arms. This made the elder spirits fall even further, at least until Spectra intervened. "Don't worry, we still have the advantage," the blonde declared seriously. "What does Spectra-sama mean?" the doctor asked doubtfully. The blonde looked up at the ceiling for a few moments, before answering. "I'm still here, Silver isn't weak, not counting Aline and Elsha, and we know the enemy steps. I'm sure that even if we have casualties, we'll be able to suppress this guy," he said as he lowered his gaze to meet Tamamo's eyes. She could sense the boy's unspoken question, so with a tinge of sadness she nodded her consent. "I know it's hard, but if we don't do something about it, we might regret it in the future," he said in a solemn tone. He understood that she still saw Adele as her family, but this guy just wanted power regardless of stepping on his own sister and niece. Someone like him was no longer salvageable. "I understand," Tamamo said with resignation. "Fine, for now I propose to let Leo rest," said the blonde, ending the conversation. After that, everyone left the room. "I'll come back later, there are things I need to prepare," he said before leaving the room with Shira on his shoulder. "Hi," was the simple response of the white-haired yokai. She snuggled up in her sheets and let sleep come to her. Outside the room, Silver stood waiting for Spectra, who raised an eyebrow at him. "Can we talk about something?" the black-haired man asked seriously. The blonde nodded. Several days later. It had been 6 days since Spectra brought Elsha and Aline with him to Kyoto. Leo was recovering satisfactorily, receiving care from Aline, which was supervised by Dr. Sakaki in order to learn a little about the elf. She knew the properties of medicinal plants better than anyone, which she reinforced with her personal healing magic, which is why the effects were even greater when it came to treating bodily ailments. In this case, she prepared mixtures in the form of tea that accelerated the production of cells in Leo's body. He also made another preparation to help Tamamo recover, who was sabotaged by Lena during her stay at the castle. Spectra was meditating in the castle garden, under some trees. Silver had small training sessions with Elsha to get to know each other before going to the battlefield together. The black-haired man found the girl quite interesting, regardless of the fact that she was directly among his personal tastes when it came to the opposite sex. He only trained with Aline once, and she showed him an overwhelming difference in experience. This scene sent chills down the spines of the captains, who wanted to see the skills of the two women serving Spectra. He may be my pawn, but I was still in his care and I must say, he is stronger than me, she told him with a smile when she saw him all bruised that day. Obviously he was talking about his current state where he didn't use Drake's power fully, because if he used it naturally Aline wouldn't be able to confront him. Not to mention using Ophis power. So at present, even if it was just by a little bit, she was stronger than him. It must be said that Leo laughed out loud when Issei told him what happened with the black-haired man and his teacher. She felt the great presences collide, but she couldn't get out of bed even if she was curious to go see. Yasaka spent her time in Leo's room keeping him company, as she was told that he had caught a cold. Elsha and Aline looked at the little yokai with soft eyes. It must also be said that Yasaka got along very well with Elsha, to the point of getting together and playing some jokes on the residents of the castle. Tamamo, Spectra, and the captains met several times to discuss measures to protect the civilians who would be inside the castle at the new ruler's appointment ceremony. Then the day before the event arrived. Right now, Spectra was meeting with the captains in a room set up for tactical meetings where they were analyzing information from the event. "Our boys will wear a ring that will resonate with yours to identify themselves," said a raspy voice. Spectra held the paper with the magic circle printed on it that she took from Shira. He had just used this girl to imbue the seal with his power and accept the communication, as well as reporting that she had the patterns of the patrols and gaps in the castle's security. He did this in order to synchronize the guards to deliberately let the enemy into the square. Casualties in direct combat were preferred over casualties in ambushes, and that is why it was done this way. "You must guide them to the blind spots among the guards inside the castle, to destroy any attempt at a response against us," the voice said again. "Naya, that will be easy," Spectra replied with a mischievous smile looking at the ring in the palm of her hand. It must be said that smiling like that and with his mask on, the blonde looked intimidating, as confirmed by the terrified Shira, who watched in terror as her voice came out of her captor's lips without being able to do anything as she was completely paralyzed. "Adele-sama will take care of Tamamo and Yasaka, the four generals will take care of Silver and the elders. Now that Leo is gone it will be easy to take over Kyoto." Pleasure could be heard in the voice. "What will happen to Spectra Phantom?" he asked with some caution. That guy, he's definitely a problem. If you use that tone he's probably standing next to Yasaka or Tamamo, so Adele-sama will immobilize him before dealing with Tamamo," the voice replied. The blonde narrowed his eyes beneath his mask at what he had heard. Silver and the captains looked at each other with some concern. They might have the tactical advantage of knowing in advance the movements of the infiltrating enemy, but that doesn't mean that things can't get complicated at any moment. That same thought was going through the masked man's head. "I see, then there's nothing to worry about, Naya," Spectra replied in a calmer tone. "Don't fail us, you have the most important job," the voice said before cutting the transmission. The blonde looked at the paralyzed and silenced Nikomata who was kneeling in front of him, who trembled when the electronic pupils focused directly on her. "She has already fulfilled her function for now. I wonder what we should do with her," he wondered out loud. The Nikomata's eyes widened as tears formed in her eyes, before she closed her eyes and fell to the ground completely unconscious. A small, languid smile crept onto her lips. "Be thankful that I don't like to kill indiscriminately. Thanks for putting her to sleep, Silver," he said, looking at the black-haired man. He simply waved his hand in a forget-it gesture and lifted the girl up with ease. "I'll take her to her cell," he said as he left the room. Then the blonde's gaze fell on the captains. "It's time to finish the preparations," he said seriously, to which they nodded. During the following hours and the rest of the day, the castle square was carefully prepared, the very place where the event would take place in the eyes of the townspeople. These days, Spectra had been in charge of collecting the energy signature of every woman, man, child and old man clandestinely so as not to worry them, in order to link them to a teleportation spell created by Tamamo. For this purpose, a bunker was prepared where they would be safely deposited, which was reinforced on the outside with various talismans and barriers. The castle maids would be at this location beforehand, in order to explain things and reassure the civilians, as well as to act in case they have marked an infiltrator and thus quickly suppress him. On the other hand, among the soldiers infiltrated in the population there would be captains, who would be located in strategic places, in order to use a simultaneous attack on their disoriented opponents when the civilians were evacuated by the teleportation spell. If there were any non-Kyoto civilians present, the soldiers would evacuate them while pressing the enemy toward the center in the confusion, before the attack fell upon them. The scene of the battle was also prepared in advance, as the western wall of the castle would be reinforced to prevent a single rebel from escaping through that place. The eastern wall separating the castle from a forest would remain undefended, as Spectra would pressure his leader to leave through there so as not to interfere with the other fights. The forest was delimited by a powerful barrier, which was wide enough for Issei to move at full power without his movements being hindered. Obviously tests were done for this. The labyrinth-shaped garden before the square would be filled with barriers so that the enemy would not advance beyond that place and damage the structure of the castle. On the other hand, if the initial attack failed, another strategy had already been formed. To intercept the invading forces, Aline, Silver and Elsha could take one of the enemy generals, while the other captains would board the remaining one. Those who felt they were not sufficient for the task would eliminate the low-ranking soldiers and any other enemies with the help of the castle soldiers. But still, they took into account that a yokai with great infiltration abilities could be able to deceive their senses and reach Tamamo and Yasaka, who by following the act would act as bait under proper protection. Therefore, while the enemy leader did not appear, Tamamo would be protected by Aline from the shadows and Yasaka would be protected by Elsha, so the captains along with Silver would be in charge of facing the enemy generals. There was also a crucial point in the teleportation spell that would be used to evacuate the villagers to the designated location for their protection. There were too many people, and although the spell would not be affected, the time to move that large number of people would be too long and a tragedy could occur. That's why they would use the Yasukani no Magatama to force the spell and create instant teleportation. At this, Issei learned something new that left him surprised, and that was the functioning of certain legendary items. The power of offense, defense, movement. Ayame no Murakumo no Tsurugi had the power of attack. Jada no Kagami had the defensive power. Yasukani no Magatama granted movement. The sacred treasures of Japan, since the leader had them under her power, and would only use them in a true emergency. With the reinforcement of the Yasukani no Magatama, they could move the civilians instantly. And so, when the details were finished, everyone went home to prepare for the next day. It was now late at night when everything was ready. The celebration was scheduled to take place at 10 a.m. the following day, so there was a tense atmosphere in the air. Issei saw the castle square beyond the labyrinth-style garden, which despite the passage of time had not changed because it was exactly the same as in his time. The boy was without his mask on, while the breeze gently hit his skin and swayed his blonde hair and his alter ego. Tomorrow will be an important day, he thought with some anxiety. He decided that despite not using his boosted gear, he would use all his cards against his opponent, although he didn't plan on using his sub-balance breaker unless necessary. He wanted to at least have one more restriction before he had to reveal himself as the Sekiryutei in this era. Of course, he didn't expect everything to be easy, since he would be facing a yokai at the level of an ultimate class demon, without taking into account that if the enemy planned to immobilize him, then they would have some method up their sleeve. Don't worry, buddy, if it's a barrier-type spell you can tear it to pieces with your heavenly harrowing. Drake tried to reassure him. Yes, I still had that letter saved. Her corrected and improved version of her dress break could tear apart any spell or barrier, not to mention her Graham demolition. While this was an artificial ability obtained thanks to LeFay, it was one of her best cards to take into account, not to mention that last ability developed from the power of Drake and Albion that she managed to perfect long ago. On the other hand, he feared that his battle with Lena had been witnessed by some enemy, as this would give them ways to counter all of his attacks, which would decrease his combat effectiveness to at least 50%. Knowing that you now think more about things in the future makes me feel calmer, my friend. Without a doubt, those girls have worried about you to the point of putting some common sense into that head of yours, said a pleased Drake. In response, the blonde smiled. Yes, I'm glad too, I couldn't do all this if it weren't for them, she commented with a small, warm smile. Because of everything that had happened, the captains and Tamamo suggested that he be the one to come up with the entire defense plan, something that, although intimidated him at first, he was able to come up with a good strategy once he calmed down. He had to mentally thank Sona for her lessons in strategy, promising to take her on a date when he returned home. He shook his head, then left his room to visit a certain yokai who had recently been in his peerage title. He knocked on the door. "You may come in," was heard inside. The blonde entered upon receiving permission, noticing Elsha and Aline in the room. There was also Yasaka. Leo had told them that they could stay in his room, as he preferred to have company so as not to die of boredom, and they could have conversations where they began to get to know each other. Yasaka was sitting on Elsha's lap, who was sitting next to Leo's bed, indicating that they were having a conversation. Aline was lying comfortably on her bed, while reading a book. After accepting Leo's proposal, 2 more beds were brought into the room. "Is something wrong, Spectra?" Leo asked when he saw him enter. She looked at Spectra without his red trench coat and mask, and also without his white gloves, deducing that he was probably going to sleep soon. Aline looked up from her book, while Elsha raised her hand in greeting and Yasaka yawned. The blonde smiled at this last thing, as it reminded him of little Lilith. "My Kawayamoto, I'll be back soon. Your Oni-chan will finish off the bad guys and come back to your side," he thought passionately, even if on the outside his expression didn't change. Drake felt a drop on the back of his neck at the thoughts of his bearer, cursing under his breath a certain fallen who had contaminated his companion's mind. "I just wanted to see how you were, since I couldn't visit you today," Spectra answered calmly. The white-haired girl raised an eyebrow, before smiling softly. "I see. I understand that they shouldn't let anything pass or leave any opening that could be exploited by the enemy," was Leo's comment. Aline kept him informed of her condition, as she had recovered to 20% of her capacity, which put her in danger if she became involved in an incident. But despite that, he liked coming to spend some time with her to get to know her a little better. Spectra nodded at what Leo said. Without further ado, he took an empty chair and sat down next to Elsha. The beds were arranged with their heads facing the wall, so that she faced Leo, while Aline occupied the next bed, which was in her line of sight. "Spectra, could I ask you something?" Leo asked shyly. The person in question nodded without any problems. Due to Leo's reaction, Elsha looked at her with marked doubt because they both had a similar personality, and she did not see herself acting like that. Aline raised an eyebrow with the same line of thought, and Yasaka paid attention to what the yokai would say. "Can you sing something?" he asked with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. The blonde and the elf blinked at the strange request, while Yasaka acquired a gleam of childish excitement in her gaze. The blonde looked a little surprised, before recovering and smiling softly. "Sure, I have no problem with that," the boy replied. He then concentrated his aura, as a layer of blue energy surrounded him, which began to separate from his body and swirl in front of him. Then that concentration of energy began to take form, which in the end showed the musical instrument that Leo saw Spectra use the night of the attack on Yasaka. Issei thanked Leo for the request, as he needed to distract himself a bit, and what better way to do it than his recently resumed hobby. When the instrument was fully created, it fell into the hands of Spectra. "Huh. What's that, Nichan?" Elsha asked doubtfully. "This is a guitar," the named one answered. He settled in and held it against him, then pressed the strings into a G chord and strummed the strings. A harmonic sound emerged from this. "Sug," Yasaka exclaimed upon hearing the sound produced. It seemed like he wasn't sleepy anymore. What shall I play?" he wondered out loud. Aline had put his book aside and was looking at him expectantly. Elsha looked at him analytically with an excited Yasaka in her arms. Leo waited, his heart pounding with anticipation. He reached into his pocket, pulling out his small notebook with notes of lyrics and chords that he made in case he was sent on a long mission and had something to pass the time. Unfortunately, he was unable to purchase the instrument due to lack of time. But now it didn't matter thanks to his improved aura's creation. The blonde looked through the sheets looking for a topic to interpret. I guess I can play something in Spanish this time," he muttered as he decided what to play. It started with a couple of slow strums as an intro, then it simulated an electric guitar riff that sounded really good. This was an arrangement that was supposed to add a second guitar while the first continued strumming and started the rhythm, but in the absence of another guitarist he preferred to do it this way since this was the characteristic sound of the song itself. That sound was enough to get the attention of the female quartet. This was a language they had never heard before, but being supernatural beings they could understand it, even Elsha despite being human because the piece on her body had the ability to understand any language. That was why that simple pair of lines made Leo, Aline, and Elsha blush at the explicit implications of the lyrics, while Yasaka began to nod her head rhythmically and slowly enjoying the boy's voice. With these lyrics they knew it was a love song, something that made Aline and Elsha a little uncomfortable, while Leo looked at the boy with a soft gaze. Leo could sense something in those lines, as if he were describing something else and talking to someone who wasn't here. Another round of blushes at how explicit it sounded, but they couldn't deny that it was romantic in some way. Here the guy followed a strum, as normally it would be an electric guitar solo, so he just followed the rhythm of the song before going into the ending. The image of 5 girls came to the boy's mind, which expanded when he added his other servants, including those present. He finished with a little riff and continued strumming, lowering the pitch until his fingers lightly touched the strings. "Yai! Spectra is amazing!" Yasaka exclaimed when the song ended. This caused the trio of women to come out of their reverie. "You have some nice talent there, Spectra," Leo said with a soft blush. "It seems that I won't get bored if you're around Nichan," Elsha declared with an amused smile. "Well, I didn't expect you to be a romantic, I mean. It was a good song, yeah, that's it," said a self-conscious Aline. She didn't know how to react to this kind of thing. Her expression was far from shy, it was rather confused and unsure. Of course this wasn't entirely noticed by Spectra, who was scratching the back of his neck, somewhat embarrassed by the girl's comments. "Thanks, of all the options I thought something positive with Yasaka here was best," the boy replied a little more recovered. The all for honor mention looked at him with stars in her eyes. "It seems that my choice was correct, so let's continue," he commented while rearranging his instrument. "You are still in my dreams, Rata Blanca." This time he started with variations on his guitar simulating the sound of the electric guitar, but the sound of the original song could still be perceived in the comfortable arrangement. Then he started strumming while he began to sing. Another round of blushes could be seen on Leo, Aline and Elsha's faces, as like the previous song this one had quite detailed lines. This made them blink, before thinking about those lines and realizing that it was a romantic line too. These lines warmed the girls' hearts, because it was something tender and sweet that was described on the part of the boy. He started again with the guitar arrangement, then began strumming and continuing the song. Unlike the previous song and despite having started with a strong description, they could notice how the lyrics were expressed in a sweeter and softer way, which lightened their hearts. The girls were in awe of the sentiment imprinted in the song, which increased when they saw the boy's small smile as he sang. Here he continued strumming in a rhythm similar to the original, lamenting that he wouldn't be able to solo as he would need another guitar, but a brief glance at the girls was enough to erase those thoughts. The calm expressions and the sparkle in their eyes was enough to make him happy. Without a doubt, his choice was the right one in choosing these 2 songs. When the song ended, the boy looked at his audience who looked at him with admiration. Especially Leo. Then Yasaka jumped into Elsha's lap. "Sing another one. Please, yeah." This look affected everyone present, especially the blonde, as Lilith did it a couple of times and completely disarmed him. "Just one more, tomorrow is an important day and you must rest," Spectra responded as if he were an older brother. Although in Leo's eyes he was like a father, a responsible and loving one, by the way. He shook those thoughts out of his head as he controlled the new blush on his face. Now the boy started with a slow arpeggio, since the original song had piano. Then, starting with a more rhythmic arpeggio before emulating the piano sound again in a more harmonic way, starting to sing. Somehow this reminded him a bit of when he was ignored by the girls of the Gremery group, causing him some nostalgia but not affecting him negatively. After all, they were just old memories. Leo and Aline sensed a slight feeling of melancholy in the boy, wondering why. "I began to cry, these verses bathed in song. I want to sleep again, with your smell." This line perfectly described when he couldn't hold back his feelings any longer, and if it weren't for Tannen's help and Rosswise's timely arrival he wouldn't have been able to bear it at that moment. "I evicted your kisses from my memory and I say goodbye. I'll let you go." This described what he felt when he chose to do the ritual to get rid of the love he felt for them, which was slowly killing him. Although now I knew it was something more serious than death. He then changed the arpeggio to a strum at this point. The melancholic air surrounding the boy slowly faded away, but Leo, Elsha, and Aline were still able to sense Issei's feelings for a moment, leaving them speechless. Leo brought a hand to his chest, his heart contracting with a crushing feeling. Aline remembered the time she spent alone in that forest, so she clenched her fist unconsciously. With that regret, they both asked themselves, what could have happened to his king to make him feel so lonely? Elsha could only look at the boy with concern, which increased when she saw a certain darkening in Leo and Aline's eyes. The blonde then surrounded himself with a calmer and more comfortable aura, as he continued strumming at each chord change and continued the song. You asked me how much I loved you. I always love you, love. That last line filled him completely, as a vision came into his mind. The shy Rosswise, who being a truly beautiful girl had never had a boyfriend, fell in love with him and was by his side at every moment. An expressionless Ophis, who saved him alongside Great Red when he lost his body, caring for him and learning how to express her feelings for and to him. An authoritarian Tsukumi, who despite having wanted to monopolize him, agreed to share him with girls who truly love him, in addition to sharing a deep bond that showed her that she truly loves him. A serious Sona, who despite seeming cold and strict, used to show him a tender and gentle side that shook his heart every time he saw her, someone who now guided him to correct his mistakes. A mischievous Kuroka, who had a shy and extremely cute side, which he never expected from someone who acted like her, who made her feelings for him clear. These 5 girls filled his heart with love again. The girls noticed the change in the boy, as they felt his feelings on the surface, giving them pleasant chills, to the point that Leo and Aline smiled softly while closing their eyes. Elsha hugged Yasaka a little closer, as she looked at the girls and the blonde, smiling at the feeling of having a family. Then a comforting feeling filled the room at that moment. Here the strumming continued, carrying the rhythm before entering the final part of the song. In the double bottom that there is, in my mattress. I love you always, my love. The last part was expressed with all the feeling that was rising in his chest, while he thought about the girls he loved and hadn't seen for almost a year. The tone he used in that last sentence shook Leo's heart, embarrassed Aline, made Elsha smile, and relaxed Yasaka. A final arpeggio ended the song. At that moment the girls opened their eyes, meeting the boy's soft and warm gaze, embarrassing them on the spot. Leo and Aline looked away with a warm feeling on their faces and chests. Elsha just scratched her cheek with an awkward smile, as if her older brother caught her in an embarrassing situation. For her part, Yasaka had her eyes closed, and her breathing was slow, while a small smile adorned her face. We better go and rest, tomorrow will be a difficult day, said the boy as he stood up from the chair and the instrument disappeared into particles of light. The girls got over the moment and nodded, but the pink could still be seen on their cheeks. Good night, the boy said goodbye as he left the room. Good night, the girls replied. When the blonde was gone, a tense silence reigned in the room, something that Elsha noticed and that made her feel uncomfortable. This just reaffirms that my choice was the right one, Leo thought with his hand on his chest, feeling the strong beating of his heart. It's strange, I've never felt like this before, it's like my debt to him keeps increasing, but I don't care that I can't pay off such a debt. Is it something more than gratitude? The elf questioned herself with doubt at the heat in her chest, which wouldn't go away. Is something wrong? Elsha asked doubtfully. Although Leo remained deeply silent, she smiled somewhat shyly. Her teacher, on the other hand, seemed exceptionally thoughtful, almost as if she wanted to discover something related to existence itself. Hearing the blonde's voice, Aline and Leo looked at each other momentarily, as if they understood each other's line of thought, then looked at Elsha. It's nothing, they answered at the same time. The blonde looked a little surprised by the overall response, but shrugging she lifted the kitsune into her arms and lay down on her bed. Rest well, good night, see you tomorrow, was what each one said, closing their eyes. Without saying anything else, they all prepared to rest. Spectra was already in her bed, while her eyes looking at the ceiling conveyed a certain determination. I won't let those guys get away with this, he thought with utmost seriousness, before allowing exhaustion to get to him. The next day, Spectra was finishing placing the protective runes in the castle garden, just before the square where the succession would take place. As a precaution and to prevent any enemy from easily entering the castle and causing damage, he decided to protect the building. Although now he was using Asgardian runes prepared by Rosswise. He could see the yokai population approaching the entrance of the castle, so he began to head towards that place. The operation begins now, he said through a communication circle. "Hi," was heard back. When he reached the doors, he could see a couple of guards checking those entering, so he stood to the side of them. "Shira-san, are you coming to help us?" one of them asked. "Hi Naya," Tamamo-sama asked me, the All for Honor mentioned responded. Yes, Spectra had Shira's appearance thanks to a powerful transformation spell performed by Tamamo, this being a part of the planned plan. There were now 3 lines being checked to enter. On the ring finger of his right hand he wore a ring, which pulsed in resonance with another ring. Spectra noticed how his row was made up of yokais with a similar ring, which made him give a small, pleased smile. Then he moved his ear to the left 3 times while smiling cat-like. He also noticed that there were several normal humans among them, which filled him with doubts, but he deduced that they could possibly be renegade wizards. The security post was modified in this way to identify infiltrators, while leaving a gap that would allow them to sneak around the edges of the square. Shira let them pass after checking them, taking note of the weapons each of them had hidden under their cloak. Most of them carried swords, axes, section spears that could be weaponized, and he even encountered a couple of them with crossbows and 10 of them carried daggers coated in poison. They were probably assassins trained in stealth. I would alert Silver, Aline and Elsha about them so as not to have any unpleasant surprises. On the other hand, the humans were not carrying anything, except for 2, since both had 2 enormous scrolls under their cloaks. I wonder what they are, he thought uneasily. The last wizard must have noticed her questioning look, so he approached her and whispered. They are summoning circles. Adele-sama cannot enter by himself due to the barrier, so we must summon him to the battlefield, he said before separating. A glint of understanding appeared in Shira's eyes, and the wizard nodded in satisfaction. Is something wrong, Shira-san? The guard next to her asked. The magician tensed slightly when he was noticed in that action, as it could jeopardize the operation if he was discovered. It's nothing, Naya, he just asked me if I was free this afternoon, the Nikomata replied, touching her cheek with a blush. The guard shrugged and returned to his work. The yokai winked at the now calm wizard, who entered the square with complete confidence. The guards in charge of the inspection were the only ones who didn't know about Shira's betrayal, which was part of Spectra's plan since the remaining staff's treatment of the disguised boy was more natural and thus the infiltrators wouldn't suspect. As he continued to check on those entering, he moved his ears 3 times to the right and once to the left, which was captured by Aline from one of the castle's balconies. The intruders have been confirmed. There is also additional information that may be problematic, he reported through a communication circle. Understood, we have identified all the infiltrators and have cleared the way for them, the voice of a captain was heard. Aline looked around as he focused on the individuals Shira let pass, which were around 30 yokais. She would flick her ears to the left 3 times for each infiltrator, while marking civilians by flicking her ears to the right twice. When everyone was inside, he would move his ears 3 times to the right, and if there was something strange about any of them, he would move his ears once to the left. When Shira gave the signal, Aline fixed his gaze on each subject she let pass. The fact that the signal was not made again indicated to him that all those who were continually passing by were infiltrators, until the signal was given that everyone had already entered, in addition to noticing something out of the ordinary. He could see everyone getting settled near the walls, surrounding the crowd. At that moment, fireworks were launched. There was a high stage in front of the crowd. Some nobles, elders and most importantly, the ruler of Kyoto, entered this place. Then she stepped forward. Dear people of Kyoto, today is a special day for this beloved country. The kitsune began to give a speech. The infiltrators moved subtly, forming a line less than 20 meters from where Tamamo was, while 10 subjects crossed the security line formed by some soldiers who were standing guard without them noticing. When the inspection was over, Spectra had just communicated with Elsha and Aline, informing them of the method the enemy would use to attack, already preparing the strategy for their first move. As you know, my power has been significantly reduced by a rare illness, so I leave the government in capable hands. Although at this moment my successor is still very young, he will have the guidance and example of the Council of Elders, who watch over the people of Japan. He continued giving his speech. The crowd easily exceeded 500 people. Spectra noticed that there were also yokais who were not from Kyoto, which he had expected, and that was why the soldiers who would protect them and get them out of the sight were already positioned. Please receive my daughter, Mikohime Yasaka, Tamamo finished saying. From one part of the stage, Yasaka entered escorted by Silver and Elsha as they approached Tamamo. It was at that moment that the group in front of Tamamo removed the cloaks covering them and rushed with weapons in hand towards the stage. The spectators didn't know what was happening, but at that moment Silver stood in front of Elsha and Yasaka, while a pair of captains stood up and moved in front of Tamamo and the nobles of the council. "Ice make shield," Silver exclaimed, putting his hands on the ground. A wall of ice was created in front of him. The elderly captains unfolded several talismans and muttered a few words to create a defensive magic circle. The swords collided with the defensive circle, which managed to withstand the attack. "Cool. These guys are using senjutsu to strengthen their weapons," one of them exclaimed as a crack appeared in the defensive circle. Several arrows and spears crashed against the ice wall raised by Silver, originating from a pair of crossbows that those guys were carrying with them. "Now Tamamo-sama," Silver exclaimed. She nodded, her tails fanning out behind her as an aura of golden fire covered her. "Transfer," he exclaimed at the top of his lungs. Chaos broke out upon seeing the armed men, and the crowd tried to push and shove their way out of the place. Amidst the confusion, a few began preparing senjutsu-based attacks, exposing themselves as the enemy. By this time, the huge crowd had dwindled to less than 50 people. This left the enemy baffled. What the hell? What was that? Where did those people go? Were the questions that could be heard. The infiltrating soldiers removed the cloaks that covered them and took advantage to attack these subjects with their shields reinforced with Amyu spells, taking the few civilians that remained to get them out of danger quickly while the enemy was disoriented. Then they could notice 5 elderly captains, who standing in specific positions surrounded the enemy while extracting 5 talismans from their armor, which they extended in front. The elders moved their hands in a circular motion, leaving the talismans floating, while making a hand sign. The enemy retreated in response, surrounding a group of humans standing in the middle of the plaza, while a scroll lay on the open ground and several symbols glowed on it. "God of the Eastern Sea," called Ame, the captain said in sync. One of the talismans instantly lit up as they changed hand positions. "God of the Western Sea," called Shikuryu. "God of the Southern Sea," called Kyoju. "God of the Northern Sea," called Gukyu. "Gods of the 4 seas, release 100 demons and exorcise this disaster," they exclaimed in unison as each talisman lit up and made a different hand sign. The yokais had a bad feeling when the talismans formed a 5-pointed star inside a circle. "As divine sovereign declared by Amaterasu, exercise your judgment among mortals according to your birthright, pass through the Yomi and emerge, O our true king," was recited by the magicians. "Order!" exclaimed the old captains. A dome was formed around the intruders, so that they were bombarded by a large amount of sacred power, to the point of forming a typhoon of energy that prevented visibility. Spectra in his Shura disguise was surprised, as Kuna had used direct attack Amyu spells instead, so it was the first time he had seen this type of spell. Then, from one moment to the next, the dome was torn apart by a powerful flare. The captain's magic circles broke and they fell to one knee. At least the civilians had been evacuated according to plan, and they had struck first. Amidst the flames, a silhouette could be seen, with 9 ripples behind it. No, he also noticed 5 silhouettes around him. So the old men were going all out, huh? Using the 100 Demons Night March, Imperial style to suppress me, huh? A good move, I must admit, said the calm voice of a young man among the fiery chaos. But isn't it strange? Using that specific ritual was as if they were waiting for us in advance, a female voice said now. If it weren't for Adele-sama's protection, that would have hit us directly, causing significant damage, another female voice added. Then the flames disappeared, revealing the identity of the silhouettes. The one in the center was a man of apparent 25 years, long silver hair with 2 ears on his head and 9 wavy tails behind him. His eyes were golden and slanted, his face sharp, giving him a handsome air. She wore a simple blue yukata with wide sleeves leaving her chest exposed, with a black obi at her waist and wooden sandals. His expression was indifferent as he carried a nodachi on his right shoulder. There were 3 girls and 2 men next to her. One of them was purple-haired with fox ears and aquamarine eyes, with a purple tail with a white tip on her back. He wore a white combat kimono and black shorts, with a purple rope as an obi, as well as metallic gloves on his hands, black stockings and sandals of the same color. There was another one that had black hair and a low ponytail with black cat ears, red eyes and a black tail. She had light armor covering her chest, left shoulder, hands and legs, with a sort of red skirt and brown leather boots. She carried a katana at her waist. The other girl had short gray hair, dark blue eyes with dog ears and the tip of her tail was white. She was wearing a black top that exposed her abdomen, shoulders and cleavage, a sleeveless red jacket over it, and loose white pants held up by a metal belt. He also wore leather boots and gloves. Then there was an old man with white hair and beard, wearing samurai-style armor and dog ears. Finally there was a middle-aged man, with black hair and tan skin, green eyes, and his face looked quite expressionless. His attire consisted of white robes and a sand-colored cloak over it. He carried a curved sword at his waist. Then the kitsune looked around the place. "I see the infiltration was a success. Good job, Shira," the old man of the group praised in a familiar voice. "Naya, anything for Adele-sama," Shira responded, standing next to him. "It's strange," the Nikomata woman murmured. That comment caught the attention of the Kyubi kitsune's companions. "It seems they somehow knew we would infiltrate them, though I don't know how they did it," the man in the robe said in a neutral tone. What are you talking about?" the old man asked. Then the Kyubi set his sights on Tamamo. The kitsune looked at her older brother in shock, clenching her fists. Clang. Without warning, a small breeze was felt among the invading group along with a metallic sound, as Shiro was projected into the air. Everyone was petrified by such a fact. "Loom, you were a fool not to realize," Adele said, closing his eyes and speaking in an exasperated but calm tone as he slowly sheathed his sword. The captains saw the Nikomata float in the air, then begin to fall towards the ground, but a few meters from there it recomposed itself and, turning around, fell into a crouch with its back towards the invading group. "What? How?" the three women whispered upon seeing this. "Shira was captured, our plans were leaked and we were ambushed," the robed man declared. The women and the old man opened their eyes in surprise upon hearing that information. They then looked around, finally noticing that something was out of place. There were no injuries on Kyoto's side, not to mention that all around could be seen were the infiltrators lying there with serious injuries that had undoubtedly ended their lives. "I see," the one with dog ears murmured. Tamamo and the council nobles were protected by a pair of captains with a defensive circle. Yasaka was protected by Silver and a blonde girl. To his right were 5 captains, breathing with some difficulty. They had retreated when their spell was shattered. In conclusion, there was no loss on Tamamo's part. Only those who attacked the Kyoto leader remained standing, as they faced the barriers that slowly regenerated after withstanding the initial onslaught. Everyone stood still, all eyes turning to Shira. "I'm surprised you managed to block my attack. I wonder who you are," the kitsune said, looking at the Nikomata with interest. The female trio and the old man widened their eyes upon hearing their leader say that, as they did not realize at what moment he had unsheathed his sword and attacked. Her respect and devotion for him increased because of that. "The expression on the faces of those girls and the old man make me doubt their ability, Naya. If they came with you, I can deduce that they are your appointed generals, which makes me feel more calm if that is their level, Naya," the girl said as if nothing. This comment earned angry glances from the women accompanying him. "They just let their guard down. The fact that they didn't sense any danger shows that you're someone dangerous," Adele replied in a calm tone. The girl stood up, then faced the group, showing something that none of them noticed. "A sword," the girl with canine features murmured. Yes, Shira held a rifle in her right hand, whose jewels shone slightly and a breeze could be felt. "You read the air currents before I carried out my attack. Being able to react at such a short distance shows your good instincts," said the kitsune with a small smile. "Naya," Shira said, sticking out her tongue playfully. This simple exchange of words left several people frozen, while the invaders realized that this was not Shira, because despite having combat skills, she could never block an attack at that speed. Only Lena could evade it, taking into account that her leader seemed calm, showing that he had contained himself. The fact that Shira was shown to be in the same mood told them that it was the same with her. This only made them feel a little more nervous. Then Shira turned to Tamamo. "Take Yasaka-chan now," he said with utmost seriousness. Any trace of his playful side had vanished. "If it hadn't been for Arifel, that attack would have hit me. Although it wouldn't have seriously injured me, it would have put me at a great disadvantage. That he could have achieved something of that level without transforming is terrifying." Spectre thought analytically. That guy took advantage of the fact that he had slightly lowered his guard while preparing to eliminate the old man, who according to the data provided by the mask was the weakest of the group. The Nikomata, the Kitsune and the Inugami are not that strong, but something tells me that the Nikomata is dangerous. Aline, Elsha and the captains can take care of them. The problem is that guy, she thought looking at the man in the robes. Just by looking at him she could tell, and seeing Elsha's expression she knew it too. A demon, at least ultimate class. Without Leo here, the only one who can confront him is Silver. He continued his line of thought. It wasn't that I was dismissing Aline, as she could stand up to him as well, but I was taking several points into account. Those points were the specialties. Because of those 3 girls, 2 were deduced to be hand-to-hand combatants while the other was a swordsman. Aline was good at hand-to-hand combat and weapons, Elsha was good at hand-to-hand combat and magic, as was Silver. That guy was definitely a magic type, as well as close combat type with that oriental-style curved sword. Despite everything, something told him that Silver was the one to face him. When Tamamo obeyed Spectra's order, 10 shadows came out from different points, outwitting Silver and the captains and reaching their protégés. 5 were going towards Yasaka and the other 5 towards Tamamo. Those on Tamamo were surrounded by small, phosphorescent green lights, which stuck to their clothes. Hadarubi, Elsha muttered while holding her left wrist, from whose hand these lights were coming out. It was like slow motion, as these guys could see the icy expression on the blonde's face, as her icy blue eyes glared at them. Haidarima! He exclaimed as he snapped his fingers. At that moment everyone was burned when the small lights exploded. Arg! They exclaimed as the fire burned them. With the other group, they were intercepted by a certain elf, who fell between them and Tamamo. Without further ado, he gave a spinning impulse, forming a tornado of furious winds, which sucked the subjects in while causing dangerous cuts on their bodies. Ah! They screamed as they were thrown over the castle walls. As he stopped, Aline glared hard at the newly arrived group while holding his heavy double-headed spear. I have to say, that look is intimidating, Silver murmured with a nervous smile. Elsha, who was standing closer, smiled tightly when she heard him say that. Adele didn't even flinch. Shizuka, Misha, Aifa, Renard, Loom, make preparations, Adele ordered without stopping to look at Tamamo. Hi Adele-sama. The girls and the old man responded. Then I think it's time to start. I will summon our army, declared the man from Adele's group. He put his palms together, as a magic circle shone behind him, forming a door. Then several rays of light came out of it, dispersing through the air, generating small flashes of light that showed several subjects floating in the air. Others fell to the ground, revealing after the glow yokais in armor, others with less striking clothing almost as if they were villagers, and some girls in kimonos. All armed or with spiritual flames covering their fists. Tamamo took Yasaka in her arms, watching as a large number of yokais and humans were summoned to the battlefield, with Adele leading them all. Everyone, listen to what we're going to do. Naya, Aline, take the katana girl, Silver. Naya, take care of the robed guy, Elsha and the captains take care of the remaining generals. Naya, by the way, I recognize this battlefield as enemy territory, so use it without restriction, he said as a small circle formed near his ear. I understand. Aline replied seriously. You really got into character, huh? Silver said with an exasperated tone. Whatever you say, Nichan, it's time for this to get out of hand, Elsha responded energetically. As you command, Spectrodano, the captains responded. All soldiers go out to the battlefield, finish off the enemy and don't be overconfident, cover your comrades' backs and survive, it's an order. Naya. It was the direct order given by the girl. Despite this, the soldiers had listened to all the orders, so when they heard the captain's response they understood that the girl was not Shira, but the masked man. That's why they responded instantly. Hi Spectra-sama, was the response as the soldiers hiding in the labyrinth-shaped garden emerged while unsheathing their weapons. Tamamo, take Yasaka and wait at the shelter, I'll take care of Adele. Proceed. He finished ordering. Hi. They all responded in unison. It's time to fight. Naya, Shira said loudly, drawing the attention of Adele and his generals. At that moment several yokais rushed at her, some with weapons while others threw senjutsu energy balls at her. The magicians in the air raised their palms and generated magical attacks against him as well. That won't be enough to stop me, now receive this, Magen Sepudin. Demon God's Wind Slash, he exclaimed as he surrounded himself with violet energy and waved Arifel. A crescent of energy shot out from the blade, heading towards Adele and his men at a slow speed. The attacks against it were repelled by this technique, advancing without mercy and injuring the yokais who could not evade it in time because they were too close. The enemy generals only raised an eyebrow at such a basic movement, not realizing the large amount of energy Shira immediately gathered. So they felt it behind that attack. Mega Flare. And the girl spat out a large ball of blue fire with violet parts. This made everyone jump into the air to dodge that attack, since when it joined with the previous attack it erased everything in front of it by dangerously increasing its speed. No one noticed, but that was the start of the attack ordered by Spectra. At that moment, Elsha moved quickly and grabbed the Inagami by the neck, walking away with her. Aline attacked the Nikomata, who used her katana to stop the elf's spear, but couldn't avoid being pressed back hard. 4 captains took the Kitsune, using their teamwork to guide her across the battlefield. 3 captains grabbed the elderly loom, pressing him away from the place. The robed subject blocked a blow from Silver with his forearm, noticing the latter's small smile, before feeling how both of them disappeared from the place. In this way, these 5 people were forced to separate to different points on the battlefield that was the square. Shira appeared beside Adele in a blur, so he calmly moved his eyes to that spot. Shira's image was fading away as the spell was being deactivated, revealing the masked man he knew from Lena's memories, who was preparing his fist for his attack. "Great Mountain Smasher!" he exclaimed, giving a powerful blow. This was blocked by the Kitsune's sheath Nodachi, as a large air current formed from the intense pressure. The generals couldn't help but turn their gaze towards there, while the image of a silver fox and a black dragon seemed to stand between the 2 beings exerting their power in that brief exchange of force. Spectra tried to corner him towards the east wall, then pressure him and get him out into the woods so that no one would come between them, but it seemed that wouldn't be so easy. When the clash of auras ended, both of them fell to the ground, quickly separating to a distance of 10 meters from each other, the 2 of them staring at each other with a calculating glint. "Spectra Phantom, certainly a dangerous existence," Adele said with a tone full of interest and a frivolous smile. Tamamo took advantage and tried to teleport, only to notice how a glow surrounded her and Yasaka while the magic circle that had appeared under their feet disappeared by breaking into pieces. "What the?" Tamamo exclaimed with her eyes wide open. "It's useless. I used the barrier to invoke a curse. No one will get out of here unless I die, which is obviously impossible," Adele said while taking his Nodachi with both hands. He slowly unsheathed his blade, then threw the sheath away and pointed the tip of his sword at Spectra. "Get ready. Once I'm done with you, Tamamo and that brat will follow, then I will rule Kyoto as it should have been from the beginning," the Kitsune declared with a dangerous look. "I regret to tell you that will not be possible, since I will take charge of making this place your grave," Spectra declared now, while adjusting her gloves and unsheathing Arifel to point at him with it. Aline versus. Aline had managed to push her opponent away to near one of the corners of the huge square, while she cast occasional glances towards her leader. "You shouldn't take your eyes off your opponent in a death match, 60 points. The elf exclaimed as she made her move. The Nikomata turned her gaze back to Aline, only to open her eyes when she disappeared in milliseconds and was now in front of her at a short distance pointing her spear at her side. "Damn it!" he growled as he jumped back and swung his sword. Clang! The metallic sound echoed as he managed to deflect the blow with his katana, only to feel the air escape from his lungs as a hot sensation welled up in his stomach. "Ugh!" she moaned with one eye closed from the pain that devastated her. She was thrown back by the force of the blow, so she had to stab her sword into the ground to stop, looking at her opponent in slight shock. Spectra said it, "You are not what you seem. You seem confident because of your power, but so far you have shown me that you do not have enough experience to stay calm during this encounter, not to mention that you depend a lot on your master. How disappointing," the elf mentioned without any compassion, lowering her leg with which she hit her opponent. She had noticed that this girl was quite young, but she had high-level training and a fixed goal where she put her whole being. Unfortunately, that was also his weakness. The look filled with bloodlust confirmed his suspicions. Now he just had to resist the beast's attack before delivering the fatal blow. "Here it comes," he thought, sharpening his gaze. "Damn you!" he exclaimed with hatred as he propelled himself at high speed. In less than a second she had already covered the distance that separated her from her opponent, preparing a blow with her sword, which was blocked. Clang! Aline interposed his spear, avoiding the cut that was aimed at his shoulder, then blocked the blow to the side, then the one that was aimed at his left leg. He then spun around with his back to his opponent to block the downward blow from above his head, then parried the blade and spun around with his fist straight into his surprised opponent's face. Unfortunately, he vanished into a residual image, so obeying his instincts he stuck the spear into the ground and with an impulse he spun around using his weapon to connect a kick in an empty space. Clang! Sparks flew as something collided with the lower part of the spear, indicating it was going for his feet. A distorted silhouette was repelled when the kick hit his left shoulder. She became visible again, with her forearm raised and a not very happy look. You are almost as strong as Leo," he mentioned with disgust. "You have good skills. You use Jiu-Jitsu combined with Kenjutsu at a high level," Aline said seriously. Despite dominating the battle, the elf knew that this girl had at least some secret technique that could put her in a bind. It didn't help that a group of yokais armed with katanas arrived at the scene to support their general, which put her in a serious situation. For that reason, he would have to maintain the pace of the match and proceed with caution so as not to lose sight of his main opponent. This would take all of his experience to win. At this thought, she smiled with emotion as it had been a long time since she had felt this way. Elsha vs. The blonde Aline student and former Sekiryu faced her opponent in another corner of the plaza. She could feel the presence of Spectra and that guy nearby, which indicated to her that she couldn't get him away from the battlefield as planned. The initial attack had helped them separate these guys, not to mention shake off the invading army, which was now facing the Kyoto soldiers without any quarter. That took a lot of the burden off of them. Unfortunately, their numbers seemed to be superior because the enemy generals had the support of those that the soldiers could not intercept. For her part, the girl with canine features looked at her with a haughty look. "Why don't you surrender? You have no chance of winning against us. In fact, if you join us you will be able to enjoy true peace with the Delsama ruling the world with her magnificence," he declared with a pretentious smile and devotion in his voice. The Inugami was surrounded by several wizards and yokais as support, who laughed confidently at their numerical superiority. However, her opponent was not looking at her. Then Elsha, who was glancing sideways at the battlefield behind her, turned her gaze back to her opponent. "Sorry, were you saying something?" he asked innocently. The short-haired girl felt a vain throb on her forehead at being ignored in such a blatant manner. "Damn you, how dare you ignore me!" he exclaimed as he leaned forward to gain momentum in order to attack his opponent. The wizards around them were already beginning to recite an incantation, while the yokais prepared their weapons. Elsha instantly sharpened her gaze, then moved quickly and anticipated her opponent before he made his move. Bam! Bam! A couple of hits managed to take the yokai out of the game, while the blonde was left facing her opponent. The Inugami watched in amazement as the blonde appeared in front of her before completing her movement. Then she felt the air in her stomach being suddenly expelled, then she was grabbed by the face and violently impacted on something solid. "Gah!" he moaned with blood coming out of his mouth. This was because Elsha, using her great speed, had hit her in the stomach with great force, then grabbed her face with her right hand and then pressed her into the ground, creating a huge crater. Crash! The wizards were sent flying due to the powerful impact, while the yokais fell to the ground with their eyes rolled back, blood coming out of their mouths and their weapons completely broken. All in less than a second. "Sorry if I got too excited, but it's been a while since my blood boiled with excitement for facing a good opponent," he said with a smile that reflected hunger for battle as he pressed her against the ground. His once blue eyes were now vermilion red. This was one of the side effects after giving her heart to Drake. When she lost the boosted gear, the wild instinct that possessed her when fighting and that she mastered with the help of Drake returned to her body. Although now she could give free rein to this feeling whenever she wanted and with whomever she wanted. Simply put, whoever was his enemy in a death match was more than screwed. The Inugami girl opened her eyes in pain, managing to focus on her opponent between the space of her fingers. Only to feel intimidated by the wild red of those eyes that looked at her as if she were their prey. The red glove that covered her left arm from her fingers to below her shoulder only intimidated her even more, especially because of the reddish aura that covered her completely. "Now I can test the full potential of my critical booster, so get up and fight," he asked with a long dark smile. Silver versus Renard. Silver looked around calmly, noticing how Aline and Elsha had everything under control for the moment. He couldn't help but look at the latter more, noticing the change in her eyes and aura, making his heart beat faster. "I think I'm in love," he said with a silly expression and a blush when he saw how Elsha handled the situation. Then his gaze changed to a serious one as a pillar of ice formed under his feet, raising him a couple of meters from the ground, which melted and turned into molten rock. When he focused on his opponent, he saw him on one knee while his right palm was on the ground. He jumped off the pillar as it began to melt. "That was some powerful fire magic. This definitely can't get any more interesting," Silver said as he took off the cape on his back, leaving him in his silver armor. His opponent stood up, watching the black-haired man clasp his hands at his side as cold steam rose from this point. "I can say the same," Renard declared as he drew his sword, which turned red-hot. Then he launched himself at Silver, who opened his eyes a little more and faced his opponent. "Cold Excalibur," he exclaimed, creating an ice sword. The two weapons collided, expelling a large amount of steam as the ice and high-temperature steel made contact. Flush. The steam came out at high speed, starting to create a bit of mist, but the ice sword resisted the high heat. H&P. Making a last effort, they both separated. They both stood at a distance, looking at each other cautiously. His fire magic and sword are dangerous, but something tells me there's something else hidden in this guy. Silver thought seriously. This guy is good, but I can defeat him. However, what is this feeling of caution that I have? It doesn't matter. This human doesn't seem to carry any sacred element. Maybe I'm overthinking things. Renard thought with a bad feeling, which he instantly dismissed. Silver brandished his weapon, which released a large amount of freezing aura. "Cold air," the black-haired man exclaimed. The subject in the robe used one of his hands, which became surrounded by fire, and waved it towards the incoming attack. "Kyoan. Flame mirror," he exclaimed, releasing a curtain of fire. The two attacks collided, creating a shockwave of steam. "TSK," Silver clicked his tongue. For his part, Renard just looked at him blankly. 4 captains versus. They had the Kitsune girl surrounded. She smiled at her opponents, as they were old men and she doubted they could do anything dangerous against her. "You seem confident, little one of the elders spoke. This was a Nico model with white hair and white ears due to age. "Of course, this won't last long, Gigi," the girl declared while clashing both armored fists. Yar, this youth of today," another complained. This was an old man with long platinum blonde hair and bunny ears. "What did you expect if he's with the enemy?" said another of them. This was a black-winged Karasatengu with a few red feathers. "I guess we need to show why the elderly should not be underestimated, especially when there are 4 against 1, said the last one. This was a burly man with red skin and wrinkled black hair, an Oni. Quickly, everyone took out a talisman from their armor, which they threw so that it floated in front of them. These became seals of light, which joined with their respective summoners. Vajra talisman. Adamantine garment. The rabbit and Nico Mata yokai exclaimed. Skunda talisman. Divine speed. It was the Karasa Tengu and the Oni's turn. The Kitsune took on a serious expression as she stood on guard. She knew that the offensive and defensive strength was with the Oni and the Karasa Tengu, while the speed was on the side of the rabbit yokai and the Nico Mata, but now things had become complicated. Those Onmyoji reinforcement charms have balanced their abilities. This will make it harder for me to finish them off to help Adele-sama, he thought, evaluating his situation. Then a powerful golden aura surrounded her. I was hoping to keep this to myself, but you guys are proving to be some annoying old men, he said with a sharp look. His tail twitched as his features grew wilder. His entire aura turned violent from one second to the next. The elders became serious, putting aside their relaxed attitude, concentrating on their experience and instincts, which were fully alert and warning of danger. Here it comes, they thought before it happened. The Kitsune disappeared, causing a small crater where she was standing, causing the captains to be on guard. Bam! Gah! The Oni exclaimed when he felt a powerful kick to one of his sides. Withstanding the impact and reacting quickly, he grabbed the leg that hit him, lifting his attacker into the air before dropping down and slamming her into the ground. Crash! Guh! The Kitsune moaned, feeling the pain run through her body. The other 3 captains had turned to where the Kitsune was embedded, their fists piercing through a glowing seal, completing the reinforcement enchantment. Talisman of Power. Pulverizing Lion Force. The rabbit, the Karasa Tengu, and the Nico Mata exclaimed at the same time. Boom! A loud bang and shockwave shook the place. The yokais who came to help their general stopped while covering themselves with the generated dust. Misha-sama! They exclaimed as they saw their general being suppressed with relative ease. From the cloud of smoke, 4 figures emerged to regroup at a distance, while an enormous thirst for blood flooded the place. The old captains knew that now the most problematic part was coming. Damn you! The Kitsune exclaimed, standing up. Her combat kimono was torn, revealing a black garment clinging to her body underneath it, with tears in her stockings. She removed her top, leaving her in a black, short-sleeved t-shirt that showed off her curves. Red marks could be seen running across his skin on his face and arms. Blood riot. The Nico Mata muttered. An anomaly, huh? The Karasa Tengu said, crossing his arms. In this state, all their senses and physical abilities would be heightened for a certain period of time, which meant more than just trouble for them. Fortunately, they were a special group that worked together impeccably. Come on guys, let's make it clear to him why he should respect his elders, the Nico Mata ordered. The rest smiled bravely, stepping forward. Misha just looked at them as if they were her prey and she was the hunter. Captains versus Loom. They had been able to immobilize their opponent under an enchantment, but upon receiving reinforcements of magicians and yokais they had to set him free again. The elderly yokai had removed the top of his armor, revealing his bare torso. His defined muscles and the scar on his chest intimidated anyone. It seems that he won't make it easy for us, a red-haired Kitsune captain complained. I guess all that's left is to eradicate them with all our power, said a dark blue-haired wolf yokai. As long as Tamamo-sama and Isaka-sama continue to live, our destiny is not important, the last elder commented. This was a platinum blonde-haired Inagami. After that short conversation, the trio of captains expelled a powerful aura from their bodies. The Tuki of those 4 people was abysmally heavy, to the point that the human magicians present had difficulty breathing, while the yokais felt their instincts warn them of a disaster. Spectra versus Adele. They both remained in the same position, staring at each other. Then the masked man made the first move. He stuck Arifal's blade in front of him, while placing both hands on the ground, generating a magic circle. Aura Saber, he exclaimed as he stood up with his hands glowing brightly. When he took Arifal again, all that energy passed from his hands to the sword. Aura Saber, he exclaimed again as he ran one of his hands along the blade. The brightness increased, suggesting that the effect had been amplified. Aura Saber, he exclaimed for the 3rd time, repeating the action. Arifal's leaf shone like a rainbow, a delight to the eyes. He then crouched down, before pushing off and closing the distance to Adele. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed through the room, as sparks flew through the air as the 2 blades met. Both opponents tried to put pressure on each other, competing in a duel of strength. Then at the tip of one of the Kyuubi's tails a small flame was formed, which exuded a fairly high temperature. The masked man instinctively stepped back upon seeing this. That's when it happened. The flame was absorbed by Adele's Nodachi, whose blade was now surrounded by fire. Spectra opened his eyes as he noticed how the Kyuubi swung his sword seeking to split him in 2, so he had to put Arifal in the way. Clang! When that happened, the heat from the Tizen's sword began to reach him, so he had to summon the wind on Arfiel's blade to drive away the flames that almost seemed to have a life of their own, since he could be sure that they were trying to reach him despite the fact that he had summoned his Tuki to increase his defense. When Adele noticed this, he smiled slightly, before a sphere of fire was generated between the 2 of them. Shit! Spectra exclaimed as it glowed brightly. Boom! An explosion took place there, raising dust and debris that engulfed the 2 contenders. Kitsune Bai, Fox Flame, a calm voice said through the dust. A large flame erupted from the cloud of dust, consuming everything in its path, including some Kyoto soldiers and some invading yokais. The range of the attack was only 20 meters, so the casualties were not many, but this eye-catching attack attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Tamamo. The Kitsune held a trembling Yasaka in her arms, while a green dome-shaped barrier protected them and the council nobles. This had been created by the captains who attacked first, as the first enchantment drained much of their energy, and so they could not rush. Besides, someone had to stay and protect Tamamo. On the other hand, despite being under attack, the nobles of the council remained calm, as they also had the skills to defend themselves. In case the barrier fell and the captains were defeated, they would protect Tamamo and Isaka to the last consequences. They knew well what would happen if a war against the factions began. That's why they were on Tamamo's side. The defensive dome resisted the siege of the renegade yokais and some magicians, but if it continued like this it would finally fall, forcing them to fight. Just a little more, keep attacking. A Nico Mata exclaimed upon seeing a couple of cracks in the barrier. Sorry to interrupt, but I won't let them destroy that barrier, said a voice out of nowhere. This stopped the attackers, who were searching for the source of the voice with hostile intentions. It was then that they looked up, noticing a person standing in one of the decorative arches of the plaza. He was a young Nico Mata type yokai, with white hair and golden eyes covered in a traveling cloak. Most notable were the black lines on part of his hair and the tips of his ears, giving him the appearance of an albino tiger. Gall! Yasaka exclaimed upon seeing him. Sorry for the delay, Haim-sama, but the trip was difficult, and I barely managed to get through when the barrier was cursed, she apologized, bowing from her place. It's Gall, the boy returned. Just in time. Were some comments from the nobles and captains. Then the young man set his gaze on Tamamo. Please help us, Gall, the kitsune said with a tone of relief in her voice. The young yokai dropped, disappearing into the air before hitting the ground, almost as if it were an illusion, confusing the attackers. As you command, Tamamo-sama, the young man replied. The attackers turned towards the origin of the voice, meeting the young man, who took a talisman from his cloak. As if we let you do anything, the men exclaimed. The wizards created magic circles and the yokai's spiritual flames. The young man smiled. Master Beast Claw, White Lotus Tiger Cannon, he declared calmly. The talisman glowed, then drew a symbol that attached itself to his right arm, making it mutate until it looked like the claw of a beast. Her fur was white with black stripes, while her claws were quite long and a blue aura surrounded her. As the attacks rained down upon him, the young man moved one of his fingers and a flash emerged out of nowhere. The attacks were cancelled, or rather, they were destroyed by that flash. This left the wizards and yokai shocked. Tear them apart, Kagetsuchi, Gall muttered darkly. He then moved his claw several times as flashes emerged one after another, and the enemies were bombarded by them. Arg! They screamed when they were defeated. When no one was left standing, Gall shook his hand and it returned to normal. Then he walked inside the barrier. Of course, he was allowed to enter. Thanks, Gall, Tamamo thanked with a smile. It is my duty as one of the 12 divine guardians to protect His Majesty, the young man replied. Noting that no one was injured, Gall allowed himself to look around the battlefield, noting the most notable fights between high-ranking subjects. A look of bewilderment appeared on his face when he noticed someone was missing. Where is Leo? He asked seriously. A lot of things have happened while you were away, Leo replied, standing next to her. Then an explosion erupted in the center of the square, followed by a huge flame that rose into the clouds. That attack I see, he muttered with his eyes half closed. Adele is the one attacking us, Tamamo reported with some sadness. I see, I also notice people I don't know fighting with the enemy, he said while watching Aline and Elsha fight. His expression was extremely serious, as he knew the girls facing the elf and the human, as well as the enemy captains. The 12 divine guardians were the captains who led the country's army as well as the highest position, only below the council and the ruler of Kyoto. Gall was the youngest of them. Leo and Silver, despite receiving the appointment of captain, were in higher positions than them due to trust factors, equaling the council in authority. No one complained, because Leo was previously king, and the respect they had for her came from knowing her for a long time. With Silver it was something similar, since he had put a debt on Tamamo for taking him in and giving him a place to call home. They knew that his loyalty was absolute. Another difference was that only the 12 guardians used Onmyo incantations to fight, while Leo used abilities inherited from his ancestors and Silver had ice powers. Not to mention that both of them were stronger than any of the 12 guardians. Then Gall examined the people he didn't know. First there was the elf woman. He could see how he kept Shizuka on the ropes, who was the Nikomata girl who wielded a katana against Aline, who blocked her attacks without problems. He could see the great experience in each movement of the elf, as she disarmed the kitsune's offense with just and precise movements, before counterattacking and causing damage. He could also see that she was not overconfident even when she dominated the battle, something to which he nodded at this. He knew Shizuka from having faced her a couple of times to the point of reaching a stalemate. Then he looked at the blonde girl. His human aura was mixed with something else, which was possibly caused by that gauntlet covering his left arm. Her fight was of the hand-to-hand type, in which she was overwhelming her opponent, who she remembered was a specialist in hand-to-hand combat in addition to her physical reinforcement spells. He could notice how the Inagami named Aifa was dominated, although he found the poor performance of her skills strange, as if she were not thinking clearly. Ah, that's it, he murmured when he realized. It was then that she could feel the violent aura that the blonde exuded, as if she were some beast, although it was totally directed at the Inagami, which somehow intimidated her, and that was why she concentrated mostly on repelling the aggression. Even he would have trouble thinking clearly with that kind of enemy in front of him. He watched as 7 of the captains dealt with Loom and Misha, which was understandable. Gaul was the strongest among them, at least in individual combat, and if they were at the same level, it was logical that they would use their numerical superiority to balance the match. Misha's killing intent was proven, as in that state he was able to keep his opponents on the ropes even when outnumbered. The guy facing Silver with powerful fire magic was strong. He was stronger than him without a doubt, that's why he was grateful not to face him. Loom was not a problem. The problem in all these encounters were the wizards and yokais who interfered in the fights and wasted valuable seconds that could determine the victory. Finally he looked at the fiery cloud, which was gradually subsiding. A chill ran down his spine. He brought a hand to his stomach, right where Adele had pierced him with her katana when they met once long ago. On that occasion he had managed to defeat Aifa and Misha who were escorting him, but that guy had left him on the brink of death with great ease. Luckily he managed to reach a nearby town where he was treated by his current wife. Then the fire cloud disappeared, revealing Adele unharmed and a man covering himself with his arms crossed defensively and a layer of tuki covering his body. His body was smoking, but no serious damage was visible. Adele versus Spectra. The masked man lowered his arms slightly, just so he could leave his face uncovered. You managed to get out unscathed," the Kyuubi said with a raised eyebrow. He held his nodachi on his shoulder, his tails waving behind him as his aura began to show. "This guy is serious. He's just been testing me and I can assume he knows what I'm capable of. I can only attack him like this to test it," he thought as he exhaled slowly. "Stop playing around, boy. Show me how you defeated Lena," the kitsune ordered with predatory eyes. Adele had been hoping to face the guy who had bested one of his best men, as his instincts demanded that he tear him apart before going for the prize. To him, Spectra was a predator like him, someone to whom he had to show his supremacy. He obviously knew that he was someone he shouldn't underestimate, but he wanted to defeat him using his full power. Tamamo and Yasaka could wait. Just seeing him face to face as they crossed attacks was enough to make her forget about her plan to immobilize him while taking her sister's life. As if responding to his expectations, the masked man smiled. Spectra then sheathed a rifle back into its sheath, moving it from his waist to his back. It was at that moment that a black mist covered his left arm, revealing as it dissipated a black gauntlet that covered below his shoulder. He left his fingers uncovered while his knuckles were silver-colored. It looked like the head of a dragon, with bright purple eyes. Adele opened his eyes as the boy extended his hand towards him. "Kuro Yuzu." "Black vortex," Spectra exclaimed. A vortex of darkness emerged from his palm. It was then that he felt his body become light and was drawn forward. Then he felt the masked man grab his neck, then hit him with his right fist in the stomach. "Gah!" A moan emerged from his throat. Everything had happened very quickly, as he suddenly felt his feet leave the ground and the image of the blonde approach him. He realized belatedly that it was darkness-type gravity magic. Spectra released his neck, to connect one more blow to his chin, managing to lift him slightly in the air, allowing him valuable seconds to concentrate his aura. "Great Mountain Smasher," he exclaimed, letting go of his fist. Still in pain, Adele summoned several flames from the tips of her tails, which she fired at her opponent as he tried to raise his arms to protect himself. Adele's face took the full impact, shaking his brain before being sent flying violently. Spectra smiled widely as the flames were absorbed by the air currents Arifel summoned. She had extended her wing from the sheath on her back, while the jewel shone brightly and summoned powerful air currents that sucked the flames away from its wearer. Adele's body traveled a great distance before crashing into the ground several times, creating a cloud of dust as he lay on the ground. The nearby mages and yokai stared at him with wide eyes. Spectra unholstered his magic gun, which he took with both hands and then separated into two weapons. He then concentrated dragon power into them, aimed and fired. "Super grenade," he said as a projectile-shaped burst of energy came out of the gun barrel. Boom! It hit one of the magicians floating in the air. His magic barrier was shattered as he was hit by the powerful explosion, which generated a cloud of smoke. Spectra smiled again and pulled the trigger on his other gun, repeating the action as he quickly changed targets. Boom! The place was filled with the sound of explosions, while the enemy began to drop like flies. "Ah!" Screams echoed as they were hit by the explosive bullets. A curious fact was that the yokais had a much more powerful defense, so he decided to change the type of their bullets. "Shotgun," the boy muttered. Now they were expansive detonations with a range of 1.5 meters. These could erase the Tuki layer of their enemies with their impact force, but that did not make it easier since there were still many of them. I need you to stay still, he thought while dodging a sword and an axe imbued with Tuki. Then an aura of darkness began to emerge from his body, which caused a great chill to those who contemplated this image. Black hole, he exclaimed as he placed his palm on the ground. Darkness covered the ground completely, as those caught in the range of the attack felt the effects of this technique. It was as if a dark sea had risen out of nowhere, threatening to swallow all existing life. What the hell? The yokai exclaimed when they felt they couldn't move. They could feel their bodies weighing down, preventing them from moving, and the sensation of a strange pressure compressing them, causing more damage. His Tuki layers were also slowly disappearing. In this way, and still emitting darkness from his body, the masked man walked across the battlefield while unleashing his weapons on his immobilized opponents. Super Grenade. He changed the type of projectile again. This way, it could reach the wizards flying in the sky since the range of that bullet was very wide. Then his gaze went to where Adele had fallen, noticing how he slowly got up. He suspected that since he did not continue the attack on him, he allowed himself to take such a reckless action. The kitsune shook his head slightly. That was a good hit, he murmured with a small, pleased smile. A trickle of blood ran from the corner of his lips. It was at that moment that he noticed how his feet were not visible due to the darkness that covered the battlefield. At this she closed her eyes with a small smile. Then his body became surrounded by fire, before he opened his eyes again. Ah! He screamed as waves of fire emerged from his body. The fiery waves swept through the place, burning the darkness completely. Ark! A cry of pain was heard. Adele Samurg. A yokai screamed as it was engulfed in flames. Spectre stopped his attack when he saw a wall of fire coming in his direction, burning absolutely everything. TSK, just what I needed, he muttered, putting away his weapons. He quickly located the castle soldiers in the area that would be hit by that devastating attack. Without further ado, he jumped into the air. He spread his hands as he aimed. Kuro Yuzu. Black Vortex, he exclaimed using his ability. With Drake and the girls they had created 4 basic skills for their sacred gear. Attraction. Repulsion. These were based on gravity magic, using the dark element to define the action of attracting and repelling objects. Some runes of Rosswise and Lefei had the formula, while they were stored in the boosted gear, being activated when energy was added to it. Absorption. Release. The first was a skill derived from the divine gear, only instead of splitting in half, it could consume any energy into nothingness. The second was a variation of the previous one, since instead of consuming the energy, it was stored and then released immediately, although with only half of its original power. To make it more believable, he could only use one skill within a 10-second time limit. In short, he had to wait 10 seconds before he could use another different skill, the exception being using his balance breaker, which ignored this rule. Right now, he was using the ability to attract objects or people, because he couldn't absorb all the raw power that his opponent had released. Only in his balance breaker could he do so. When he had the first soldier in his hand, he threw him out of danger, repeating the action when his other hand felt a lump. Thanks to his short reaction time, he was able to get them all out of Adele's attack range. The kitsune watched with pleasure as the masked man used his ability. When the attack stopped, only a few flames could be seen here, and there is evidence of the attack. Spectre returned to dry land to look seriously at his opponent. The saved soldiers stared wide-eyed at the boy who had pulled them out of danger. All soldiers must withdraw, since I could not get him away from here. There is a danger that the casualties will increase, he ordered without taking his eyes off Adele. The surprised soldiers just nodded, not trusting his voice. The short confrontation with these monsters had affected his psyche to the point of trembling slightly. Then the blonde took his weapons again and turning to his right, he aimed both weapons and fired without further ado. Bang! Bang! The first weapon fired a white projectile, while the second fired a scarlet laser. Grand demolition is one thing, but using Scarlet Needle at the same time, these weapons are fantastic. I must thank Rose-chan for the special runes when she returns, he muttered, returning his gaze to Adele as he put away his weapons. Out of the corner of his eye he managed to see a precarious situation in a certain part of the battlefield, which made him make that movement. This action on Spectre's part brought the soldiers out of their surprise, and without further ado they retreated from the place directly to the barrier that protected Tamamo and the council elders. They both looked at each other intensely for a few seconds. Then Adele smiled with hunger for battle. Spectrum mimicked the gesture. Loom versus captains. The elderly trader looked quite beaten and had bruises on his body. He looked at his opponents while breathing heavily. "It's time to finish, we still have to help Spectrodano," said the red-haired Kitsune. The other two nodded. Loom was not that powerful, as he limited himself to hand-to-hand combat without any other arts. For them, penetrating their defense was easy. The only drawback was dealing with the wizards and yokais who were helping him, but the old wolf had taken care of that with his great speed. Grr, Loom growled, feeling cornered. Then he made a decision. "Since we've reached this point, I guess that's all I have to do," he said as he pulled out a talisman from his clothes. The captains looked at him cautiously, as this was his first time attempting an Anu incantation. "Honor to the wise in calamity. I approach his side like the changing sky, and may the sorrow that accompanies him finally join with the flames," he recited while they were enclosed in an orange dome. "What is this?" they exclaimed when they saw themselves trapped by their enemy. The old Nikomata began to laugh sinisterly as the talisman he held in his hand gave off excessive energy. "If I die, you'll come with me, ha ha ha," Loom declared with a psychotic laugh. The captains cursed themselves for letting their guard down like that. They could feel the energy increasing and the temperature rising to dangerous levels. Crash. Flush. Great fall to the stars, come immediately. The old man stopped talking. Then the barrier broke, as a scarlet bolt of lightning pierced Loom's chest. "Gah," he muttered as blood came out of his mouth. He looked down at his chest, noticing the hole at the level of his heart. He raised his already clouded gaze, looking at his opponents with expressions of shock on their faces. "No Hyodo Issei," he managed to stammer before falling to the ground. The captains, seeing this, let out a sigh of relief as they relaxed their tense bodies. "That was close," the yokai Inagami muttered. The others nodded before looking in the direction where the attack came from. Elsha vs. Aifa. The former human wielder of the Red Emperor Dragon deflected her opponent's attacks with defensive movements of her wrists and palms. This was a type of defense that created a defensive field using his arms. Aline had taught her this when she was little. Aifa had reacted by shaking off her initial fear and was now furiously attacking her opponent. "If you were planning to confront Leo, I'm sure you wouldn't have lasted long," Elsha commented with a disappointed tone. She expected more from her opponent, but he limited himself to hand-to-hand attacks. He even summoned his sacred gear, but he hadn't fully used it yet. "Stop looking down on me. Guka. Hellfire," he exclaimed as a flame appeared between his hands. He then threw it at his opponent in a sphere that grew alarmingly large. "Now, this is what I was talking about," Elsha exclaimed as the jewel on her gauntlet glowed. "Boost." She clenched her left fist as she raised it, before slamming it into the ground. "Power Geyser." He shouted the name of his attack. A geyser of orange energy erupted from the ground, defeating the fireball before the stunned gaze of his opponent. Elsha relaxed her posture, as she smiled. "Wow, I see you can do it if you try," the blonde said lightly. The Inagami gritted her teeth, feeling her insides burn with rage. Then he took a deep breath, trying to calm his mind. Elsha erased her smile when she noticed how her opponent's gaze changed to a more serious and determined one. Aifa crouched, as her eyes turned sharp. She mentally cursed herself for having gotten carried away, but now that she had come to her senses again, she would use all her power to erase her opponent once and for all. Wind advance, great evasion, ability increase, acceleration beat, impenetrable fortress, the Inagami muttered coldly. Flashes of green, blue, yellow, orange, and red momentarily surrounded her each time she named an improvement. "Then I must be serious too. Promotion, Rook," she exclaimed as a violet glow covered her for a moment. Spectra had recognized the battlefield as enemy territory, so they could use the promotion skill like the pawns that they were. He had explained to them in detail the effects of reincarnation, as well as the attribute of each piece so they would know what improvement to look for when they promoted. As she felt her abilities increase, the blonde raised her arm to the sky as the jewel flashed green. "Balance breaker," Elsha exclaimed. Then a reddish glow covered her. When the event ended, Elsha could be seen with armor covering her body. Crimson Shadow of Armor Critical, Elsha named her new armor. This could be divided into individual parts: arms, legs, torso, shoulders, and helmet. It was crimson red with glowing green lines, as well as a green jewel in the center of its chest and the back of both palms, as well as a pair of wings on its back. Her legs left part of her thighs exposed, as well as the part of her arms that came out of her shoulder pads, as well as her neck, as well as her chin, mouth, and eyes. Elsha looked at her hands briefly, before clenching both fists. "It looks pretty light and covers less than my old balance breaker, but I'm not complaining," she muttered to herself. He then looked at his opponent, while the helmet covered his mouth and a part of it fell over his eyes like a black visor, where two green gems in the shape of eyes shone. Elsha took up a combat stance, spreading her legs and bending her knees, with her right hand up and her left hand down, leaning forward like an animal about to pounce on its prey. Aifa frowned, then kicked the ground, gaining a powerful momentum. Elsha watched the slow motion movement, so she launched her own claw strike, taking advantage of the claws formed by her armor. Cling! When his punch hit Aifa's forearm that she used to protect herself, a sharp sound echoed out as a reddish wave surged out from the impact site. He then used his left fist trying to connect with his opponent's face, only to see her smile coldly as she avoided the blow with a minimal margin. "What?" he exclaimed before feeling a precise blow to the height of his heart. Bam! Gah! He groaned from the impact, but held up well. Aifa opened her eyes when she noticed that her punch had not caused any damage despite having hardened her body and increased her speed. When he saw that his opponent had recovered from the assault, he noticed how his right fist clenched tightly, so he prepared to dodge. "Crimson Meteor Smash!" Elsha exclaimed, unleashing her blow. "Slow!" Aifa muttered as she backed away, leaving the attack range. "Or so I thought." A burst of power erupted from the fist, hitting her squarely. "Gah!" was the sound that came from her lips when she was hit by the attack. She was dragged by the attack, advancing and rising until she collided with the barrier, which trembled from its foundations, but did not give way despite the powerful attack. The Inugami fell to the ground like a puppet whose strings had been cut. "Bam! Gah!" he complained, as blood came out of his body. Elsha lowered her fist, as the armor disappeared. "Wow, who would have thought that a simple promotion could increase my attack and defense so much?" she said, quite surprised by the result. Then he looked at his fallen opponent, who was trying to get up without any result. "Whatever, I have to help Spectra," he muttered, turning around. "Wait," Aifa stammered with difficulty. The blonde stopped in her tracks, looking at the Inugami over her shoulder. "Using my balance breaker to defeat you so easily has left a bad taste in my mouth. But this is no time to play. Resign yourself to accepting your defeat and don't waste any more of my time," the blonde said seriously, before continuing on her way. Captains versus Misha. The elders breathed heavily as they faced their only opponent. Their armor was broken, blood and dirt were evident on their clothes, while they held a talisman in their hands. A 4-1 was not enough to completely stop his opponent. Misha looked in better condition, but he still showed signs of exhaustion. "Damn elders, they really don't give up," the kitsune growled. Without further ado, he let out all his power, seeking to end the encounter quickly. "I wanted to conserve a little more energy, but I'm tired of you," he proclaimed while an intense fire burned in his gaze. The captains felt that this would be their last move, so they would try an all or nothing. Their talismans shone brightly. From one moment to the next, both sides rushed against each other, with the peculiarity that the kitsune got ahead of them. The captains noticed her direct her Tuki-imbued claws towards their necks. Clearly his attack was faster. "Tamamo-sama," they thought, feeling death whisper in their ears. "Boom! Gah!" Misha exclaimed when something hit her from behind, causing an explosion. This was taken advantage of by the captains, who ignored the cloud of smoke that covered the girl, each taking her limbs with the hand that held the talisman, adhering it to their skin while with the other they made a prayer position. "Jigakumero! Dark prison of hell," they exclaimed as the talismans glowed. Black marks ran across her skin, before a darkness emerged from the talismans, which covered the Tizen's body, forming a dark sarcophagus, which enclosed a weakened Misha. When everything was over, the captain's gazes turned to one of the castle's balconies, where a certain yokai was standing with a bow in her hands. She had deactivated the binding enchantment that would take her to the bunker, as she wanted to see with her own eyes the end of Adele's ambition. She watched from the balcony of her room the different battles that were taking place in the square. When he noticed that the kitsune was going to finish off the captains, he decided to intervene. Using Ex Machina, he summoned a bow and arrow. "Promotion, Bishop!" he exclaimed, activating the promotion. With her keen senses she heard Spectre's orders, as well as the declaration of the plaza as enemy territory. Feeling the surge of mana, he placed the arrow on the bow and took aim. Her power was still at 20%, but by promoting to bishop she managed to increase her power to 50%, planning to invest 40% in the arrow to damage Misha enough, leaving her with enough energy to be able to move and escape in case someone entered the castle. She then ignited her aura, which began to gather around the arrow, and when she saw the right moment, she released the projectile. Nayan Sakoha. Arrow cannon, he named the attack. A green beam of light crossed the distance in less than a second, hitting its target squarely. Satisfied, she saw how it was reduced by the captains. Misha slowly moved his head, just so he could focus on where the attack came from. LOL, she murmured in shock. Without further ado, he lost consciousness. Aline versus Shizuka. The Nico Mata pointed Kurokara's blade at her opponent. The fight was almost one-sided, as she had limited herself to deflecting and blocking Aline's spear blows. The elf displayed a powerful and somewhat wild technique in her eyes, pressuring the Nico Mata to the point that she couldn't attack as she wanted. You are making the same mistake as your companions. You are holding back so as not to waste energy unnecessarily, and that will cost you defeat, Aline explained as he attacked. Clang. The Nico Mata gritted her teeth upon hearing this. AIFA, Loom and Misha had used their full power too late, being outclassed by their opponents, as in that state they were unable to use their full power as it should have been. She knew it, so she couldn't help but be upset with her classmates and herself. They decided to hold back since their biggest obstacle was silver, so the other captains were easy for any of them to take on. But now he noticed how they had trusted each other. Adele knew this, and that's why he told them from the beginning, not mentioning that he used very powerful attacks, even if it meant finishing off his own allies. That was another reason why he held back, but there was no reason to hold back his power any longer. In response, his movement suddenly changed, displaying increased speed as he attacked the elf with a combination of 3 fluid slashes. Slash. Aline stepped back to get out of the blade's reach. Then, from now on I'll be serious, he muttered seriously. He maintained a profile stance, with the blade at face level and the tip pointing towards the elf. Aline felt the pressure, so he responded by bringing his spear forward defensively, as he would first assess how big the margin of skill was now that his enemy was getting serious. Heiken. Nanison. Hidden sword. 7 flashes, he exclaimed, moving with speed. He ran towards the elf, and when he had her within reach he began an attack of stabs at an overwhelming speed, so much so that Aline opened her eyes in shock as she deflected the flashes of the enemy's blade with difficulty. In less than a second the 7 strikes were over, for the Nico Mata quickly changed her stance, holding her katana upwards. Heiken. Again no aim. Hidden sword. Steel rain, he named his new attack. The blade's edge fell like a relentless rain upon Aline, who did his best to resist all the swift blows that threatened to break his spear. Clang. KHH, the elf complained as she felt her arms heavy. It was then that the attack ceased, giving Aline the opportunity to retreat, something his opponent was expecting, as he was already wielding his katana in position for his next attack. Heiken. Rage injury. Hidden sword. Thunder God's cut, he exclaimed, taking a step forward. Aline felt helpless in an instant, despite having retreated far from the reach of Shizuka's blade. It was only a second later that he heard the sword being sheathed right behind him, as his pupils dilated and cold sweat covered his skin. Shizuka had passed Aline without her noticing due to her fast movement. Although his shocked expression expressed something else. You managed to escape my attack, he said, unable to believe it. Then he turned around, at the same time as his opponent. Aline's spear split in two, a bloodstain spread across his left side and part of his cloak had been cut away. She smiled tensely. I've gotten a little rusty, I barely managed to dodge your blow, the elf expressed while covering the wound with her hand. Shizuka sharpened her gaze again, as she resumed her combat stance. The next blow will finish you off, he assured, tightening his grip on his weapon, while a drop of sweat ran down his cheek. Aline smiled a little more, as he opened his free hand and released the pieces of what had once been his spear. Are you so sure about that? Aline said with her eyes closed. Shizuka raised an eyebrow at the elf's calm tone, because despite being injured and at a disadvantage, she doubted her words. I don't have time for this, Heiken. Rage injury. Hidden sword. Thunder God's cut, the Nikomata exclaimed. That's when he felt it. A strong grip stopped his attack. His eyes widened as he saw how the elf's left hand had tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Somehow she had anticipated his move and blocked it in an almost ridiculous way. I don't know why you're surprised. I'm a combat specialist, and that includes teaching. Finding the weak point of your technique is easy when you're used to doing it. Throughout the fight I dedicated myself to understanding your rhythm, your movements, your speed changes and your attack patterns, Aline explained with overwhelming seriousness. Shizuka understood as she saw those blue eyes piercing her harshly. Aline was just sizing her up. She then felt herself being pushed back, before seeing the elf spin around and do a roundhouse kick. As a reflex he protected himself with the blade of his sword. Crack. But the force imprinted in that blow easily broke his sword. What? He stammered upon seeing this, so he quickly jumped away. He glanced at his broken sword out of the corner of his eye, then looked up at his opponent. Only hand-to-hand combat remained for him. However, he did not find her. Eagle Talon. He heard above his head. He opened his eyes in shock and then looked up to find himself met with a powerful kick that violently shook his world. Gah! He exclaimed with blood coming out of his mouth when he received the kick in his jaw. Pram! The shockwave cracked the ground, causing a rumble that sent her flying, ultimately embedding herself in the castle wall. Crash! Seeing her opponent defeated, the elf sighed, then looked at her blood-stained hand. That was dangerous. For a moment I couldn't see her, he thought anxiously. The thing about being rusty had been a bluff, because in that way she took advantage of her enemy's shock to affect his psyche and destroy his mental strength. That technique was very dangerous, as it was a cut at divine speed. But having learned his technique, he was able to counter it before it became truly dangerous, focusing on the user and not the sword. She let out another sigh as she looked at the bodies around her. If she had not finished off the subjects who were supporting her while she was restraining herself, she would be seriously injured at this moment. Without further ado, he decided to help Spectra, but for now he had to heal. Silver versus Renard. The fight remained at a stalemate, as each one's fire and ice magic was powerfully countered by the other's magic. Renard looked a little impatient, before letting out a tired sigh. This will get us nowhere, it will only end up exhausting us, was his calm comment. This gave Silver a bad feeling. What are you getting at? He asked suspiciously. The black-haired man did not respond. Instead he removed his robes, remaining in black trousers with a red cloth belt. I don't normally use it, so feel proud to force me to use my ace up my sleeve, he declared, opening his arms. Renard's blue eyes turned slightly slanted. Then flaming wings emerged from his back. Silver opened his eyes in shock as he clearly felt the aura of the guy in front of him. Demon, he muttered in disbelief. That's right, I'm half demon on my father's side, Renard replied calmly. Silver looked at him carefully. A union between a human and a demon is not well regarded by those arrogant beings. My father's clan persecuted us until they gave their lives so I could escape. I lived in the slums of Tokyo for a while, until I was found by Adele-sama. He briefly explained his origin. His eyes had narrowed as he recalled dark moments. Flashback. A little boy wandered through the alleys of one of the most decadent towns in Tokyo. His father and mother had been killed by demons when they were able to corner him, and now he was living on the streets because of those creatures. By the time he was 5 years old, his heart already harbored hatred against the demons. When he reached a busy street, he proceeded to search among the unsuspecting people for something of value. He moved quickly, only to collide with a man dressed in a fine yukata. I'm sorry, he apologized as he pretended to continue on his way. However, his hand had been taken before it reached his sack of coins. When he looked up, he was met with alluring golden eyes staring at him curiously. Flashback end. That day Adele took him off the streets, offered him a job and at some point promised to finish off the demon clan that took his parents away when he declared war on the demons. From that moment on, Renard became his most faithful servant. Silver understood Renard's feelings, because when he was aimlessly wandering the world looking for a place to belong, he was rescued by Tamamo. He traveled around Japan doing odd jobs to support his basic needs. Then he found himself face to face with the ruler when he was finishing a job in Kyoto. It was that the Kyuubi noticed lack of life in the black-haired man's eyes. Eni, do you wish to come to my home? Tamamo asked with a motherly smile. Silver just looked at her doubtfully. He was hired as Tamamo's bodyguard, while also associating with the inhabitants of the castle. When Yasaka was born, he was assigned as her guardian. It was at that moment that he decided to protect the innocence of the little Kyubi. He was extremely grateful to Tamamo for giving him the closest thing to a family, so much so that he was even willing to give his life for the two of them. "I see, you've certainly had a hard life, but I still won't let them get away with it," was his statement. He knew that his past was nothing compared to that of the man in front of him, but that would not make him feel sorry for him, and he would fight, giving his all. Renard took flight, forming a fireball in his hands and launching it towards his opponent. This was quite fast, so much so that Silver was barely able to summon a wall of ice to protect himself, which melted to the point that he had to roll out of the way. "This," he muttered as he stood up. "The Phoenix clan's fire is different," Renard clarified as he formed another fireball. "Damn ice make! Lance!" he exclaimed as several spears came out of his hands. These surrounded the fireball, impacting his opponent, while Silver dodged the attack with some difficulty. At least he had managed to injure his opponent. That's when he saw it and was shocked. The places where his ice spears pierced his opponent immediately closed up, erasing any trace of injury. "The healing fire of the Phoenix clan, as I told you, this fire is special, a cursed power that I accepted only for my father, because if I rejected it, it would be like rejecting him," the half-demon highlighted. Silver gritted his teeth as his opponent formed another fireball. "Die," Renard declared coldly, throwing his attack against the black-haired man. The fireball expanded without giving a chance to be dodged. However, he didn't fully know about Silver's abilities. Boom! An explosion of fire engulfed Silver without him trying to defend himself. "That's all, now I will join forces with the Delsama to crush them," he said as he prepared to leave. So this is your true power," a familiar voice said. Renard turned with a disbelieving look towards the sea of fire his attack created. Among the flames he could see a silhouette, while in a brief space between the fire he managed to see a wolfish smile belonging to his opponent. "How?" he stammered, unable to believe what his eyes were seeing. Silver was surrounded by flames, but they did not touch him. A cobalt blue aura surrounded him, protecting him from the flames, which danced around him in an incredible scene. "For someone like you, I am the worst possible opponent," he declared without erasing his smile. He then assumed a position to create an attack. "I admit, I didn't think you would survive my attack, but you have already proven that your power is useless against me," Renard said as the fire enveloped him. Silver released more of his aura, which sent chills down the spine of the half-demon. "Hyoma no Yari. Ice Demon Spear," Silver exclaimed as he placed both hands on the ground. "It's useless. I have developed my power to the point of turning my body completely into fire. Those attacks will not be able to hurt me," Renard declared loudly, while he extended his hands and a rain of fire emerged from his wings. Silver smiled at the trace of arrogance in his opponent's voice, as he presumed to push his ability to the limit without knowing the nature of the attack he would face. Then from the ground a spear of ice emerged that crossed the distance, and a rain of fire without melting. It was that Renard felt his body move on its own, while blood flew through the air. "Hyoma no Gekiku. Ice Demon's Fury," Silver shouted after inhaling a large amount of air. He then released a blast of freezing power from his mouth that easily dissipated the rain of fire. Renard gritted his teeth, then looked down to see his hand pressing on his injured left shoulder. He didn't understand how he could have done it. After all, his body had been transformed into pure fire. He also hadn't reached the time limit he could use this ability, so he wondered how a human could hurt him. "What are you?" she said, looking at him furiously. The black-haired man smiled, as a magic circle appeared beneath his feet. "Zetai Reidu, Absolute Zero," Silver muttered as he waved his hand. It was in a single instant. The entire place froze around him in less than a blink of an eye. Renard felt his body stiffen, while his wings of fire were frozen. Then he felt himself beginning to fall. Silver then surrounded himself with an icy aura as his smile disappeared. "Promotion. Bishop," he exclaimed loudly. He instantly felt his mana reserves grow, as he prepared for his next attack. Then he remembered the conversation he had with Spectra. Flashback. Silver had called Spectra to talk alone on one of the castle's balconies. "So, what did you want to talk about?" the masked man asked doubtfully. The black-haired man looked at him in silence for a few moments, then smiled. "I want to take the free spot on your team," he suddenly revealed. Spectra's eyes widened beneath her mask, then she proceeded to remove it from her face and look at him with some seriousness. What are your reasons, Silver? Don't get me wrong, I'm happy with your request, but I want to know your reasons before accepting, the blonde replied, looking at him with a certain intensity. The black-haired man looked away towards the garden, where Yasaka was accompanied by some castle maids who were taking care of her. At the sight of the little kitsune, he smiled slightly. Yasaka has grown splendidly, she doesn't need me anymore. On the other hand, I'm curious about you and Leo, because with what has happened and what you told us about someone waiting for you, I know there will be a lot of fun if I join you, he answered with a cheeky smile. Spectra felt a drop on her neck at such a response. Then Silver's smile grew a little warmer. I have served Tamamo-sama since before Yasaka was born and I am grateful to her, but I think it is time to follow my path, he said while looking at the clouds in the blue sky. The breeze moved her hair, losing herself in the sensation. I see, Spectra said, closing her eyes. As a human, I won't live long. I want them to remember me as I am now, and if I stay, I'll grow old until I'm no longer useful. They may seem like cheap excuses, but that's what I think, and something tells me that if I go with you, I'll be able to find what I've been looking for a long time. The black-haired man finished saying. Despite finding a home and family here at the castle, the void in his heart was not entirely filled. I understand, I think your reasons are valid, Spectra commented with a small smile. Then he took out his case, which he opened to show its contents. The last piece of pawn. I just have to say, welcome to the team, Silver Fullbuster, that was what he said while the piece began to resonate with the black-haired man. After that a flash covered the two. Flashback end. The aura surrounding him began to gather in his left hand, forming a beautiful ice arc. His other hand pulled on a non-existent rope, but an arrow of energy began to form which he aimed at the demon falling from the air. He tried to summon his flames to melt the cold that had him numb, but it was useless. Then he remembered his opponent's brief comment and understood. You're a demon slayer, he exclaimed, unable to believe it. Silver smiled with an expression that said correct, then put on a serious expression. Take this. Metsuma Ugi. Hyoma Zero no Hakyu. Secret Art of the Demon Slayer. Ice Demon Destruction Bow, he exclaimed, releasing the projectile. A cobalt ray of light streaked through the distance. No. Arc. Adele-sama, he exclaimed when the arrow hit him. This slowly froze until it was a piece of ice that fell to the ground, breaking into pieces on impact. Crash. Silver disappeared his bow, while breathing slightly agitated. Heh, if he had continued fighting without revealing his power, then we would have continued until we were completely exhausted, he muttered with some irony. Fire and ice cancelled each other out, but by changing his special attribute everything changed. The demonic fire completely lost to the demon-slaying ice. Without further ado, he decided to go to where Adele was. Tamamo and the captains. They watched through the barrier as the generals fell one by one. It must be said that they were surprised by the display of power shown by Elsha and Aline, as well as Silver's latest ability. A demon slayer, who would have thought, one of the council elders muttered. On the other hand, that girl's sacred gear is powerful, another elder commented. Yes, but that elf is not far behind, she managed to defeat Shizuka, that was what Gaul said. He had noticed that Shizuka's level had increased since the last time they had met. Spectra is amazing, he hit Adele like that and got rid of those who were in his way. In addition to saving our soldiers, it was Tamamo's turn. The rest nodded at this, especially those mentioned who were already under the protection of the barrier. We just need to defeat Adele for everything to end, Tamamo said with her hands on her chest. Yasaka clung to his waist as she watched what was happening with some fear. Spectra versus Adele. The rest of the wizards and yokais that remained surrounded him supporting Adele. The generals had fallen and alone they had no chance against any of the captains, or Spectra's companions, so they preferred to join forces with their leader. There are many, thought the masked man. At that moment he noticed how everything around him was distorted, creating a dark forest and erasing all the presences around him. Spectra blinked under his mask, finding himself completely alone in this place. This is Jujutsu. Illusory arts. He determined as a drop of sweat ran down his temple. He had noticed several Nikomatis and Kitsuns alongside the yokai, deducing that those girls used their arts to attack him. I could tell they were high level as they had suppressed their senses, as I didn't sense any enemies. Then he sighed, closing his eyes as he concentrated his power, using the sacred energy granted by the connection with Gabriel, enhanced by the aura of Ascalon. A golden aura surrounded him, shining brightly. In the real world, wizards and yokai unleashed various attacks of magic and senjutsu power on him. It was that small lightning bolt surrounded him within that aura. Adele opened his eyes upon seeing this, as he called upon his power, knowing full well what was coming. "Lightning plasma!" Spectre exclaimed, suddenly raising his fist. A flash emerged from it, which lasted only a couple of seconds. For his attackers, it was as if his shoulder had suddenly glowed. As a result, the attacks disappeared while the yokais and mages were suddenly hit. "Arc! Kaya!" They screamed as they flew through the air with blood coming out of several wounds on their bodies. Adele could see each ray of light strike the remnants of his army, who were cut down to no defense. He also noticed how they hit him without causing damage, since his Tuki was very powerful. If it hadn't been for Lena, he wouldn't have been able to defend himself to the point of putting him in serious trouble. The attack was at the speed of light, therefore the response time was very short. Once the flash occurred, it was all over. Even a powerful yokai like him would be hurt if he didn't know the attack. As Spectre brought his fist down, his enemies fell lifeless around him. The blonde blinked when he noticed the illusion was gone. Then he set his gaze on Adele. His Tuki is very powerful, even more than Serorg's. He thought to the intact veil. I expected nothing less from a top-tier yokai. Some marked lines could be seen on the ground, the result of a few rays of light that caused them. As these also surrounded Adele, he knew that he had received their attack head-on and emerged unharmed from it. On the other hand, he thought as he saw the state of the entire battlefield. The generals had been defeated and he felt the captains, Elsha and Aline, coming in his direction. He had also wiped out the remnants of Adele's army, leaving him completely alone, which could mean that the real fight was now beginning. His previous thought gained strength when he felt Adele's power stir slightly. He moved his no-dachi in one direction. An ice spear was destroyed with that move. "Sorry for the delay, but those guys weren't easy," was Silver's comment. Next was Elsha, followed by the 7 captains and finally Aline. Adele looked over his opponents, before letting out a sigh. "Those idiots got too confident. Well, what can you do?" he commented casually. His gaze sharpened. A slight current of air was felt. Spectra and Aline opened their eyes upon sensing this, so they reacted quickly. They both stood in front of their allies, while Spectra unsheathed Arifel and Aline summoned a new spear, putting both weapons in a defensive stance. Slash. Clang. Those present opened their eyes as they saw how both of them were able to block the incoming attack, which was not noticed by them. Spectra pressed on, until the enemy attack disappeared. Adele smiled coldly and visibly moved his sword. This alarmed the captains, who took defensive measures. Barrier of the 4 elements. The captains exclaimed with talisman in hand. Ice make. Shield. Silver exclaimed, creating a wall of ice. Wind fortress. It was Elsha's turn. A rainbow-colored wall appeared in front of everyone, followed by a wall of ice and then a rapidly spinning wind barrier. Slash. Everyone crouched as they watched their protection being cut cleanly without any opposition. Unfortunately, there was someone who was too slow. Gah. Silver moaned, holding the left side of his face with his hand. Back off now. Spectra ordered upon seeing this. Aline had dodged the attack as a greenish sphere of energy that moved erratically formed between his hands. He also noticed how currents of wind gathered in that sphere, which were not natural. That's what he noticed. It was silver-colored wind. I appreciate you lending us your strength, Arifel, the masked man thought. On her back, Arifel's jewels shone brightly as the aura of wind surrounding her was directed at Aline's hands. Shuha. Tenkuzan. Light devastation. Heaven's drill, he exclaimed as he extended both palms towards Adele's chest. A powerful air current was generated, forming a wind vortex that hit Adele. Aline was surprised by the force of his attack, as it was immensely greater than usual. It was supposed to be a blow based on vacuum and centrifugal force, but this was beyond his expectations. The QB opened his eyes at such a devastating attack. His tails moved, covering him defensively, as he narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. Hyoma no Dokiku. Fury of the Ice Demon, it was Silver's turn to unleash his attack. The wind turned cobalt, and the pressure was felt everywhere. Mega Flare. Spectra finished the combo. In the midst of the vortex that impacted Adele, a spectral blue fireball traveled through the void, joining the attack. Adele was pushed back before the surprised gaze of the captains and observers in the distance. It seemed like superiority was on their side, but Spectra expected things to change soon. At that moment, an increase in aura could be felt. Adele firmly gripped her nodachi, as it was surrounded by golden fire. "That is a sacred treasure," exclaimed one of the captains upon seeing the sword. Spectra knew the next move would be dangerous, so he chose to stay alert and attack at the right moment. Aline sensed danger, so she turned to look at Elsha, who, seeing her teacher's serious expression, knew what she wanted. Not to mention that his instincts were warning him of impending danger. "Let's go now," he exclaimed as he jumped back from the spot. The captains understood this and also stepped back, as did Silver, because the blood was blurring his vision and he needed to tend to his wound. Adele's sword was surrounded by a layer of wind. While his tails protected him, he adopted a stance for the first time in the entire encounter. "Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Grass-cutting sword," he exclaimed, swinging his sword. This lengthened into a daughter of wind, which he let fall upon his opponents. Everyone watched in shock as their combined attack was cut into pieces. "Aline, that's it!" Spectra shouted, summoning Ascalon and throwing her at the elf. Aline grabbed its hilt in flight, and applying her power held it in front of her waiting for the blow. "Castle of Stone," the elf exclaimed as a yellow energy covered her body. Without further ado, he braced himself for impact. Clang. "Kuh," Aline moaned, enduring the attack as best she could despite invoking her ultimate defensive spell. The winds blew violently, while a powerful aura of fire was gradually gathering. Seeing this, Spectra jumped out of the attack's range and slipped into Adele's defense. He smiled excitedly when he saw his attack blocked by the elf, so he decided to increase the destructive power by adding his sacred fire. It was then that he felt something under his arms. "Now you've given me a good opening, Adele," he heard someone above him say. Looking up, he could see the masked man standing, noticing that what was under his arms were his feet. He saw how he had a long, disturbing smile. "I was waiting for the moment when you would use too much power. Now that same power will destroy you," he declared, widening his smile. Adele felt the aura he had expelled gather around him, but not because of his doing. "Ah! Jumping stone!" Spectra exclaimed. He arched his back backwards, using the momentum of the movement to lift Adele off the ground as his upper body lowered further. Then Adele was sent flying, while Spectra was left upside down in the air with his legs together, as if he were an Olympic swimmer, and his arms separated from his body while his back arched a little. Bam! Crash! The wall cracked when Adele was hit by it. "Gah!" he exclaimed in pain as blood came out of his mouth. This time he had been hurt. That guy had used his power against him with that strange movement. Shaking his head, he looked up only to see the man coming towards him with his sword in hand threatening to cut him. Seeing Adele flying away, Spectra drew a rifle so that when he hit the ground with an impulse he would close the distance before his opponent could recover. "Kitsune Bai! Fox Flame!" he exclaimed as all his tails burned in golden fire. He brought his hands together in front of him, where all that aura gathered, and then launched it in a huge ball of fire. Spectra smiled at this. "Just what I expected. Full counter!" he exclaimed, swinging a rifle. Adele opened his eyes in disbelief as his power was returned by the masked man. Boom! A huge explosion of fire engulfed Adele, who was embedded in the unprotected wall of the castle. It cracked, threatening to collapse, but it withstood the powerful explosion. Spectra landed a safe distance away. Full counter, a skill created using Reflect from the Divine Gear, and reinforced by the Boost from the Boosted Gear. This was an original ability, not like the Gram Demolition he was able to use because of Rosswise runes, which destroyed a specific part of the magic sequences, causing the phenomenon. The fiery chaos began to calm down, revealing something that surprised many. Adele appeared injured, as he had burns on some parts of his body while he covered his face with one of his arms. Her yukata had lost its sleeves, which were practically charred. Then he lowered his arm just enough to show his slanted eyes, which shone almost madly. This is the first time someone hurts me like this. You are dangerous. That attack was more powerful than when I threw it," he commented with a satisfied tone. Spectra put Arifel away, then smiled slightly. "Full counter allows me to return a magic attack with twice the strength," he replied with a shrug. This was his hidden card, the same one he doubted would work again when his opponent had seen it, but it had served its purpose. It might not be visible to the naked eye, but the enemy's power had decreased significantly, and they had suffered significant damage. He had expected a powerful attack to use this skill, and this was the result. He also knew that at any moment his opponent would use his full power, so he would respond by using his balance breaker to confront an out-of-control QB. But he didn't expect to see Adele raise the blade of her sword, while a reddish aura surrounded it. Issei raised an eyebrow, doubting Adele's actions. Aline, who was standing some distance behind him, felt some annoyance in the back of his mind. Adele narrowed his eyes. That's when it happened. Magic circles emerged out of nowhere among those present. Spectre rushed at the kitsune, having a bad feeling when he noticed this, and so he summoned his Tuki in chaos of an attack. He was confident that the others would dodge that kind of attack easily, but he didn't want to take any risks and thought about intervening with the summoner of those circles. Then she saw him lower the blade towards her with great speed. In response, he reached for Arifal's hilt, but his eyes widened beneath his mask as he felt something coil around his hand. He turned his face, noticing the golden chain that held his wrist, preventing him from reaching Arifal's hilt. Then he looked at his opponent again, but it was too late to protect himself or react. Gah! He exclaimed as he received a cut on his torso. He brought his hand to the wound, noticing how blood was coming out in abundance, so he stepped back while clenching his teeth against the pain. Partner, dodge to the right! Drake exclaimed in alarm. As a result, the blonde moved quickly, seeing an object pass by him. Blood dripped from the corner of his lips as he breathed heavily as he looked at his opponent, waiting for any hostile movement. Watching Adele smile again as he placed his no-dachi on his shoulder, he looked at his right arm in more detail, noticing how a golden chain wound from his wrist to just above his elbow. He also noticed how his power was slowly suppressed. What is this? I can't move, he heard behind him. When he turned around, he could see the captains, Elsha, Silver and Aline, immobilized by the same golden chains. They had both arms captured by these. If Drake hadn't warned him now, he would be in the same situation as them. Those chains are special, but I think you've already realized. His name is Enkidu, Adele commented as if it were nothing. Spectra looked at him again as he spoke, thinking about his options. Everyone let their guard down for a second, and that was enough for circumstances to change. Furthermore, the wound on his torso made matters worse. It suppresses power, or rather, it feeds on it to strengthen itself, although it is now impossible to break them or free oneself from them. Normally invoking them is impossible because they are a divine item, but with the proper sacrifice they can be used in battle. Loom and the others have served until the last consequences, he explained briefly with some amusement in his gaze. Hearing this, Issei looked in the direction of the living generals, noticing how a black symbol was drawn on their bodies, while he felt their lives disappear little by little, and in Loom's case, her body being consumed. This guy is a bastard, he thought, clenching both fists. Partner, these chains are similar to the Gleipnir chains that contain Fenrir. In fact, I can feel a certain divinity in them. A worried Drake explained. I see, so he's not lying. Tell me, Drake, can we break them? He asked seriously and nervously. The Heavenly Harrowing and Grand Demolition will not be able to defeat them as they are divine items. Only by releasing your true form, the Dragon Drive, will you have the power to break free and end this fight immediately. It was the response of a serious Drake. You know I can't do that. Just by making myself known as the Sekiryute, things can get complicated, especially if someone outside of Kyoto notices it, and not to mention the Dragon Drive, it could attract the attention of the Ophis of this time, he said with frustration in his mind. Drake had to agree with him, since they shouldn't be causing so much trouble in this timeline. The inclusion of Leo, Silver, Elsha and Aline in the bearer's title of peerage were more than enough interventions to not further alter the story. It was worth preparing them against you. Well, we'll leave this for the moment. I'll claim my prize right now before finishing our fight, he said as he walked past her towards the dome where Tamamo was protected. The captains tried trying to free themselves from those chains, but it was useless since another chain wrapped around their torsos, making it even more impossible for them to free themselves. Adele just smiled mockingly at this, but he didn't expect what happened next. His body stopped moving, then began to freeze. He then looked to his right, where Silver was standing, completely free and with an ice bow in his hands as he aimed at him. The blood dripping from his wound forced him to keep his left eye closed, and he was breathing heavily, but that was the least of it. He was free. How? The kitsune said in shock. Metsuma Ugi. Hyoma Zero no Hakyu. Secret art of the demon slayer. Ice demon destruction bow, he exclaimed as he fired. Adele put his sword in the path of the attack, but it was not enough. This one froze and then broke into pieces. Boom. A freezing explosion engulfed Adele, covering the place in ice in less than a second. All under the surprised gaze of those present. Issei looked towards the place where Silver had been captured, only to see a dead body of a yokai in its place. Then he remembered their conversation in the bathrooms after they first met. He traded places with that body. He thought in admiration. Silver dropped to one knee, his bow disappearing into frost. He breathed heavily, because that attack took a lot of mana, not to mention that changing places also meant losing a lot of magic. Of all the spectators at this moment, it was Elsha who was looking at the black-haired man with the utmost interest. If she thought her ice magic was beautiful, now she thought it was amazing. A feeling of admiration began to grow in his chest. Meanwhile, when the cloud of frost created by the explosion dissipated, Adele could be seen trapped in an ice formation. Wah! Silver did it. Adele has been defeated, were the effusive cries that could be heard on the battlefield. Tamama looked at this with mixed feelings, because even though she was happy that there weren't many casualties, Adele was her beloved brother. She didn't notice how more magic circles were forming around the barrier. Crash. The sound of it being broken brought everyone out of their celebration. Tamamo felt herself being immobilized by the chains, then being extracted from the group and towards the battlefield. She never let go of Isaka. Kaa-chan, he exclaimed, clinging tighter to Tamamo. Tamamo-sama, Yasaka-sama. The elders shouted upon seeing this. When Gaul tried to move, everyone present was captured by those chains, which sealed his power. Damn it! He exclaimed, seeing himself helpless. Crash. Silver was thrown back by the shockwave as the ice Adele was encased in was destroyed from within. Now he was standing, breathing heavily. That attack had caused him quite a bit of damage. In his hands he had a great amount of power, which made several of those present sweat due to its density, especially because his gaze was on a defenseless Tamamo. Die, he said coldly, releasing a ray of fire at the kitsune. Spectra cursed at the sight of this. He didn't have time to unleash his full power, so he made a decision. He smiled wryly at what he was about to do. Sensei, you are definitely a terrible influence on me, he thought as he gathered the little power he had left in Arifal's blade while still watching Adele's attack. He could see in great detail how Tamamo closed her eyes, while hugging Yasaka as best she could in order to protect her. He also saw Silver's helpless look. Aline and Elsha desperately trying to free themselves. The captains and soldiers shouted the name of their leader, but he only saw everything gray and without any sound. Without further ado, he tightened his grip on Arifal's hilt as he swung his blade downward. All this with a wild smile on his face, the same one he had when he did the ritual a long time ago. Partner! Drake exclaimed. Slash. Everyone watched helplessly as their leader was swallowed by the ray of fire, which consumed everything in its path into ashes. Boom! A huge tide of fire broke out where Tamama was. The captains lowered their heads in defeat. A somber atmosphere filled the place when it was all over. From his balcony, Leo had his eyes wide open, unable to believe what he had seen. She watched the entire battle, up to this point. Then he brought a hand to his chest, while his eyes became moist as he stared into the flames. Spectra, he thought with pain evident in his gaze. On the battlefield, everything was silent, the sound of the flames being the only thing that was audible. Until someone opened their mouth. Why you? Adele said with a sharp edge to his voice. This brought shock to everyone present, who looked with hatred and pain at Adele for having killed Tamamo and Yasaka. However, he did not take his eyes off the flames that covered the place. Because I promised, a familiar voice answered from the flames. At this, everyone quickly turned their heads towards the flames to the point of almost breaking their necks from the suddenness of the movement, to notice a shadow in the middle of them. Then a current of wind dissipated the flames, revealing Spectra with large wings emerging from his back, his left wing surrounding Tamamo and Yasaka. His right wing covered much of his body, leaving his left side and arm visible as he held Arifal in front of him with this hand. It sent out a stream of silver wind defensively, driving away the remaining flames. Spectra. Everyone exclaimed when they saw the masked man protecting their leader. A great sense of relief and hope could be seen on their faces, because with him free they still had a chance to defeat Adele. For her part, Tamamo slowly opened her eyes, noticing that the warmth never reached her. She quickly came back to her senses to check on an unconscious Yusaka, who didn't have a scratch on her, so she sighed in relief. Then he looked around to find out why she was still alive and completely intact. It was then that he noticed that he was under a dark blue layer with a slightly scaly texture, but soft at the same time when he touched it. There she recognized this protective layer as a wing. Then he looked along the length of it until he saw the owner of the limb. That's when he saw it. Spectra, she whispered with light tears in her eyes. This one was shown in a somewhat pitiful condition. Much of his clothing was burned, while the left side of his mask had a melted portion. He had moved at full speed to protect Tamamo and Yusaka, so he was barely able to defend himself from the incoming attack and was hit by it, taking quite a bit of damage. He was breathing heavily, blood coming out of his mouth and grunting in pain. She felt immensely grateful for the masked man's action, as he put his life at risk to protect her and her daughter. Before her stood a hero. For his part, Issei looked at his opponent as he decided his next course of action. The artificial, sacred gear, given by Azazel was rendered useless by the same thing and now hindered his vision. He then pinned Arifel in front of him, then removed the useless mask revealing his scarlet eyes, which shone brightly. "I won't let you do whatever you want, get ready, because I'll finish you off right now," he declared as a dark aura emerged from his body. This was concentrated on his left arm covered by his sacred gear. "Downfall Dragon Balance Breaker," he said slowly as he raised his arm. A black flash covered him, while metallic parts slowly covered his body and his wings disappeared into dark particles, which took another form. When it was all over, Spectre was wearing black armor, with purple jewels on his chest, hands, and shoulders. The most notable thing were those wings, as they didn't seem to be those of a dragon at all. "Shadow Knight of Downfall Dragon," I utter solemnly. This vision had a great impact on all those present, leaving this image engraved in the hearts of the witnesses. "Partner, wasn't your name different last time?" Drake asked doubtfully. "Details Drake, that doesn't matter now," the boy replied with a shrug. The named one sighed, then spoke to him with concern. "Finish that guy quickly, your injuries are serious and you need medical attention," he said with great seriousness. At the dragon's words, Issei looked sideways as blood seeped through the joints of his right arm. Without further ado, his wings opened and flapped, creating a powerful current of air. With this simple push and leaving a bright trail behind him, Spectre was already in front of a surprised Adele, who could do nothing when he grabbed him by the face and took him with him to slam him against the wall. Pram. The wall gave way, so Spectre continued straight into the forest outside the castle as was his original plan. "Ah!" Adele screamed as he tried to break free. Spectre then spun on its axis in an attempt to gain momentum, sending Adele crashing into a huge rock at high speed. Crash. It could not withstand the impact and shattered, burying the kitsune in the rubble. Issei landed on the ground, while a golden spear of light formed in his hand, which flickered unstably. "Come on," he muttered while concentrating. Then it stabilized, leaving a golden spear of light, which it squeezed tightly and then launched towards where Adele had fallen. Boom! The sight exploded when the light spear hit. From the square, the prisoners in chains heard the explosion and saw the column of smoke above the treetops. "Spectra, damn it," Silver muttered while trying to stand up. His magic reserves were low, as using his secret art twice drained it almost completely, not to mention that the fight with Renard reduced his power significantly. He could feel Adele's power beginning to grow, knowing full well what it meant. The others could do nothing, since the chains kept them immobilized. From his balcony, Leo looked at the cloud of smoke in the distance, while he felt his heart beat with anxiety, hoping that the boy could emerge victorious. Back in the fight, a large flame emerged from the place where Adele had fallen, and from these emerged a huge silver-colored cube 5 meters tall, with red lines on its fur similar to tattoos. Grr! He looked at him menacingly while growling. Spectre took a deep breath, before flapping her wings and closing the distance again. However, the cube formed golden flames at the tips of its tails, then launched them at him. "Kuro Yuzu! Black Vortex!" he exclaimed, putting his left hand forward. The fireballs began to disappear at that instant, only to feel himself being hit hard and thrown back. Gah! He complained at the impact. Despite this, he controlled his movement in the air and checked what had hit him. Then he felt something coming from his blind spot, so he did a pirouette in the air to avoid the attack. That's when he saw it. It was one of the Kyuubi's tails. It had emerged from a small doorway behind him. Control space, he exclaimed in amazement. It was at that moment that several portals appeared around him. Will you be able to guess where the next attack will come from? The nine-tailed fox asked with a smile that showed all of his teeth. Issei cursed under his breath. His right arm looked inert and just hung at his side, making it useless. With so many points for multiple attacks, he was at a disadvantage. Or maybe not, he thought as he realized something. He quickly surrounded himself with a golden aura, then launched his fist 4 times towards his surroundings. Lightning plasma, he exclaimed inside his armor. Rays of light filled his vision, watching anxiously as they disappeared into those small portals in an uncertain direction. Growling, the huge fox roared in pain when he was hit by several rays of light from behind. So I wasn't wrong, he thought, preparing his next attack. He had come to the conclusion that this portal worked in both directions, which he confirmed by attacking everyone at the same time. Let's leave the quantity, now comes the quality. Lightning voltage, he exclaimed as he threw his fist towards the portal in front of him. A powerful bolt of lightning entered the portal, which closed instantly. Growling, damn you! Gah! He exclaimed in pain when he was hit from behind again. Small rays ran through his fur, causing him to feel numb. Then flames could be seen coming from its mouth. Issei extended his hand, as airful appeared in it, so he closed his fingers around the hilt. She had left her with Yasaka since she needed her free hand to hold Adele, since in her current situation her left hand was the only one available. Explosive howling, he exclaimed as a jet of blue fire came out of his mouth. Spectre waited a moment before using his sword. Full counter. He named his attack as he returned the flames with double the power. However, he saw how the flames surrounded the enormous fox, forming a fiery armor around it. Then he jumped into the air as he began to spin. The fire changed color to the point of turning white. The fox then released flames upon his opponent, which took the form of an eastern dragon. Gonryu, Hell Flame Dragon, Adele named his technique. Spectre leapt at the dragon, swinging his sword to knock it back at the Kyuubi. To his surprise, the beast dodged his slash by circling around him and opening its jaws before attacking from his right side. Damn! Spectre exclaimed when he was hit by the attack. Boom! A powerful explosion of fire shook the place, while the shock wave uprooted the trees. The clearing they had arrived at was now a large expanse free of any vegetation. In the middle of it all, you can see a crater with black armor at the bottom of it. Then he slowly stood up as parts of his body smoked. Damn, that guy took advantage of my full counter to make his attack more powerful, he muttered as he stood up. His armor was cracked in several places, and some pieces fell to the ground. He had also lost one of his wings. Then a reddish aura surrounded him, as he looked around for his opponent. This one was sitting some distance away from him, while a golden aura surrounded him. His tails were extended, and he kept his eyes closed. Partner, that guy is forcefully absorbing energy from the ley lines, the dragon reported. Issei gritted his teeth, then raised his hand and pointed at her with his index finger. Scarlet Needle, he muttered in a calm tone. A ray of light shot out from his finger, hitting the fox. However, the lightning passed through it as if it had not been there. No, rather it disappeared as soon as I touched it. Flush. Then something hit him in the right arm, piercing through the armor. Issei stood completely still as he watched the reddish lightning flash past him. That guy used a portal to redirect your attack against you, Drake commented in surprise. This only made the boy more tense, coupled with feeling increasingly weaker due to blood loss. Drake, I think it's time to try that. I just hope it's enough, he said in his mind. Then he began to concentrate his power. It's very risky, partner. In these circumstances you could fail. A worried Drake replied. Issei's helmet disappeared, making it difficult for him to breathe and be aware of his surroundings. Signs of fatigue could be seen on his face, not to mention that his temple was bleeding from the previous attack. I will limit myself to physical attacks while I gather the necessary power. When I give you the order, I will need at least 10 augmentations to use it, he explained his plan quickly. Drake wanted to protest, because with those increases the load would be too much for his body in its current condition, but he also knew that it was his best chance to conclude this battle. Then he let out a sigh. "I understand, leave it to me," Drake said. Hearing his companion's response, Issei rebuilt the missing wing of the armor, to rise into the air a couple of meters. Adele opened his eyes, as he got on all fours as the numbness had disappeared from his body. An immense pressure was felt at that moment. Then they both looked into each other's eyes. They knew that the other was preparing a final attack, so whoever was more powerful would win. Adele smiled at this thought, as he managed to gain a fraction of the ley lion's power despite not being the ruler of Kyoto. Spectra was the first to make his move. He flew towards Adele as he prepared his fist, seeking to impact his enormous body. This one was much smaller than Yasaka's QB form, so she thought it was for better mobility. That was confirmed when the fox moved quickly, dodging the attack and swiping at the boy's side. He barely managed to get his leg out to block the blow, then circled around Adele with overwhelming speed and used his left shoulder to charge at him. Then they both turned into golden and black rays of light that collided and chased each other. Crash! Booms and shockwaves filled the place every time the two collided. They moved throughout the area, until they were close to the grove that was not hit by the previous explosion, stopping their attacks while breathing heavily. "This is over now. It was fun, but I can't waste any more time," Adele declared while an aura of white fire surrounded him. Issei felt a noticeable change in his opponent's aura. "This power is in another league," he thought, slightly intimidated. But he shook his head and began to expel the power he had managed to gather. He added the sacred element, so a golden aura surrounded him as he stood in profile, his fist near his waist while the other remained inert. They both looked at each other for a few moments. Adele felt victory in his hands, as his opponent's power was totally inferior to his. Then their tails curved forward, forming a small sphere of fire where the tips converged. Despite its size, the power it radiated was terrifying. Spectra was unfazed and continued to manipulate his power. The wind blew and a slight tremor was felt. Adele's power reached the castle, causing everyone to tremble and filling the hearts of everyone present with fear. Especially since the blonde's aura was totally eclipsed by that insane amount of aura the kitsune was emitting. Spectra. Leo, Elsha, Aline, Tamamo and Silver thought with concern. The captains and soldiers already sensed the boy's defeat. Back to the site of the confrontation. Adele roared as he unleashed his attack. "Die Kitsune Bai! Great Fox Flame!" he exclaimed as he waved his tails and launched the fireball. The ground was melting due to the enormous temperature of that attack. "Now Drake!" Issei exclaimed upon seeing this. Then the jewel on his left gauntlet changed color to emerald green. Boost, 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 boost. Boost, 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 boost. The dragon's voice was heard rumbling across the site. As a result, Issei's aura shone brightly, surpassing Adele's at that moment. "What?" he said upon seeing this. "Galaxian explosion!" he exclaimed as he pushed his hand forward. From his aura emerged semi-transparent spherical formations that simulated planets, while the environment changed to a deep blue full of nebulas and stars. These planets advanced surrounding the fireball, and Adele quickly while cracks appeared on them. "That ability," the kitsune muttered before it happened. Boom! Grr! He roared as the planets exploded around him. His final attack was instantly erased. "Arg!" He screamed in agony as he felt his body tear apart from the inside due to the destructive power of such a technique. His enormous body was dragged by the destruction, further aggravating the damage as he was hit by the explosions of the celestial stars. Then it was all over and the atmosphere returned to normal. "Gah!" Adele moaned in his fox form as he fell to the ground. For his part, Issei was breathing with difficulty as he lowered his hand. Adele was bleeding from his snout, while his once immaculate fur was now covered in serious wounds and dirt. He moved his eyes towards his opponent, feeling his vision blur. How is it possible?" he said with difficulty. That magnifying ability was only possessed by one existence on Earth. "Issei Kiryu." His voice lost strength, and the light in his eyes disappeared completely. The blonde looked up, taking in the path of destruction his attack created. He breathed with a shaky and weak voice. Then his armor disappeared into violet particles. "You made it, partner," Drake said in amazement at the magnitude of such a movement. Of course, he concentrated a huge amount of energy and increased it tenfold at once. Despite hearing what Drake had said, the boy did not respond. he simply moved his feet, approaching a tree, where he stood on his back, sliding down the trunk until he fell to a sitting position. On her lap appeared Arifel in its case, so she looked at it for a moment, before smiling and gently taking it. "Thanks for lending me your strength. I'm sorry I put you in that position," the boy murmured. The jewel on the sword shone as a light current of air caressed it, causing him to close his eyes momentarily. Sitting on the ground, with one leg bent and the other extended, his back resting on the bark of the tree while he surrounded Arifel's sheath with his arm, resting the part closest to its hilt on his left shoulder. Sweat covered him completely. His power level was at 0. A pool of blood was slowly expanding on his right side, and he could feel the wound on his chest burning. Then he opened his eyes and looked at his defeated opponent, so he smiled somewhat bitterly, then looked up at the sky. Then he felt the wind blow, and hit his skin covered in sweat and dirt. "Do you regret it, partner?" the dragon asked with concern. The boy smiled, this time more softly and sincerely. "Of course not, Drake, but I didn't think it would get to this point. Anyway, there's no point in worrying about it now," he said with a sigh. Then a familiar group entered his field of vision, so he smiled as best he could despite his condition and slightly raised his hand without letting go of Arifel. "Yo guys, we did it," he greeted, ignoring the completely pale faces of the people in front of him. Moments before, everyone looked towards the forest, some with anxiety and others with total pessimism. Then they felt two powers collide violently. That's when it happened. From one moment to the next, Spectre's power grew disproportionately until it crushed Adele's power. A flash was seen in the distance above the trees. Adele's presence disappeared moments later. A deep silence reigned in the place. Did he succeed? Gaul stammered doubtfully. Then the chains that bound them began to disappear. This confirmed Adele's defeat. "Yash!" the soldiers and captains exclaimed loudly. They were all weak because those chains had drained much of their power, but they could move without difficulty. "We must go quickly for Spectrodano, he could be hurt," said one of the captains. The rest nodded instantly as they adopted calmer expressions and left the effusiveness behind. The excitement that everything was over was such that they did not notice how a shadow was approaching the ruler stealthily. As Tamamo stood up, she noticed a nearby shadow holding a shiny object, this being a sword that he raised with obvious intentions. The others noticed it too late, they couldn't do anything. The kitsun's pupils widened at this point. Not even when Adele attacked her did she feel the edge of death on her neck. Fluck. The sound of something passing through the air and flesh being pierced echoed through the place. The subject was dressed in a black hood, which fell off revealing him to be an ordinary human. An arrow had pierced his neck from side to side, so he dropped his sword and fell lifeless to the ground. "That was close, I can't believe they let their guard down at a moment like that," a familiar voice claimed. Everyone turned towards the source of that voice. Leo-sama," they exclaimed when they saw her walking towards them with a slow pace. A bow in her hand revealed that she had shot the arrow. He looked exhausted, but he was in good spirits. "That guy hid under a body, waiting for the right moment. TKS, what a coward anyway. We have to go get Spectra, she needs urgent medical attention," he said with some anxiety and concern in his voice. This was noticed by everyone, so the first to move was Aline. With Ascalon wrapped in her cloak as a cover, she began to run towards the forest. Leo followed her, bringing the others out of their stupor and following them both at a good speed. They crossed the gap in the wall, followed by the trees of the forest where several trees were cut down creating a path. Then they came to the part where the first explosion had occurred. Looking around, Aline moved in one direction, while the rest followed. It was then that they spotted him in the distance. "There it is!" Elsha exclaimed. Aline quickened his pace, sensing a certain desperation in Leo's demeanor. As he got closer, he glanced briefly at Adele's transformed body, then stopped and looked at Spectra standing in a tree. Her pupils dilated, her mouth went dry, and she felt it difficult to breathe at the sight before her. The others arrived behind her. It must be said that they were shocked by the image of Adele's lifeless body, not to mention all the destruction at the scene. Then all eyes turned to the hero of the moment. They froze and the color drained from their faces at that moment. His clothes were completely torn. Of his trench coat only a small jacket without the left sleeve remained, while in length it only reached below his arms. Blood was coming out of his mouth and forehead, while a huge red stain adorned his chest. He was breathing with difficulty and looked quite pale. Still, He smiled at them tensely as he raised his hand slightly. "Yo guys, we did it," he said as if nothing had happened. The gaze of everyone present focused on the pool of blood that was growing next to where he was sitting. Blood was dripping from below his shoulder, right where his right arm should be. In a nutshell, Spectra had lost his right arm. Aline bit her lip, forcing her body to move, so she approached the boy, dropped Ascalon on the ground, and began to heal his wounds. The others didn't know what to say, but the most affected was Tamamo. She was thankful that Yasaka was asleep, as she was sure she would suffer if she saw this image. "Sorry for causing you trouble, Aline," Spectra said as she felt the serious wound on her arm being healed. The elf shook her head. "It is my duty as your servant, now you can rest," she replied without stopping emitting healing energy. When he sealed the wound on his arm, he proceeded to heal the cut on his chest. Then a look of bewilderment crossed his face. "What's wrong?" Issei asked upon noticing it. "The wound is not healing," he replied in a worried tone. This brief conversation brought the shock out of those present, with Tamamo being the next to approach after Leo took Yasaka. "Let me see," he said while checking the boy's wound. A pained expression could be seen on his face at the sorry state Spectra was left in, but he shook off his feelings to finish his check. "This wound was caused by a sacred treasure. It is a curse that prevents the wound from healing if it is not closed. The blood loss will put your life at risk," the kitsune ruled. This worried everyone. "So that's the reason, now I understand why I can't cure Silver-sama," said an old man. This was held by Elsha while the old man who spoke applied an enchantment to close the black-haired man's bleeding wound, but it had no effect. It must be said that Silver was not complaining. Tamamo then surrounded herself with a great amount of power. "My weakness has caused quite a bit of trouble, at least let me do something to make up for it," he said as his aura covered them all. Everyone felt their wounds begin to heal. Silver's wound stopped bleeding, as did Spectra's. When it was all over, the boy smiled with relief. "Thanks, Tamamo-sama," he said, smiling weakly. The kitsune shook her head with a sad smile. "Thanks, Spectra," she said, looking at him with deep gratitude. Then Gaul approached him, helping him to stand up and then putting his left arm over his shoulder, while Aline took Ascalon and Arifil in his hands. "Let's go back. I healed your wounds but you need to rest," Tamamo ordered. "Hi, Tamamo-sama," they responded, starting to walk back to the castle. Tamamo stood there for a few moments, looking sadly at her brother's corpse. "Ni-sama," he murmured with tears in his eyes. Suppressing her tears, she approached the body, proceeding to tear out its fangs and a pair of claws, then putting them away and forming a flame in her hands. "I hope you find peace in your next life," he said before incinerating the body. Without further ado, he turned around and proceeded to catch up with the procession. The road was a bit long, but they managed to reach the castle, heading straight to the blonde's room. Then they took off the upper part of his clothes, so they could lay him down and rest. "I'll take care of him, you can rest," the elf said to the captains. They looked at the boy on the bed, before bowing deeply and leaving. Aline, Elsha, Leo, Silver and Tamamo remained at the site. The captains still had to do a damage assessment, so the soldiers would assist in that task, not to mention checking on the evacuees. Spectra started to see blurry at that moment. "Thanks, Spectra, I really thanks from the bottom of my heart for helping Tamamo-sama, Yasaka and Leo, they are like my family," Silver said suddenly. He had a scar on his forehead, above his left eye. The blonde smiled as if to say don't worry, before closing his eyes and falling unconscious. "He took a lot of damage, I'm surprised he managed to stay conscious all this time," the elf said as she placed her hand on the boy's forehead. "That's true, although what I miss the most is that wound. Looking closely, it was caused by a sword." It was Elsha's turn as she looked at where her right arm used to be. The others agreed, it was a clean cut. "But Adele's sword was destroyed," Tamamo said now with great doubt. Everyone was lost in thought for a few moments. "That wound was not made by Adele," Leo declared in a somber tone. This caught the attention of those present. "What do you mean?" Aline said seriously. Leo fell silent, staring at the unconscious boy, before sitting on the bed and gently taking his hand. Spectra was in the same situation as you and couldn't free himself at the time, but there was one crucial difference in his situation, were Leo's words. No one understood this fact, because it did not explain how he had received that wound. Silver stared at him for a few moments, before opening his eyes and staggering as he took a step back. The rest looked at him doubtfully at such a reaction. "What's wrong, Silver? Do you know anything?" Tamamo asked with concern at the paleness on the black-haired boy's face. He then looked at Leo in disbelief, only for her to nod with a deadly serious expression. Only his right arm was captured by the enemy. To free himself at that moment, he could only do one thing, Leo said in a playful tone. He cut off his own arm, Silver whispered in a steely tone. This shocked the others present. Flashback. From his position on the balcony, Leo could see the course of the battle that was taking place in the castle square. She clenched her fists as everyone was imprisoned by those strange chains, especially since Spectra was seriously injured. He had fought splendidly, but those last few moves had caused a lot of damage to Adele. For a moment she felt relieved when Silver broke free and attacked Adele with that powerful technique. However, he had just freed himself while forming a powerful flame between his hands. With his level of power he couldn't do anything and he was too far away to be able to intervene. Then he noticed how Spectre remained calm in this situation, or at least that's what it seemed like if you ignored his tense smile. It was then that she saw him lift Airful up with a wild smile. The blade came down and she watched as it directed the cut towards her arm, separating it from her body as two black wings emerged from her back. A large amount of blood came out of the wound, but Spectre never erased that smile. She could see how it gained momentum before disappearing in a blur the moment Tamamo was hit by the beam of fire, while a shadow stood in the way. Flashback end. You know the rest, Leo finished saying. Everyone's eyes were on the unconscious boy. Elsha looked at him with her eyes wide open in disbelief. Tamamo brought her hands to her mouth as she tried to hold back her tears. Aline clenched his fists, so much so that they bled slightly from the pressure. Silver had a solemn expression as he lowered his gaze. Remove those expressions, since they insult his sacrifice, Leo said harshly, while looking at the unconscious boy with a warm gaze. Then something happened that no one expected. The boy's hair began to darken, changing from bright blonde to a dark brown. The length also changed, as it covered quite a bit of space on the bed and could easily reach her lower back. His skin color became slightly more tanned. This left those present speechless. A change in appearance, a surprised Tamamo muttered. The place fell into a deep silence, as no one knew what to say. Until someone spoke. With everything that has happened, we have no reason to distrust him. He surely has his reasons for using that appearance. We can ask him once he wakes up. For the moment we must take care of him until he recovers, Leo said, recovering his warm gaze. No matter what he looked like, Spectra was still the same, she felt it in her heart. The rest looked at her in surprise, then looked at each other and realized that the white-haired girl was right. No one other than one of us will be able to enter this room, at least until he wakes up, was what Tamamo said. Everyone nodded at what was said. For now I'll look for water and towels to clean his body. It's the least I can do for him, Leo said, standing up. I don't think you should strain yourself, forget it, I didn't say anything. Silver began to say, then corrected himself, frightened by the murderous look on his fellow captain's face. Now that he thought about it, they were both part of Spectre's group, so they weren't technically captains anymore. Then it's time to go, let us know when he wakes up, Tamamo said, then turned to Aline. She nodded, so Tamamo, Leo, Silver and Elsha left the room. You're not staying? Silver asked Elsha. If Kukin takes care of him, then there is nothing to worry about, he replied with a shrug. The only one left in the room was Aline. Sensing that there was no one around, she approached the boy's bed, staring into his face, then smiled and brought her face closer to his. Then he kissed her cheek. Leo is right, no matter what you look like, you are still the person who saved me, he said before walking away. His gaze fell on the corner of the room, where Airful and Ascalon were resting. Without further ado, he grabbed a chair and brought it closer to the bed to sit there with his arms crossed, watching the boy. Drake had seen everything from where he was. He did not intervene so as not to aggravate the situation, but his initial worries vanished when the yokai reaffirmed its loyalty and affection for its bearer. Without further ado, it was decided to sleep until Issei woke up. Some time later. Darkness. Everything was dark around him. The last thing he remembered was Silver's words thanking him, and then his consciousness faded away. His body felt stiff, and his eyelids were heavy. The sound came to him slowly, the sound of birds and the leaves of the trees being the first to arrive. His closed eyes spasmed, before slowly opening. A stone roof was the first thing he saw. The softness he felt was surely a bed. Then his senses came back to him, so he opened his eyes fully, blinking a few times, getting used to the light. With difficulty he raised his upper body. "Damn, everything hurts," he murmured, feeling his muscles tense and sore. He took a deep breath. All the memories came back to him, so he looked away at his right arm. "I wasn't there. So I really did it, it wasn't a dream," he thought with a resigned sigh. Then he looked at his torso, which was heavily bandaged covering him up to his neck, leaving only his left arm free. He remembered the wound he received at that place. At that moment a soft breathing reached his ears and he felt something moving above him. He looked down, realizing he wasn't alone. "Leo," he whispered as he saw the yokai sitting in a chair, with the upper part of her body resting on his lap. Issei smiled at the sight, then moved his hand towards his hair, gently caressing it and enjoying its texture. He watched as her ears perked up at the caress. Feeling drawn to them, he took one between his fingers and caressed it delicately. Leo smiled with a small blush as he began to purr. "Kawaii," Issei said in a normal tone. At the brown-haired boy's voice, Leo began to open his eyes. She blinked a few times, then sat up again while yawning cutely. When she was fully awake, she turned her gaze to the sleeping boy, only to see him awake as he looked at her with a small warm smile. He blinked once, blinked again, and then opened his mouth without a sound coming out. "Good morning, Leo," the brown-haired boy said softly. Leo was still in shock, then smiled as his eyes clouded over. "It was about time you woke up," he said while rubbing his eyes, wiping away the tears that were coming from them. "I'm sorry I worried you," the boy said when he saw the girl's reaction. But she denied it. "Don't worry, what matters is that you woke up," said the yokai with a smile. Then she adopted a serious expression. "Now I think there are some things you need to explain to us," he said in a serious tone. The brunette looked at her for a few moments, before noticing the strands of brown hair falling over her shoulders. "Ah," he reacted with a silly expression. Leo had to force himself to keep his expression serious, because the boy's reaction was very funny to him, and he almost laughed at that moment. Taking a deep breath, Leo increased his aura, alerting the castle residents to Issei's awakening. "I have already notified the others that you have awakened. Once everyone is here you can explain why you changed your appearance," the yokai said seriously. The brown-haired boy nodded, smiling slightly. "Drake, are you there?" he asked in his mind. "Woo buddy, it's about time you woke up." That was what a sleepy dragon said. The brown-haired boy felt a drop on his neck at his friend's response. "What happened while I was sleeping?" he asked again. "Well, what happened was," a more awake Drake began to say. Then he told him what happened when he lost his transformation, and how Leo defended him in front of everyone by reminding them how much he has done for them. After that he simply went to sleep waiting for his awakening, keeping what happened with the elf to himself. "I see," he said while deep in thought. At that moment the door to her room opened, entering Tamamo, Elsha, Silver and Aline. "Spectra," the kitsune said with relief. The boy smiled at them as best he could. "I guess there's a lot to explain," he said with a sigh while smiling with resignation. Those present nodded. "Well, where to start? I guess my real name is a good start. I'm Hyodo Issei, nice to meet you," he began to speak, first vaguely, before assuming a calm expression while smiling at them. Hyodo Issei, a Japanese name that filled them with doubts. He then revealed to them that he was transforming into Spectra Phantom since he was a mercenary dedicated to eradicating criminal groups that threatened the peace that they had struggled to achieve in their place of origin. He also mentioned his group's name, Downfall Dragon. His noble status was real, as was what happened on his mission before he got here. In itself, there was not much information that had been hidden, only the most serious. "I see, from what I can see Leo wasn't wrong," was what Tamamo said while staring at the boy on the bed. "Beyond the change in appearance, it's as if he's talking to Spectra like before the invasion happened." "Huh." He stammered doubtfully at the kitsune's words. This brought smiles to everyone present. Apparently the boy was a little more absent-minded than they thought. "Since everything has become clear to us, it will be better for you to continue resting, Issei," Tamamo said while smiling at him. The boy nodded, lying back down on the bed. "We'll come see you later." It was Silver's turn. "Leave everything to us," Elsha said with her hands on her waist. This confused him a little, but he let it pass. Then he noticed the clothes of these two. Silver was wearing a white long-sleeved shirt with a black jacket and black pants. Elsha was wearing her white strapless dress and sandals, with her braided hair falling over her right shoulder. For some reason they both looked good together, which could be material for jokes in the future. For her part, the elf just nodded seriously. Without further ado, everyone left the room. The only one left was Leo. "Aren't you going to rest?" he asked, placing his eyes on her. The white-haired girl shook her head with a small smile, seeing the concern in those golden eyes that resembled her own. That eye color suited her, and in fact, he preferred her true appearance. "I prefer to stay here, by the way. I'll give it back to you," he replied in a soft tone, then removed the ring from the ring finger of his left hand. Then he took the boy's hand, sliding the ring onto his ring finger, which adjusted to its thickness since it was a little small due to Leo's small and delicate hands. "I guess it was useful to you," the boy said while looking at the ring on his finger. The yokai did not respond, as she was lost in the memory of that day. Flashback. All the preparations were already ready, so the masked man allowed himself to visit his pawn. When he entered the room, he found her reading a book. "Yo," the boy greeted, raising his hand. The girl took her eyes off her reading when she heard the boy's voice. "Spectra, I guess everything is ready," the yokai said with some frustration, lowering her gaze. She would be evacuated when the attack began, making her feel helpless about not being able to be on the battlefield. The blonde smiled as he guessed the girl's thoughts. "How many times have you not felt like this?" "Maybe more than I wanted to remember." With this in mind, Spectra removed his mask to approach the bed and kneel down so he could meet her eyes. "I understand how you feel, but you know that we care about you," he said in a kind tone while looking at her intently. Leo didn't change his dejected expression, but he acknowledged the boy's words with a hint of a smile. Still, she wouldn't leave without a fight. At least she could support them from this place using the bow, so she thought about canceling her binding to the evacuation spell. The blonde understood something when he saw a slight change in his expression, so he proceeded to remove Ex Machina from his finger, then gently took Leo's hand while directing the ring to her ring finger. The white-haired girl looked at him without understanding what he intended. "It's because I care that I'll feel more at ease if you have this with you, so you can defend yourself even if I'm not there. I know you'll make better use of it than I will," she said softly as she slid the ring onto Leo's finger. At that moment the door opened. "Catcha! Leo-sama, it's time for your bath," said a maid entering the room with a tray of water in her hands. Behind her came another girl with towels and soap. It was that they saw the scene before them. Spectra kneeled, holding the beautiful girl's hand as he placed the ring on her finger. A huge blush took over both girls' faces. "Sorry to interrupt," they exclaimed, embarrassed, as they fled the scene. Leo and Spectra blinked doubtfully at the door where both girls disappeared at great speed. Then the realization hit them. The position they were in suggested a marriage proposal, which was accepted, and that is why the boy placed the ring on the girl. They both felt their faces heat up at the thought. Then the blonde quickly stood up while the white-haired girl put her hand on her chest and lowered her gaze even further. "I have to go, there are still some details I need to review," he said in the calmest tone he could while he awkwardly put on his mask. "I understand, don't worry," the yokai responded without turning to look at him. "Then see you later," the boy said goodbye, leaving the room at a quick pace. Leo remained silent, then looked at Ex Machina, still blushing, as he smiled at what the boy did. "He realized what I was trying to do," she thought as she closed her eyes. So he could hear the racing beat of his heart. Without further ado, he decided to rest. For his part, the masked man had to endure the whispers and mischievous glances of the maids, as well as the proud and envious looks of the soldiers as they watched him pass through the corridors and open spaces. Even Silver praised her fearlessness in proposing to Leo. That's why he had to clear up the misunderstanding. Still, the black-haired man looked at him, not believing him at all. Flashback end. They were both blushing at the memory. "Well, you better sleep." Aline said that the aura of your sword that ran through your body prevented you from waking up and regaining consciousness. "You've been asleep for 3 weeks, the girl said seriously. The brown-haired boy nodded, then closed his eyes. "I see, Erfel's dragon slayer aura really affected me, which would have been worse if I had used Ascalon at that time," the boy thought, not wanting to imagine that. "You would have collapsed prematurely and that QB could have won no, instead you would have used your dragon drive since you had no other options." Drake commented. "I know, that's why I'm grateful that Erfel has much less power than Ascalon in that area," Issei said with a relieved tone. "By the way, I already know how we can return to our time," Drake said in a serious tone. The brown-haired boy was speechless at what the dragon had said. "Are you serious?" he exclaimed in his mind, totally surprised. Yes, I've been doing it since we got here. If I didn't tell you, it was to give you the opportunity to have the yokai and the demon slayer join your peerage title," was Drake's response. The brown-haired boy remained silent for a few moments, before speaking again. "I see, I guess I can only thanks for that now. How do we get back?" he asked in a calm tone. "Oh, that's simple. You just need to use the power of Great Red to open a portal where there is a large concentration of ley line energy," was the dragon's response. This answer left the boy silent, for the method was easy, at least in speech. "I guess I'll have to start working to be able to use its power," he said with a sigh. "Exactly," Drake said. That was the end of the conversation. 2 months later. It took another 2 weeks for the brown-haired boy to recover enough to assume his Spectra Phantom appearance, managing to go outside. During his time in bed, he was informed about the results after the invasion. The civilians were safe in the bunkers, as there were no infiltrators doing their thing there. The casualties in the military force were low, since soldiers with a certain level of power were chosen so as not to make unnecessary sacrifices. Of course, the fallen soldiers had a dignified funeral, as they gave their lives to protect the country. Another important detail is that his arm was not found, since in its place there was only a piece of chain, the same one that had trapped them with no possibility of escape. It had stopped being golden and had acquired a reddish color. The brown-haired boy thought about it for a moment, coming to the conclusion that she absorbed his arm to remain in this world. He still remembered that Elder Loom's body was consumed as a sacrifice for this. The difference is that his body was Great Red's flesh with Kurumi's power. That's why the chain stayed permanently in this world. He obviously kept this information to himself, but everyone came to the same conclusion that his arm was consumed by it, and that was why it didn't disappear. Thus, despite being a dangerous object, it was given to him without any objection because it represented his lost arm. He was also considered a hero of Kyoto and guardian of the royal family. Each of them was given the title of Senshin, God of War, since the others were too ostentatious for his taste, so he decided on that name due to everyone's insistence on receiving a heroic name, and Elsha mentioned it jokingly. Thus they became known as the Downfall Dragon Mercenary Group, represented by the 4 gods of war. Shadow Knight, Hyomakishi, Ice Demon Knight, Situ Kyukin, Combat Instructor, Crimson Shadow. The blonde covered his face, completely embarrassed, while inside Drake cried with pride for the title of its bearer, and that he was finally being respected. The boy could only resign himself, as Yasaka looked at him with stars in her eyes and he felt weak in the face of her childish enthusiasm. After this, people revered him when they met him on their walks, making him a little uncomfortable. "It's the price of fame," Silver said as he put his arm around her shoulders. The next month and a half was spent training Great Red's energy manipulation, bringing it to a point acceptable to attempt to open the portal. That's why they were here and now. In the square where Yasaka was appointed as the leader of Kyoto, there were the captains, the council, the current and former leader of Kyoto, and some high-ranking soldiers. Spectra standing in front of them was accompanied by his group. They were all wearing their combat clothes, although the right sleeve of the blonde's trench coat was flapping because it was empty. This was the farewell. "I'll miss you, Silver Leo," said little Yasaka while hugging those mentioned. "We too, Haim-sama," Leo said while caressing her back. "I hope you behave well, Oju-san," Silver said while stroking her hair. It was difficult for the pair, but they had already made their decision, at least in Silver's case. The captains took it in the best way, commenting among themselves that they trusted that they would be happy with the boy. Silver had a little more difficult time communicating his decision to Tamamo, since he saw her as a very maternal older sister. The kitsune told him it was okay if he sought his own happiness. She had noticed the glances he was giving Spectra's blonde companion, so she was glad for her former guardian. When the former captains and the High Miko parted ways, she turned to the blonde and the elf. "You too, Elshine, Alinoni," she said with tears in her eyes. Elsha hugged her tightly, while Aline smiled softly and patted her head lovingly. "I appreciate everything you've done for us, Spectra," Tamamo said as she took her hand. The blonde shook his head softly. "I just did the right thing," he replied with a soft expression. Then the kitsune placed a leather bag in his hand. "A proof of your victory and my gratitude," Tamamo said, seeing the boy's confused expression. Then he nodded, putting it away among his clothes. "Spectra, will we meet again?" Yasaka asked with teary eyes. The blonde smiled and crouched down in front of her, placing his hand on the little girl's shoulder. "There is no doubt about that," he said with great conviction while looking into her eyes. Everyone smiled upon hearing that. Then he stood up. "Please, Tamamo-sama," the boy asked. The named one nodded, so she began to gather a large amount of power from the ley lines. He had explained to them that a portal needed to be opened to return home, so he asked for Tamamo's help, who gladly agreed. Then in front of the group a mist with a great concentration of power formed. Spectre extended his hand to the side, where a small distortion formed, from which the hilt of Ascalon emerged. The boy took it, swinging it a couple of times as he prepared. Then a reddish aura began to surround him. Everyone felt the overwhelming presence of the boy, whose power was immense, wondering why he didn't use this power against Adele. But seeing the sweat on his forehead and the grimace of effort he made, they knew that it was not easy for him to use this power. "Open up," he exclaimed as he waved the blade of his sword. Slash. At first it seemed like nothing had happened, but the next moment a tear could be seen appearing in space, which absorbed the fog and opened wide enough for someone to easily pass through. "It's time to go. I appreciate your hospitality. See you later," he said as a sheath appeared on his back and he kept Ascalon in it. Without further ado, he began to walk towards the fissure, with his hand raised in farewell. He didn't want to prolong the farewell any longer, and that's why he didn't turn to look at them. The rest of the group followed suit as Elsha and Silver made the same gesture, and Aline nodded in farewell. The same reddish aura that surrounded the blonde surrounded them before disappearing through the fissure, which closed when everyone passed. The soldiers and captains had bowed in reverence to the hero of their country. "Goodbye, Issei, guys," Tamamo murmured in a whisper. Without further ado, the group dispersed with bitter feelings about the farewell. That's it, guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.